Preface and Introduction of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Preface and Introduction. To the Reader. What this book wants is not a simple preface, but an apology, and a very brilliant and convincing one at that. Recognizing this fully and feeling quite incompetent to write such a masterpiece, I have asked several literary friends to write one for me, but they have kindly but firmly declined, stating that it is impossible satisfactorily to apologize for my liberties with Lindley, Murray, and the Queen's English. I am therefore left to make a feeble apology for this book myself, and all I can personally say is that it would have been much worse than it is had it not been for Dr. Henry Gullimard, who has not edited it, or of course the whole affair would have been better, but who has most kindly gone through the proof sheets, lassoing prepositions which were straying outside their sentence stockade, taking my eye off the water cask, and fixing it on the scenery where I meant it to be, saying firmly in pencil on margins, "No, you don't," when I was committing some more than usually heinous literary crime, and so on. In cases where his activities in these things may seem to the reader to have been wanting, I beg to state that they really were not. It is I who have declined to ascend to a higher level of lucidity and correctness of diction than I am fitted for. I cannot forbear from mentioning my gratitude to Mr. George Macmillan for his patience and kindness with me, a mere jungle of information on West Africa. Whether you, my reader, will share my gratitude is, I fear, doubtful, for if it had not been for him I should never have attempted to write a book at all, and in order to excuse his having induced me to try, I beg to state that I have written only on things that I know from personal experience and very careful observation. I have never accepted an explanation of a native custom from one person alone, nor have I set down things as being prevalent customs from having seen a single instance. I have endeavored to give you an honest account of the general state and manner of life in Lower Guinea, and some description of the various types of country there. In reading this section you must make allowances for my love of this sort of country, with its great forests and rivers, and its animistic-minded inhabitants, and for my ability to be more comfortable there than in England. Your superior culture instincts may militate against your enjoying West Africa, but if you go there, you will find things as I have said. January 1897. Preface to the abridged edition of Travels in West Africa. When on my return to England for my second sojourn in West Africa, I discovered to my alarm that I was, by a freak of fate, the sea serpent of the season, I published, in order to escape from this reputation, a very condensed, much abridged version of my experience in Lower Guinea, and I thought that I need never explain about myself or Lower Guinea again. This was one of my errors. I have been explaining ever since, and, though not reconciled to so doing, I am more or less resigned to it, because it gives me pleasure to see that English people can take an interest in that land they have neglected. Nevertheless, it was a shock to me when the publisher said more explanation was required. I am thankful to say the explanation they required was merely on what plan the abridgment of my first account had been made. I can manage that explanation easily. It has been done by removing from it certain sections whole, and leaving the rest very much as it first stood. Of course, it would have been better if I had totally reformed and rewritten the book in pellucid English, but that is beyond me, and I feel at any rate this book must be better than it was, for there is less of it, and I dimly hope critics will now see that there is a saving grace in disconnectedness, for owing to that disconnectedness whole chapters have come out without leaving holes.
As for the part that is left in, I have already apologized for its form, and I cannot help it, for Lower Guinea is like what I have said it is. No one who knows it has sent home contradictions of my description of it, or its natives, or their manners or customs, and they have had, by now, ample time and opportunity. The only complaints I have had regarding my account from my fellow West Coasters have been that I might have said more. I trust my forbearance will send a thrill of gratitude through readers of the 736-page edition. There is, however, one section that I reprint, regarding which I must say a few words. It is that on the trade and labour problem in West Africa, particularly the opinion therein expressed regarding the liquor traffic. This part has brought down on me much criticism from the missionary societies and their friends, and I beg gratefully to acknowledge the honourable fairness with which the controversy has been carried on by the great Wesleyan Methodist Mission to the Gold Coast and the Baptist Mission to the Congo. It has not ended in our agreement on this point, but it has raised my esteem of missionary societies considerably, and any one interested in this matter I beg to refer to the Baptist Magazine for October 1897. Therein will be found my answer, and the comments on it by a competent missionary authority. For the rest of this matter I beg all readers of this book to bear in mind that I confine myself to speaking only of the bit of Africa I know, West Africa. During this past summer I attended a meeting at which Sir George Taubman Goldie spoke, and was much struck with the truth of what he said on the difference of different African regions. He divided Africa into 3 zones. Firstly, that region where white races could colonize in the true sense of the word, and form a great native-born white population, namely, the region of the Cape. Secondly, a region where the white race could colonize, but to a less extent, an extent analogous to that in India, namely the highlands of Central East Africa and parts of Northern Africa. Thirdly, a region where the white races cannot colonize in a true sense of the word, namely, the West African region, and in those regions he pointed out one of the main elements of prosperity and advance is the native African population. I am quoting his words from memory, possibly imperfectly, but there is very little reliable printed matter to go on when dealing with Sir George Taubman Goldie, which is regrettable because he himself is an experienced and reliable authority. I am, however, quite convinced that these aforesaid distinct regions are regions that the practical politician dealing with Africa must recognize, and keep constantly in mind when attempting to solve the many difficulties that that great continent presents. And sincerely hope every reader of this work will remember that I am speaking of that last zone, the zone wherein white races cannot colonize in a true sense of the word, but which is nevertheless a vitally important region to a great manufacturing country like England, for therein are vast undeveloped markets wherein she can sell her manufactured goods, and purchase raw material for her manufacturers at a reasonable rate. Having a rooted natural feminine hatred for politics, I have no inclination to become diffuse on them, as I have on the errors of other people's cooking or ideas on decoration. I know I am held to be too partial to France in West Africa, too fond of pointing out her brilliant achievements there, too fond of saying the native is as happy, and possibly happier, under her rule than under ours, and also that I am given to a great admiration for Germans, but this is just like any common-sense Englishwoman. Of course I am devoted to my own John, but still Monsieur is brave, bright, and fascinating. Mein Herr is possessed of courage and commercial ability in the highest degree, and, besides, he takes such a lot of trouble to know the real truth about things, and tells them to you so calmly and carefully. And our own John, well, of course, he hears everything that's good and great, but he makes a shocking fool of himself at times, particularly in West Africa. I should enjoy holding what one of my justly irritated expurgators used to call one of my little Thanksgiving services here, but I will not, for, after all, it would be impossible for me to satisfactorily thank those people who, since my publication of this book, have given me help and information on the subject of West Africa. Chief amongst them have been Mr. A. L. Jones, Sir R. B. N. Walker, Mr. Irvin, and Mr. John Holt. I have not added to this book any information I have received since I wrote it, as it does not seem to me fair to do so. My only regret regarding it is that I have not dwelt sufficiently on the charm of West Africa. It is so difficult to explain such things, but I am sure there are amongst my readers people who know by experience the charm some countries exercise over men, countries very different from each other and from West Africa. The charm of West Africa is a painful one. It gives you pleasure when you are out there, but when you are back here, it gives you pain by calling you. It sends up before your eyes a vision of a wall of dancing, white, rainbow-gemmed surf, playing on a shore of yellow sand before an audience of stately cocoa palms, or of a great mangrove-watered bronze river, or of a vast aisle in some forest cathedral, and you hear, nearer to you than the voice of the people around, nearer than the roar of the city traffic, the sound of the surf that is breaking on the shore down there, and the sound of the wind talking on the hard palm leaves, and the thump of the natives' tom-toms, or the cry of the parrots passing over the mangrove swamps in the evening time, or the sweet long mellow whistle of the plantain warblers calling up the dawn, and everything that is round you grows poor and thin in the face of the vision, and you want to go back to the coast that is calling you, saying, as the African says to the departing soul of his dying friend, come back, this is your home. M. H. Kingsley, October, 1897. End of Preface. Introduction. Relateth the various causes which impelled the authors to embark upon the voyage. It was in 1893 that, for the first time in my life, I found myself in possession of 5 or 6 months which were not heavily forestalled, and, feeling like a boy with a new half-crown, I lay about in my mind, as Mr. Bunyan would say, as to what to do with them. Go and learn your tropics and science. Where on earth am I to go? I wondered, for tropics are tropics wherever found. So I got down an atlas and saw that either South America or West Africa must be my destination, for the Malayan region was too far off and too expensive. Then I got Wallace's Geographical Distribution, and after reading that master's article on the Ethiopian region, I hardened my heart and closed with West Africa. I did this the more readily because, while I knew nothing of the practical condition of it, I knew a good deal both by tradition and report of Southeast America, and remembered that Yellow Jack was endemic, and that a certain naturalist, my superior physically and mentally, had come very near getting starved to death in the depressing society of an expedition slowly perishing of want and miscellaneous fevers up the Parana. My ignorance regarding West Africa was soon removed, and although the vast cavity in my mind that it occupied is not even yet half filled up, there is a great deal of very curious information in its place. I use the word curious advisedly, for I think many seemed to translate my request for practical hints and advice into an advertisement that rubbish may be shot here. This same information is in a state of great confusion still, although I have made heroic efforts to codify it. I find, however, that it can almost all be got in under the following different headings, namely, and to wit: the dangers of West Africa, the disagreeables of West Africa, the diseases of West Africa, the things you must take to West Africa, the things you find most handy in West Africa, the worst possible things you can do in West Africa. I inquired of all my friends, as a beginning, what they knew of West Africa. The majority knew nothing. A percentage said, "Oh, you can't possibly go there. That's where Sierra Leone is, the white man's grave, you know." If these were pressed further, one occasionally found that they had had relations who had gone out there after having been sad trials, but on consideration of their having left not only West Africa but this world, were now forgiven and forgotten. I next turned my attention to cross-examining the doctors. "Deadliest spot on earth," they said cheerfully, and showed me maps of the geographical distribution of disease. Now I do not say that a country looks inviting when it is coloured in Scheele's green or a bilious yellow, but these colours may arise from lack of artistic gift in the cartographer. There is no mistaking what he means by black, however, and black you'll find they colour West Africa, from above Sierra Leone to below the Congo. "I wouldn't go there if I were you," said my medical friends. "You'll catch something, but if you must go, and you're as obstinate as a mule, just bring me—" And then followed a list of commissions from here to New York, any one of which, but I only found that afterwards. All my informants referred me to the missionaries. There were, they said in an airy way, lots of them down there, and had been for many years. So to missionary literature I addressed myself with great ardour, alas! Only to find that these good people wrote their reports not to tell you how the country they resided in was, but how it was getting on towards being what it ought to be, and how necessary it was that their readers should subscribe more freely, and not get any foolishness into their heads about obtaining an inadequate supply of souls for their money. I also found a fearful confirmation of my medical friend's statement about its unhealthiness, and various details of the distribution of cotton shirts over which I did not linger. From the missionaries it was, however, that I got my first idea about the social condition of West Africa. I gathered that there existed there, firstly, the native human beings, the raw material as it were, and that these were led either to good or bad respectively by the missionary and by the trader. There were also the government representatives, whose chief business it was to strengthen and consolidate the missionaries' work, a function they carried on but indifferently well. But as for those traders, well, I put them down under the dangers of West Africa at once. Subsequently I came across the good old coast yarn of how, when a trader from that region went thence, it goes without saying where, the fallen angel, without a moment's hesitation, vacated the infernal throne, Milton, in his favour. This, I beg to note, is the marine form of the legend. When it occurs terrestrially, the trader becomes a Liverpool mate, but of course no one need believe it either way. It is not a missionary story. Naturally, while my higher intelligence was taken up with attending to these statements, my mind got set on going, and I had to go. Fortunately, I could number among my acquaintances one individual who had lived on the coast for 7 years. Not, it is true, in that part of it which I was bound for. Still, his advice was preeminently worth attention, because, in spite of his long residence in the deadliest spot of the region, he was still in fair going order. I told him I intended going to West Africa, and he said, "When you have made up your mind to go to West Africa, the very best thing you can do is to get it unmade again, and go to Scotland instead. But if your intelligence is not strong enough to do so, abstain from exposing yourself to the direct rays of the sun. Take 4 grains of quinine every day for a fortnight before you reach the rivers, and get some introductions to the Wesleyans. They are the only people on the coast who have got a hearse with feathers." My attention was next turned to getting ready things to take with me. Having opened upon myself the sluice gates of advice, I rapidly became distracted. My friends and their friends alike seemed to labour under the delusion that I intended to charter a steamer and was a person of wealth beyond the dreams of avarice. This not being the case, the only thing to do was to gratefully listen and let things drift. Not only do the things you have got to take, but the things you have got to take them in, present a fine series of problems to the young traveller. Crowds of witnesses testified to the forms of baggage holders they had found invaluable, and these, it is unnecessary to say, were all different in form and material. With all this embarras de choix, I was too distracted to buy anything, new in the way of baggage except a long waterproof sack, neatly closed at the top with a bar and handle. Into this I put blanket, boots, books, in fact anything that would not go into my portmanteau or black bag. From the first I was haunted by a conviction that its bottom would come out, but it never did, and in spite of the fact that it had ideas of its own about the arrangement of its contents, it served me well throughout my voyage. It was the beginning of August, '93, when I first left England for the coast. Preparations of quinine with postage partially paid arrived up to the last moment, and a friend hastily sent 2 newspaper clippings, one entitled "A Week in a Palm Oil Tub," which was supposed to describe the sort of accommodation, companions, and fauna likely to be met with on a steamer going to West Africa, and on which I was to spend 7 2, the graphic contributors 1, the other from the Daily Telegraph, reviewing a French book of phrases in common use in Dahomey. The opening sentence in the latter was, "Help, I am drowning." Then came the inquiry, "If a man is not a thief?" And then another cry, "The boat is upset." "Get up, you lazy scamps," is the next exclamation, followed almost immediately by the question, "Why has not this man been buried?" "It is Fetish that has killed him, and he must lie here exposed with nothing on him until only the bones remain," is the cheerful answer. This sounded discouraging to a person whose occupation would necessitate going about considerably in boats, and whose fixed desire was to study Fetish. So, with a feeling of foreboding gloom, I left London for Liverpool, none the more cheerful for the matter-of-fact manner in which the steamboat agents had informed me that they did not issue return tickets by the West African lines of steamers. I will not go into the details of that voyage here, much as I am given to discursiveness. They are more amusing than instructive, for on my first voyage out I did not know the coast, and the coast did not know me, and we mutually terrified each other. I fully expected to get killed by the local nobility and gentry. They thought I was connected with the World's Women's Temperance Association, and collecting shocking details for subsequent magic lantern lectures on the liquor traffic. So fearful misunderstandings arose, but we gradually educated each other, and I had the best of the affair, for all I had got to teach them was that I was only a beetle and fetish hunter, and so forth, while they had to teach me a new world, and a very fascinating course of study I found it. And whatever the coast may have to say against me, for my continual desire for hairpins and other pins, my intolerable habit of getting into water, the abominations full of ants that I brought into their houses, or things emitting at unexpectedly short notice vivid and awful stenches, they cannot but say that I was a diligent pupil, who honestly tried to learn the lessons they taught me so kindly, though some of those lessons were hard to a person who had never previously been even in a tame bit of tropics, and whose life for many years had been an entirely domestic one in a university town. One by one I took my old ideas derived from books and thoughts based on imperfect knowledge and weighed them against the real life around me, and found them either worthless or wanting. The greatest recantation I had to make I made humbly before I had been 3 months on the coast in 1893. It was of my idea of the traders. What I had expected to find them was a very different thing to what I did find them. And of their kindness to me I can never sufficiently speak, for on that voyage I was utterly out of touch with the government circles, and utterly dependent on the traders, and the most useful lesson of all the lessons I learnt on the West Coast in 1893 was that I could trust them. Had I not learnt this very thoroughly, I could never have gone out again and carried out the voyage I give you a sketch of in this book. Thanks to the agent, I have visited places I could never otherwise have seen, and to the respect and affection in which he is held by the native, I owe it that I have done so in safety. When I have arrived off his factory in a steamer or canoe unexpected, unintroduced, or turned up equally unheralded out of the bush in a dilapidated state, he has always received me with that gracious hospitality which must have given him, under coast conditions, very real trouble and inconvenience. things he could have so readily found logical excuses against entailing upon himself for the sake of an individual whom he had never seen before, whom he most likely would never see again, and whom it was no earthly profit to him to see then. He has bestowed himself, Allah only knows where, on his small trading vessel so that I might have his one cabin. He has fished me out of sea and fresh water with boat hooks. He has continually given me good advice, which if I had only followed would have enabled me to keep out of water and any other sort of affliction. And although he holds the meanest opinion of my intellect for going to such a place as West Africa, for beetles, fishes, and fetish, he has given me the greatest assistance in my work. The value of that work I pray you withhold judgment on, until I lay it before you in some 10 volumes or so, mostly in Latin. All I know that is true regarding West African facts I owe to the traders. The errors are my own. To Dr. Gunther of the British Museum, I am deeply grateful for the kindness and interest he has always shown regarding all the specimens of natural history that I have been able to lay before him, the majority of which must have had very old tales to tell him. Yet his courtesy and attention gave me the thing a worker in any work most wants, the sense that the work was worth doing, and sent me back to work again with the knowledge that if these things interested a man like him, it was a more than sufficient reason for me to go on collecting them. To Mr. W. H. F. Kirby I am much indebted for his working out my small collection of certain orders of insects, and to Mr. Thomas S. Forshaw for the great help he has afforded me in revising my notes. It is impossible for me even to catalogue my debts of gratitude still outstanding to the West Coast. Chiefly am I indebted to Mr. C. G. Hudson, whose kindness and influence enabled me to go up the Ogowe, and to see as much of Congo Francais as I have seen, and his efforts to take care of me were most ably seconded by Mr. Fildes. The French officials in Congo Francais never hindered me and always treated me with the greatest kindness. You may say there was no reason why they should not, for there is nothing in this fine colony of France that they need be ashamed of any one seeing, but I find it is customary for travellers to say the French officials throw obstacles in the way of any one visiting their possessions, so I merely beg to state this was decidedly not my experience, although my deplorable ignorance of French prevented me from explaining my humble intentions to them. The Reverend Dr. Nassau and Mr. R. E. Dennett have enabled me, by placing at my disposal the rich funds of their knowledge of native life and idea, to amplify any deductions from my own observation. Mr. Dennett's work I have not dealt with in this work, because it refers to tribes I was not amongst on this journey, but to a tribe I made the acquaintance with in my '93 voyage, the Fjort. Dr. Nassau's observations I have referred to. Herr von Luck, Vice Governor of Cameroon, I am indebted to for not only allowing me, but for assisting me by every means in his power to go up to Cameroon's Peak, and to the Governor of Cameroon, Herr von Puttkamer, for his constant help and kindness. Indeed, so great has been the willingness to help me of all these gentlemen, that it is a wonder to me, when I think of it, that their efforts did not project me right across the continent and out at Zanzibar. That this brilliant affair did not come off is owing to my own lack of enterprise, for I did not want to go across the continent, and I do not hanker after Zanzibar, but only to go puddling about obscure districts in West Africa, after raw fetish and freshwater fishes. I owe my ability to have profited by the kindness of these gentlemen on land to a gentleman of the sea, Captain Murray. He was captain of the vessel I went out on in 1893, and he saw then that my mind was full of errors that must be eradicated if I was going to deal with the coast successfully, and so he eradicated those errors and replaced them with sound knowledge from his own stores collected during an acquaintance with the West Coast of over 30 years. The education he has given me has been of the greatest value to me, and I sincerely hope to make many more voyages under him, for I well know he has still much to teach and I to learn. Last but not least, I must chronicle my debts to the ladies. First, to those two courteous Portuguese ladies, Donna Ana de Sousa Cantinohe e Chichoro, and her sister, Donna Maria de Sousa Continho, who did so much for me in Kangonko in 1893, and have remained, I am proud to say, my firm friends ever since. Lady MacDonald and Miss Mary Slessor I speak of in this book, but only faintly sketch the pleasure and help they have afforded me. Nor have I fully expressed my gratitude for the kindness of Madame Hakot of Lembarene, or Madame Forget of Talakuga. Then there are a whole list of nuns belonging to the Roman Catholic missions on the southwest coast, ever cheery and charming companions, and Frau Flen, whom it was a continual pleasure to see in Cameroons, and discourse with once again on things that seemed so far off then, art, science, and literature, and Mrs. H. Dugan of Cameroons too, who used, whenever I came into that port, to rescue me from fearful states of starvation for toilet necessaries, and lend a sympathetic and intelligent ear to the awful sufferings I had gone through, until Cameroons became to me a thing to look forward to. When in the Canaries in 1892, I used to smile, I regretfully own, at the conversation of a gentleman from the Gold Coast who was up there recuperating after a bad fever. His conversation consisted largely of anecdotes of friends of his, and 9 times in 10 he used to say, "He's dead now." Alas, my own conversation may be smiled at now for the same cause. Many of my friends, mentioned even in this very recent account of the Coast, are dead now. Most of those I learnt to know in 1893. Chief among these is my old friend Captain Bowler, of Bonny, from whom I first learnt a certain power of comprehending the African and his form of thought. I have great reason to be grateful to the Africans themselves, to cultured men and women among them like Charles Mbo, Sanga Glass, Jane Harrington and her sister at Gaboon, and to the bush natives, but of my experience with them I give further details, so I need not dwell on them here. I apologize to the general reader for giving so much detail on matters that really only affect myself, and I know that the indebtedness which all African travellers have to the white residents in Africa is a matter usually very lightly touched on. No doubt my voyage would seem a grander thing if I omitted mention of the help I received, but, well, there was a German gentleman once who evolved a camel out of his inner consciousness. It was a wonderful thing still, you know. It was not a good camel, only a thing which people personally unacquainted with camels could believe in. Now I am ambitious to make a picture, if I make one at all, that people who do not know the original can believe in, even if they criticize its points, and so I give you details a more showy artist would omit. End of introduction. Chapter 1. Liverpool to Sierra Leone and the Gold Coast. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 1. Liverpool to Sierra Leone and the Gold Coast. Setting forth how the voyager departs from England in a stout vessel and in good company, and reaches in due course the island of the Grand Canary, and then the port of Sierra Leone, to which is added some account of this latter place and the comeliness of its women, wherein also some description of Cape Coast and Accra is given, to which are added divers observations on supplies to be obtained there. The west coast of Africa is like the Arctic regions in one particular, and that is that when you have once visited it, you want to go back there again, and, now I come to think of it, there is another particular in which it is like them, and that is that the chances you have of returning from it at all are small, for it is a bella dame sans merci. I succumbed to the charms of the coast as soon as I left Sierra Leone on my first voyage out, and I saw more than enough during that voyage to make me recognize that there was any amount of work for me worth doing down there, so I warned the coast I was coming back again, and the coast did not believe me, and on my return to it a second time displayed a genuine surprise, and formed an even higher opinion of my folly than it had formed on our first acquaintance, which is saying a good deal. During this voyage in 1893 I had been to Old Calabar, and its governor, Sir Claude MacDonald, had heard me expatiating on the absorbing interest of the Antarctic drift, and the importance of the collection of freshwater fishes, and so on. So when Lady MacDonald heroically decided to go out to him in Calabar, they most kindly asked me if I would join her and make my time fit hers for starting on my second journey. This I most willingly did. But I fear that very sweet and gracious lady suffered a great deal of apprehension at the prospect of spending a month on board ship with a person so devoted to science as to go down the West Coast in its pursuit. During the earlier days of our voyage, she would attract my attention to all sorts of marine objects overboard, so as to amuse me. I used to look at them and think it would be the death of me if I had to work like this, explaining meanwhile aloud that they were very interesting, but Haeckel had done them, and I was out after freshwater fishes from a river north of the Congo this time, fearing all the while that she felt me unenthusiastic for not flying over into the ocean to secure the specimens. However, my scientific qualities, whatever they may amount to, did not blind this lady long to the fact of my being, after all, a very ordinary individual, and she told me so, not in these crude words indeed, but nicely and kindly, whereupon in a burst of gratitude to her for understanding me, I appointed myself her honorary aide de camp on the spot, and her sincere admirer I shall remain for ever, fully recognising that her courage in going to the coast was far greater than my own, for she had more to lose had fever claimed her, and she was in those days by no means under the spell of Africa. But this is anticipating. It was on the 23rd of December, 1894, that we left Liverpool in the Batanga, commanded by my old friend Captain Murray, under whose care I had made my first voyage. On the 30th we sighted the Peak of Teneriffe early in the afternoon. It displayed itself as usual, as an entirely celestial phenomenon. A great many people miss seeing it. Suffering under the delusion that El Pico is a terrestrial affair, they look in vain somewhere about the level of their own eyes, which are striving to penetrate the dense masses of mist that usually enshroud its slopes by day, and then a friend comes along and gaily points out to the newcomer the glittering white triangle somewhere near the zenith. On some days the peak stands out clear from ocean to summit, looking every inch and more of its 12,080 feet, and this is said by the Canary fishermen to be a certain sign of rain, or fine weather, or a gale of wind, but whenever and however it may be seen, soft and dreamlike in the sunshine, or melodramatic and bizarre in the moonlight, it is one of the most beautiful things the eye of man may see. Soon after sighting Teneriffe, Lanzarote showed, and then the Grand Canary. Teneriffe is perhaps the most beautiful, but it is hard to judge between it and Grand Canary as seen from the sea. The superb cone this afternoon stood out a deep purple against a serpent green sky, separated from the brilliant blue ocean by a girdle of pink and gold cumulus, while Grand Canary and Lanzarote looked as if they were formed from fantastic shaped sunset cloud banks that by some spell had been solidified. The general colour of the mountains of Grand Canary, which rise peak after peak until they culminate in the Pico de las Nieves, some 6,000 feet high, is a yellowish red, and the air which lies among their rocky crevices and swathes their softer sides is a lovely lustrous blue. Just before the sudden dark came down, and when the sun was taking a curve out of the horizon of sea, all the clouds gathered round the three islands, leaving the sky a pure amethyst pink, and as a good night to them, the sun outlined them with rims of shining gold, and made the snow-clad peak of Teneriffe blaze with star-white light. In a few minutes came the dusk, and as we neared Grand Canary, out of its cloud bank gleamed the red flash of the lighthouse on the Isleta, and in a few more minutes, along the sea level, sparkled the 5 miles of irregularly distributed lights of Puerto de la Luz and the city of Las Palmas. We reached Sierra Leone at 9 a.m. on the 7th of January, and as the place is hardly so much in touch with the general public as the Canaries are, I may perhaps venture to go more into details regarding it. The harbour is formed by the long, low strip of land to the north called the Bullam Shore, and to the south by the peninsula terminating in Cape Sierra Leone, a sandy promontory at the end of which is situated a lighthouse of irregular habits. Low hills covered with tropical forest growth rise from the sandy shores of the cape, and along its face are 3 creeks or bays, deep inlets showing through their narrow entrances, smooth beaches of yellow sand, fenced inland by the forest of cottonwoods and palms, with here and there an elephantine baobab. The first of these bays is called Pirate Bay, the next English Bay, and the third Kuru Bay. The wooded hills of the cape rise after passing Kuru Bay, and become spurs of the mountain, 2,500 feet in height, which is the Sierra Leone itself. There are, however, several mountains here besides the Sierra Leone, the most conspicuous of them being the peak known as Sugar Loaf, and when seen from the sea they are very lovely, for their form is noble, and a wealth of tropical vegetation covers them, which, unbroken in its continuity, but endless in its variety, seems to sweep over their sides down to the shore like a sea, breaking here and there into a surf of flowers. It is the general opinion, indeed, of those who ought to know, that Sierra Leone appears at its best when seen from the sea, particularly when you are leaving the harbour homeward bound, and that here its charms, artistic, moral, and residential end. But from the experience I have gained of it, I have no hesitation in saying that it is one of the best places for getting luncheon in that I have ever happened on, and that a more pleasant and varied way of spending an afternoon than going about its capital, Free Town, with a certain Irish purser, who is as well known as he is respected among the leviathan old Negro ladies, it would be hard to find. Still, it must be admitted, it is rather hot. Free Town, its capital, is situated on the northern base of the mountain, and extends along the sea front with most businesslike wharves, quays, and warehouses. Viewed from the harbour, the Liverpool of West Africa, as it is called, looks as if it were built of grey stone, which it is not. When you get ashore you will find that most of the stores and houses, the majority of which it may be remarked are in a state of acute dilapidation, are of painted wood with corrugated iron roofs. Here and there, though, you will see a thatched house, its thatch covered with creeping plants, and inhabited by colonies of creeping insects. Some of the stores and churches are, it is true, built of stone, but this does not look like stone at a distance, being red in colour, unhewn blocks of the red stone of the locality. In the crannies of these buildings trailing plants covered with pretty mauve or yellow flowers take root, and everywhere along the tops of the walls and in the cracks of the houses are ferns and flowering plants. They must get a good deal of their nourishment from the rich thick air, which seems composed of 85% of warm water, and the remainder of the odours of frangipani, orange flowers, magnolias, oleanders, and roses, combined with others that demonstrate that the inhabitants do not regard sanitary matters with the smallest degree of interest. There is one central street, and the others are neatly planned out at right angles to it. None of them are in any way paved or metalled. They are covered in much prettier fashion, and in a way more suitable for naked feet by green Bahama grass, save and except those which are so nearly perpendicular that they have got every bit of earth and grass cleared off them down to the red bedrock by the heavy rain of the wet season. In every direction natives are walking at a brisk pace, their naked feet making no sound on the springy turf of the streets, carrying on their heads huge burdens which are usually crowned by the hat of the bearer, a large limpet-shaped affair made of palm leaves. While some carry these enormous bundles, others bear logs or planks of wood, blocks of building stone, vessels containing palm oil, baskets of vegetables, or tin tea trays on which are folded shawls. As the great majority of the native inhabitants of Sierra Leone pay no attention whatever to where they are going, either in this world or the next, the confusion and noise are out of all proportion to the size of the town, and when, as frequently happens, a section of activity perambulating burden bearers charge recklessly into a sedentary section, the members of which have dismounted their loads and squatted themselves down beside them, right in the middle of the fairway to have a friendly yell with some acquaintances, the row becomes terrific. In among these crowds of country people walk stately Mohammedans, Mandigos, Akers, and Fulahs of the Arabised tribes of the Western Soudan. These are lithe, well-made men, and walk with a peculiarly fine elastic carriage. Their graceful garb consists of a long white loose-sleeved shirt, over which they wear either a long black mohair or silk gown, or a deep bright blue affair not altogether unlike a university gown, only with more stuff in it and more folds. They are undoubtedly the gentlemen of the Sierra Leone native population, and they are becoming an increasing faction in the town, by no means to the pleasure of the Christians. But to the casual visitor at Sierra Leone the Mohammedan is a mere passing sensation. You neither feel a burning desire to laugh with or at him as in the case of the country folks, nor do you wish to punch his head and split his coat up his back, things you yearn to do to that perfect flower of Sierra Leone culture, who yells your bald name across the street at you, condescendingly informs you that you can go and get letters that are waiting for you, while he smokes his cigar and lolls in the shade, or in some similar way displays his second-hand, rubbishy white culture. A culture far lower and less dignified than that of either the stately Mandingo or the bush chief. I do not think that the Sierra Leone dandy really means half as much insolence as he shows, but the truth is he feels too insecure of his own real position, in spite of all the side he puts on, and so he dare not be courteous like the Mandingo or the bush Fan. It is the costume of the people in Free Town and its harbour that will first attract the attention of the newcomer, notwithstanding the fact that the noise, the smell, and the heat are simultaneously making desperate bids for that favour. The ordinary man in the street wears anything he may have been able to acquire anyhow, and he does not fasten it on securely. I fancy it must be capillary attraction, or some other partially understood force that takes part in the matter. It is certainly neither braces nor buttons. There are, of course, some articles which from their very structure are fairly secure, such as an umbrella with the stick and ribs removed, or a shirt. This last mentioned treasure, which usually becomes the property of the ordinary man, from a female relative or admirer taking in white men's washing, is always worn flowing free, and has such a charm in itself that the happy possessor cares little what he continues his costume with, trousers, loin cloth, red flannel petticoat, or rice-bag drawers, being, as he would put it, all same for one to him. The ladies are divided into three classes: the young girl you address as Titi, the young person as sister, the more mature charmer as Mami, but I do not advise you to employ these terms when you are on your first visit, because you might get misunderstood. For you see, by addressing a Mami as a sister, she might think either that you were unconscious of her dignity as a married lady, a matter she would soon put you right on, or that you were flirting, which of course was totally foreign to your intention and would make you uncomfortable. My advice is that you rigidly stick to Mrs. or Mammy. I have seen this done most successfully. The ladies are almost as varied in their costume as the gentlemen, but always neater and cleaner, and mighty picturesque they are too, and occasionally very pretty. A market woman with her jolly brown face and laughing brown eyes, eyes all the softer for a touch of antimony, her ample form clothed in a lively print overall, made with a yoke at the shoulders and a full long flounce, which is gathered on to the yoke under the arms and falls fully to the feet, with her head done up in a yellow or red handkerchief, and her snowy white teeth gleaming through her vast smiles, is a mighty pleasant thing to see and to talk to. But Allah! The circumference of them! The stone-built, whitewashed market buildings of Free Town have a creditably clean and tidy appearance considering the climate, and the quantity and variety of things exposed for sale, things one wants the pen of a Rabelais to catalogue. Here are all manner of fruits, some which are familiar to you in England, others that soon become so to you in Africa. You take them as a matter of course if you are outward bound, but on your call homeward, if you make it, you will look on them as a blessing and a curiosity. For lower down, particularly in the rivers, these things are rarely to be had, and never in such perfection as here, and to see again lettuces, yellow oranges, and tomatoes bigger than marbles is a sensation and a joy. One of the chief features of Free Town are the jackcrows. Some writers say they are peculiar to Sierra Leone, others that they are not, but both unite in calling them Picathartes gymnocephalus. To the white people who live in daily contact with them they are turkey buzzards, to the natives Yuba. Anyhow, they are evil-looking fowl, and no ornament to the roof ridges they choose to sit on. The native Christians ought to put a row of spikes along the top of their cathedral to keep them off. The beauty of that edifice is very far from great, and it cannot carry off the effect produced by the row of these noisome birds as they sit along its summit, with their wings arranged at all manner of different angles in an all-gone way. One bird perhaps will have one straight out in front, and the other casually disposed at right angles, another both straight out in front, and others again with both hanging hopelessly down, but none with them neatly and tidily folded up, as decent birds' wings should be. They all give the impression of having been extremely drunk the previous evening, and of having subsequently fallen into some sticky abomination, into blood for choice. Being the scavengers of Free Town, however, they are respected by the local authorities and preserved, and the natives tell me you never see either a young or a dead one. The latter is a thing you would not expect, for half of them look as if they could not live through the afternoon. They also told me that when you get close to them they had a "trong trong nif nif" too much. I did not try, but I am quite willing to believe this statement. The other animals most in evidence in the streets are, first and foremost, goats and sheep. I have to lump them together, for it is exceedingly difficult to tell one from the other. All along the coast the empirical rule is that sheep carry their tails down, and goats carry their tails up. Fortunately you need not worry much anyway, for they both taste rather like the nothing that the world was made of, as Frau Buchholz says, and own in addition a fibrous texture and a certain twang. Small cinnamon-coloured cattle are to be got here, but horses there are practically none. Now and again some one who does not see why a horse should not live here as well as at Accra or Lagos imports one, but it always shortly dies. Some say it is because the natives who get their living by hammock carrying poison them, others say that tsetse fly finishes them off, and others, and these I believe are right, say that entozoa are the cause. Small, lean, lank, yellow dogs with very erect ears lead an awful existence, afflicted by many things, but beyond all others by the goats, who, rearing their families in the grassy streets, choose to think the dogs intend attacking them. Last but not least, there is the pig, a rich source of practice to the local lawyer. Cape Coast Castle and then Accra were the next places of general interest at which we stopped. The former looks well from the roadstead, and as if it had very recently been whitewashed. It is surrounded by low, heavily forested hills, which rise almost from the seashore, and the fine mass of its old castle does not display its dilapidation at a distance. Moreover, the three stone forts of Victoria, William, and McCarthy, situated on separate hills commanding the town, add to the general appearance of permanent substantialness so different from their usual ramshackledom of West Coast settlements. Even when you go ashore, and have had time to recover your senses, scattered by the surf experience, you find this substantialness a true one, not a mere visual delusion produced by painted wood as the seeming substantialness of Sierra Leone turns out to be when you get to close quarters with it. It causes one some mental effort to grasp the fact that Cape Coast has been in European hands for centuries, but it requires a most unmodern power of credence to realise this of any other settlement on the whole western seaboard, until you have the pleasure of seeing the beautiful city of San Paul de Luanda, far away down south, past the Congo. My experience of Cape Coast on this occasion was one of the hottest, but one of the pleasantest I have ever been through on the Gold Coast. The former attribute was due to the climate, the latter to my kind friends, Mr. Batty and Mr. and Mrs. Dennis Kemp. I was taken round the grand stone built houses, with their high stone walled yards, and sculpture decorated gateways, built by the merchants of the last century and of the century before, and through the great rambling stone castle, with its water tanks cut in the solid rock beneath it, and its commodious accommodation for slaves awaiting shipment, now almost as obsolete as the guns it mounts, but not quite so, for these cool and roomy chambers serve to house the native constabulary and their extensive families. This being done, I was taken up an unmitigated hill, on whose summit stands Fort William, a pepper pot like structure, now used as a lighthouse. The view from the top was exceedingly lovely and extensive. Beneath and between us and the sea lay the town in the blazing sun. In among its solid stone buildings, patches of native mud built huts, huddled together as though they had been shaken down out of a sack into the town to serve as dunnage. Then came the snow white surf wall, and across it the blue sea, with our steamer rolling to and fro on the long regular swell, impatiently waiting until Sunday should be over and she should work cargo. Round us, on all the other sides, were wooded hills and valleys, and away in the distance to the west showed the white town and castle of Elmina and the 9-mile road thither, skirting the surf-bound seashore, only broken on its level way by the mouth of the sweet river. Over all was the brooding silence of the noonday heat, broken only by the dulled thunder of the surf. After seeing these things we started downstairs, and on reaching ground descended yet lower into a sort of stone-walled dry moat, out of which opened clean, cool, cellar-like chambers tunnelled into the earth. These, I was informed, had also been constructed to keep slaves in when they were the staple export of the Gold Coast. They were so refreshingly cool that I lingered looking at them and their massive doors, ere being marched up to ground level again, and down the hill through some singularly awful stenches, mostly arising from rubber, into the big Wesleyan church in the middle of the town. It is a building in the terrible Africo Gothic style, but it compares most favourably with the cathedral at Sierra Leone, particularly internally, wherein, indeed, it far surpasses that structure. And then we returned to the mission house and spent a very pleasant evening, save for the knowledge, which amounted in me to remorse, that, had it not been for my edification, not one of my friends would have spent the day toiling about the town they knew only too well. The Wesleyan mission on the Gold Coast, of which Mr. Dennis Kemp was at that time chairman, is the largest and most influential Protestant mission on the west coast of Africa, and it is now, I am glad to say, adding a technical department to its scholastic and religious one. The Basel mission has done a great deal of good work in giving technical instruction to the natives, and practically started this most important branch of their education. There is still an almost infinite amount of this work to be done, the African being so strangely deficient in mechanical culture, infinitely more so, indeed, in this than in any other particular. After leaving Cape Coast, our next port was Accra, which is one of the 5 West Coast towns that look well from the sea. The others don't look well from anywhere. First in order of beauty comes San Paul de Luanda, then Cape Coast with its satellite Elmina, then Gaboon, then Accra with its satellite Christiansborg, and lastly Sierra Leone. What there is of beauty in Accra is Oriental in type. Seen from the sea, Fort St. James on the left and Christiansborg Castle on the right, both almost on shore level, give, with an outcrop of sandy dwarf cliffs, a certain air of balance and strength to the town, though but for these and the 2 old castles, Accra would be but a poor place and a flimsy, for the rest of it is a mass of rubbishy mud and palm leaf huts, and corrugated iron dwellings for the Europeans. Corrugated iron is my abomination. I quite understand it has points, and I do not attack from an aesthetic standpoint. It really looks well enough when it is painted white. There is, close to Christiansborg Castle, a patch of bungalows and offices for officialdom and wife that from a distance in the hard bright sunshine looks like an encampment of snow white tents among the cocoa palms, and pretty enough withal. I am also aware that the corrugated iron roofs is an advantage in enabling you to collect and store rain water, which is the safest kind of water you can get on the coast, always supposing you have not painted the aforesaid roof with red oxide an hour or two before so collecting, as a friend of mine did once. But the heat inside those iron houses is far greater than inside mud-walled brick or wooden ones, and the alterations of temperature more sudden; mornings and evenings they are cold and clammy, draughty they are always, thereby giving you chill which means fever, and fever in West Africa means more than it does in most places. Going on shore at Accra with Lady MacDonald gave me opportunities and advantages I should not otherwise have enjoyed, such as the hospitality of the Governor, luxurious transport from the landing place to Christiansborg Castle, a thorough inspection of the cathedral in course of erection, and the strange and highly interesting function of going to a tea party at a police station to meet a king. A real reigning king, who kindly attended with his suite and displayed an intelligent interest in photographs. Tacky, that is his Majesty's name, is an old spare man with a subdued manner. His sovereign rights are acknowledged by the government, so far as to hold him more or less responsible for any iniquity committed by his people, and as the government do not allow him to execute or flagellate the said people, earthly pomp is rather a hollow thing to Tacky. On landing I was taken in charge by an assistant inspector of police, and after a scrimmage for my chief's baggage and my own, which reminded me of a long ago landing on the distant island of Guernsey, the inspector and I got into a rickshaw, locally called a go-cart. It was pulled in front by two government negroes and pushed behind by another pair, all neatly attired in white jackets and knee breeches, and crimson cummerbunds yards long, bound around their middles. Now it is an ingrained characteristic of the uneducated negro that he cannot keep on a neat and complete garment of any kind. It does not matter what that garment may be, so long as it is whole, off it comes. But as soon as that garment becomes a series of holes held together by filaments of rag, he keeps it upon him in a manner that is marvellous, and you need have no further anxiety on its behalf. Therefore it was but natural that the governmental cummerbunds, being new, should come off their wearers several times in the course of our 2-mile trip, and as they wound riskily round the legs of their running wearers, we had to make halts, while one end of the cummerbund was affixed to a tree trunk and the other end to the man, who rapidly wound himself up in it again, with a skill that spoke of constant practice. The road to Christiansborg from Accra, which runs parallel to the sea and is broad and well kept, is in places pleasantly shaded with pepper trees, eucalyptus, and palms. The first part of it, which forms the main street of Accra, is remarkable. The untidy, poverty-stricken native houses or huts are no credit to their owners, and a constant source of anxiety to a conscientious sanitary inspector. Almost every one of them is a shop, but this does not give rise to the animated commercial life one might imagine, owing, I presume, to the fact that every native inhabitant of Accra who has any money to get rid of is able recklessly to spend it in his own emporium. For these shops are of the store nature, each after his kind, and seem homogeneously stocked with tin pans, loud patterned basins, iron pots, a few rolls of cloth, and bottles of American rum. After passing these there are the Hausa lines, a few European houses, and the cathedral, and when nearly into Christiansborg, a cemetery on either side of the road. That to the right is the old cemetery, now closed, and when I was there, in a disgracefully neglected state, a mere jungle of grass infested with snakes. Opposite to it is a cemetery now in use, and I remember well my first visit to it, under the guidance of a gloomy government official, who said he always walked there every afternoon, so as to get used to the place before staying permanently in it. A rank waste of time and energy, by the way, as subsequent events proved, for he is now safe off the Gold Coast for good and all. He took me across the well kept grass to two newly dug graves, each covered with wooden hoods in a most businesslike way. Evidently those hoods were regular parts of the cemetery's outfit. He said nothing, but waved his hand with a "Take your choice, they are both quite ready" style. "Why?" I queried laconically. "Oh, we always keep two graves ready dug for Europeans. We have to bury very quickly here, you know," he answered. I turned at bay. I had had already a very heavy dose of details of this sort that afternoon, and was disinclined to believe another thing. So I said, "It's exceedingly wrong to do a thing like that. You only frighten people to death. You can't want new dug graves daily. There are not enough white men in the whole place to keep the institution up." "We do," he replied, "at any rate at this season. Why, the other day we had two white men to bury before 12 o'clock, and at 4 another dropped in on a steamer." At 4:30 said a companion, an exceedingly accurate member of the staff, "How you fellows do exaggerate. Subsequent knowledge of the Gold Coast has convinced me fully that the extra funeral being placed half an hour sooner than it occurred is the usual percentage of exaggeration you will be able to find in stories relating to the local mortality. And at Accra, after I left it, and all along the Gold Coast, came one of those dreadful epidemic outbursts, sweeping away more than half the white population in a few weeks." But to return to our state journey along the Christiansborg Road. We soon reached the castle, an exceedingly roomy and solid edifice, built by the Danes, and far better fitted for the climate than our modern dwellings, in spite of our supposed advance in tropical hygiene. We entered by the sentry-guarded great gate into the courtyard. On the right hand were the rest of the guard, most of them asleep on their mats, but a few busy saying dhikr, etc., towards Mecca, like the good Mohammedans these Hausas are, others winding themselves into their cummerbunds. On the left hand was Sir Bradford Griffith's hobby, a choice and select little garden, of lovely Eucharis lilies, mostly in tubs, and rare and beautiful flowers brought by him from his Barbadian home, while shading it and the courtyard was a fine specimen of that superb thing of beauty, a flamboyant tree, glorious with its delicate green, acacia-like leaves and vermilion and yellow flowers, and astonishing with its vast beans. A flight of stone stairs leads from the courtyard to the upper part of the castle, where the living rooms are, over the extensive series of cool tunnel-like slave barracoons, now used as store chambers. The upper rooms are high and large, and full of a soft pleasant light and the thunder of the everlasting surf breaking on the rocky spit on which the castle is built. From the day the castle was built, now more than 100 years ago, the surf spray has been swept by the onshore evening breeze into every chink and cranny of the whole building, and hence the place is mouldy, mouldy to an extent I, with all my experience in that paradise for mould, West Africa, have never elsewhere seen. The matting on the floors took an impression of your foot as a light snowfall would. Beneath articles of furniture the cryptogams attained a size more in keeping with the coal period than with the 19th century. The Gold Coast is one of the few places in West Africa that I have never felt it my solemn duty to go and fish in. I really cannot say why. Seen from the sea, it is a pleasant looking land. The long lines of yellow sandy beach, backed by an almost continuous line of blue hills, which in some places come close to the beach, in other places show in the dim distance. It is hard to think that it is so unhealthy as it is, from just seeing it as you pass by. It has high land, and has not those great masses of mangrove swamp one usually at first associates with a bad fever district, but which prove on acquaintance to be at any rate no worse than this well elevated, open forested Gold Coast land. There are many things to be had here and in Lagos which tend to make life more tolerable that you cannot have elsewhere until you are south of the Congo. horses, for example, do fairly well at Accra, though some 12 miles or so behind the town there is a belt of tsetse fly, specimens of which I have procured and had identified at the British Museum, and it is certain death to a horse, I am told, to take it to Aburi. The food supply, although bad and dear, is superior to that you get down south. Goats and sheep are fairly plentiful. In addition to fresh meat and tinned, you are able to get a quantity of good sea fish for the great West African bank, which fringes the coast in the Bight of Benin, abounds in fish, although the native cook very rarely knows how to cook them. Then, too, you can get more fruit and vegetables on the Gold Coast than at most places lower down. The plantain, not least among them, and very good when allowed to become ripe, and then cut into longitudinal strips and properly fried. The banana, which surpasses it when served in the same manner, or beaten up and mixed with rice, butter, and eggs, and baked. Eggs, by the way, according to the great mass of native testimony, are laid in this country in a state that makes them more fit for electioneering than culinary purposes, and I shall never forget one tribe I was once among, who, whenever I sat down on one of their benches, used to smash eggs round me for juju. They meant well, but I will nobly resist the temptation to tell egg stories and industriously catalogue the soursop, guava, grenadilla, aubergine or garden egg, and sweet potato. The sweet potato should be boiled and then buttered and browned in an oven or fried. When cooked in either way I am devoted to them, but in the way I most frequently come across them I abominate them, for they jeopardize my existence both in this world and the next. It is this way. You are coming home from a long and dangerous beetle hunt in the forest. You have battled with mighty beetles the size of pie dishes. They have flown at your head, got into your hair, and then nipped you smartly. You have been also considerably stung and bitten by flies, ants, etc., and are most likely sopping wet with rain, or with the wading of streams, and you are tired and your feet go low along the ground, and it is getting, or has got dark with that ever-deluding tropical rapidity, and then you, for your sins, get into a piece of ground which last year was a native's farm, and placing one foot under the tough vine of a surviving sweet potato, concealed by rank herbage, you plant your other foot on another portion of the same vine. Your head you then deposit promptly in some prickly ground crop, or against a tree stump, and then if there is human blood in you, you say damn. Then there are also alligator pears, limes, and oranges. There is something about those oranges I should like to have explained. They are usually green and sweetish in taste, nor have they much white pith, but now and again you get a big bright yellow one from those trees that have been imported, and these are very pithy and in full possession of the flavour of verjuice. They have also got the papaw on the coast, the carica papaya of botanists. It is an insipid fruit. To the newcomer it is a dreadful nuisance, for no sooner does an old coaster set eyes on it than he straightway says, "Papaws are awfully good for the digestion, and even if you just hang a tough fowl or a bit of goat in the tree among the leaves, it gets tender in no time, for there is an awful lot of pepsin in a papaw," which there is not, papain being its active principle. After hearing this hymn of praise to the papaw some hundreds of times, it palls, and you usually arrive at this tired feeling about the thing by the time you reach the Gold Coast, for it is a most common object, and the same man will say the same thing about it a dozen times a day if he gets a chance. I got heartily sick of it on my first voyage, and rashly determined to check the old coaster in this habit of his, preparatory to stamping the practice out. It was one of my many failures. I soon met an old coaster with a papaw fruit in sight, and before he had time to start, I boldly got away with, "The papaw is awfully good for the digestion," hoping that this display of knowledge would impress him and exempt me from hearing the rest of the formula. But no. "Right you are," said he solemnly. "It's a powerful thing is a papaw. Why, the other day we had a sad case along here. You know what a nuisance young assistants are, bothering about their chop, and scorpions in their beds and boots, and what not and a half, and then when you have pulled them through these, and often enough before, pegging out with fever or going on the fly in the native town. Did you know poor B? Well, he's dead now, had fever and went off like a babe in 8 hours, though he had been out 14 years for A and D. They sent him out a new bookkeeper, a tender young thing with a dairy-maid complexion and the notion that he'd got the indigestion. He fidgeted about it something awful. One night there was a big paw on the table for evening chop, and so B, who was an awfully good chap, told him about how good it was for the digestion. The bookkeeper said his trouble always came on 2 hours after eating, and asked if he might take a bit of the thing to his room. "Certainly," says B, and as the paw wasn't cut at that meal, the bookkeeper quietly took it off whole with him. In the morning he did not turn up. B, just before breakfast, went to his room and he wasn't there, but he noticed the paw was on the bed, and that was all, so he thought the bookkeeper must have gone for a walk, being as it were a bit too tender to have gone on the flies yet. So he just told the store clerk to tell the people to return him to the firm when they found him straying around lost, and thought no more about it, being as it was mail day and him busy. Well, fortunately the steward boy put that paw on the table again for 12 o'clock chop. If it hadn't been for that, not a living soul would have known the going of the bookkeeper, for when B cut it open, there right inside were 9 steel trouser buttons, a Waterbury watch, and the poor young fellow's keys. For you see, instead of his digesting his dinner with that paw, the paw took charge and digested him, dinner and all, and when B interrupted it, it was just getting a grip on the steel things. There's an awful lot of pepsin in a paw, and if you hang, etc., etc. I collapsed, feebly murmuring that it was very interesting, but sad for the poor young fellow's friends. "Not necessarily," said the old coaster. So he had the last word, and never again will I attempt to alter the ways of the genuine old coaster. What you have got to do with him is to be very thankful you have had the honour of knowing him. Still, I think we do overestimate the value of the paw, although I certainly did once myself hang the leg of a goat no mortal man could have got tooth into, onto a papaw tree with a bit of string for the night. In the morning it was clean gone, string and all, but whether it was the pepsin, the papain, or a purloining pagan that was the cause of its departure, there was no evidence to show. Yet I am myself, as Hans Breitmann says, still skeptical as to the paw, and I dare say you are too. But I must forthwith stop writing about the Gold Coast, or I shall go on telling you stories and wasting your time, not to mention the danger of letting out those which would damage the nerves of the cultured of temperate climes, such as those relating to the youth who taught himself French from a 6 months' method book, of the man who wore brass buttons, the moving story of 3 leeches and 2 gentlemen, the doctor up a creek, and the reason why you should not eat pork along here, because all the natives have either got the guinea worm or craw or ulcers, and then the pigs go and, dear me, it was a near thing that time. I'll leave off at once. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Fernando Po and the Bubis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 2. Fernando Po and the Bubis. Giving some account of the occupation of this island by the whites and the manners and customs of the blacks peculiar to it. Our outward voyage really terminated at Calabar, and it terminated gorgeously in fireworks and what not, in honour of the coming of Lady MacDonald, the whole settlement, white and black, turning out to do her honour to the best of its ability. And its ability in this direction was far greater than, from my previous knowledge of coast conditions, I could have imagined possible. Before Sir Claude MacDonald settled down again to local work, he and Lady MacDonald crossed to Fernando Po, still in the Batanga, and I accompanied them, thus getting an opportunity of seeing something of Spanish official circles. I had heard sundry noble legends of Fernando Po, and seen the coast and a good deal of the island before, but although I had heard much of the Governor, I had never met him until I went up to his residence with Lady MacDonald and the Consul General. He was a delightful person, who as a Spanish naval officer, sometime resident in Cuba, had picked up a lot of English with a strong American accent clinging to it. He gave a most moving account of how, as soon as his appointment as governor was announced, all his friends and acquaintances carefully explained to him that this appointment was equivalent to execution, only more uncomfortable in the way it worked out. During the outward voyage this was daily confirmed by the stories told by the sailors and merchants personally acquainted with the place, who were able to support their information with dates and details of the decease of the victims to the climate. Still he kept up a good heart, but when he arrived at the island he found his predecessor had died of fever, and he himself, the day after landing, went down with a bad attack, and he was placed in a bed, the same bed, he was mournfully informed, in which the last governor had expired. Then he did believe, all in one awful lump, all the stories he had been told, and added to their horrors a few original conceptions of death and purgatory, and a lot of transparent, semi-formed images of his own delirium. Fortunately, both prophecy and personal conviction alike miscarried, and the governor returned from the jaws of death. But without a moment's delay he withdrew from the port of Clarence and went up the mountain to Basel, which is in the neighbourhood of the highest native village, where he built himself a house, and around it a little village of homes for the most unfortunate set of human beings I have ever laid eye on. They are the remnant of a set of Spanish colonists who had been located at some point in the Spanish possessions in Morocco, and finding that place unfit to support human life, petitioned the government to remove them and let them try colonizing elsewhere. The Spanish government just then had one of its occasional fits of interest in Fernando Po, and so shipped them here. And the governor, a most kindly and generous man, who would have been a credit to any country, established them and their families around him at Basel, to share with him the advantages of the superior elevation, advantages he profoundly believed in, and which he has always placed at the disposal of any sick white man on the island of whatsoever nationality or religion. Undoubtedly the fever is not so severe at Basel as in the lowlands, but there are here the usual drawbacks to West African highland, namely an oversupply of rain, and equally saturating mists, to say nothing of sudden and extreme alterations of temperature, and so the colonists still fall off, and their children die continuously from the various entozoa which abound upon the land. When the governor first settled upon the mountain he was very difficult to get at for business purposes, and a telephone was therefore run up to him from Clarence through the forest, and Spain at large felt proud at this dashing bit of enterprise in modern appliance. Alas, the primeval forests of Fernando Po were also charmed with the new toy, and they talked to each other on it with their leaves and branches to such an extent that a human being could not get a word in edgeways. So the governor had to order the construction of a road along the course of the wire to keep the trees off it, but unfortunately the telephone is still an uncertain means of communication, because another interruption in its usefulness still afflicts it, namely the indigenous natives' habit of stealing bits out of its wire, for they are fully persuaded that they cannot be found out in their depredations provided they take sufficient care that they are not caught in the act. The governor is thus liable to be cut off at any moment in the middle of a conversation with Clarence, and the amount of "Hellos," "Are you theirs?" and "Speak louder, please," in Spanish that must at such times be poured out and wasted in the lonely forests before the break is realized and an unfortunate man set off as a messenger, is terrible to think of. But nothing would persuade the governor to come a mile down towards Clarence until the day he should go there to join the vessel that was to take him home, and I am bound to say he looked as if the method was a sound one, for he was an exceedingly healthy, cheery looking man. Fernando Po is said to be a comparatively modern island, and not so very long ago have been connected with the mainland. the strait between them being only 19 miles across and not having any deep soundings. I fail to see what grounds there are for these ideas, for though Fernando Po's volcanoes are not yet extinct, but merely have their fires banked, yet, on the other hand, the island has been in existence sufficiently long to get itself several peculiar species of animals and plants, and that is a thing which takes time. I myself do not believe that this island was ever connected with the continent, but arose from the ocean as the result of a terrific upheaval in the chain of volcanic activity, which runs across the Atlantic from the Cameroon Mountains in a SSW direction to Annobom Island, and possibly even to the Tristan da Cunha group, midway between the Cape and South America. These volcanic islands are all of extreme beauty and fertility. They consist of Fernando Po, 10,190 feet, Principe, 3,000 feet, San Thom, 6,913 feet, and Annobom, 1,350 feet. San Thom and Principe are Portuguese possessions, Fernando Po and Annobom Spanish, and they are all exceedingly unhealthy. San Thom is still called the Dutchman's churchyard on account of the devastation its climate wrought among the Hollanders, when they once occupied it, as they seem, at one time or another, to have occupied all Portuguese possessions out here. During the long war these two powers raged with each other for supremacy in the Bights, a supremacy that neither of them attained to. Principe is said to be the most unhealthy, and the reason of the difference in this particular between Principe and Annobom is said to arise from the fact that the former is on the Guinea current, a hot current, and Annobom on the equatorial, which averages 10 degrees cooler than its neighbour. The shores of San Thom are washed by both currents, and the currents around Fernando Po are in a mixed and uncertain state. It is difficult, unless you have haunted these seas, to realise the interest we take down there in currents, particularly when you are navigating small sailing boats, a pursuit I indulge in necessarily from my fishing practices. Their effect on the climate, too, is very marked. If we could only arrange for some terrific affair to take place in the bed of the Atlantic, that would send that precious Guinea current to the place it evidently comes from, and get the cool equatorial alongside the mainland shore, West Africa would be quite another place. Fernando Po is the most important island as regards size on the West African coast, and at the same time one of the most beautiful in the world. It is a great volcanic mass with many craters, and culminates in the magnificent cone, Clarence Peak, called by the Spaniards Pico de Santa Isabel, by the natives of the island Owasa. Seen from the sea or from the continent it looks like an immense single mountain that has floated out to sea. It is visible during clear weather, and particularly sharply visible in the strange clearness you get after a tornado. From 100 miles to seawards, and anything more perfect than Fernando Po when you sight it, as you occasionally do from far away Bonny Bar, in the sunset, floating like a fairy island made of gold or of amethyst, I cannot conceive. It is almost equally lovely at close quarters, namely from the mainland at Victoria, 19 miles distant. Its moods of beauty are infinite, for the most part gentle and gorgeous, but I have seen it silhouetted hard against tornado clouds, and grandly grim from the upper regions of its great brother Mungo. And as for Fernando Po in full moonlight, well there, you had better go and see it yourself. The whole island is, or rather I should say was, heavily forested almost to its peak, with a grand and varied type of forest, very rich in oil palms and tree ferns, and having an undergrowth containing an immense variety and quantity of ferns and mosses. Sugar cane also grows wild here, an uncommon thing in West Africa. The last botanical collection of any importance made from these forests was that of Herman, and its examination showed that Abyssinian genera and species predominated, and that many species similar to those found in the mountains of Mauritius, The Isle de Bourbon and Madagascar were present. The number of European plants, 43 genera, 27 species, is strikingly large, most of the British forms being represented chiefly at the higher elevations. What was more striking was that it showed that South African forms were extremely rare, and not one of the characteristic types of St. Helena occurred. Cocoa, coffee, and cinchona, alas, flourish in Fernando Po, as the coffee suffers but little from the disease that harasses it on the mainland at Victoria. And this is the cause of the great destruction of the forest that is at present taking place. San Thom, a few years ago, was discovered by its surprised neighbours to be amassing great wealth by growing coffee, and so Fernando Po and Principe immediately started to amass great wealth too, and are now hard at work with gangs of miscellaneous natives got from all parts of the coast, save the Kru. For to the Kruboy, Panier, as he calls Spaniard, is a name of horror worse than the Portuguese, although he holds God made white man and God made black man, but dem devil make Portuguese. And he also remembers an unfortunate affair that occurred some years ago now in connection with coffee growing. A number of Krumen engaged themselves for a 2-year term of labour on the island of San Thom, and when they arrived there were set to work on coffee plantations by the Portuguese. Now agricultural work is women's palaver, but nevertheless the Krumen made shift to get through with it, vowing the while, no doubt, as they hopefully notched away the moons on their tally sticks, that they would never let the girls at home know that they had been hoeing. But when their moons were all complete, instead of being sent home with their pay to "we country," they were put off from time to time, and month after month went by and they were still on San Thom, and still hoeing. At last the homesick men, in despair of ever getting free, started off secretly in ones and twos to try and get to "we country," across hundreds of miles of the storm-haunted Atlantic in small canoes, and with next to no provisions. The result was a tragedy, but it might easily have been worse, for a very few, were picked up alive by English vessels and taken back to their beloved "we country" to tell the tale. But many a canoe was found with a dead Kruboy or so in it, and many a one which, floating bottom upwards, graphically spoke of madness caused by hunger, thirst, and despair having driven its occupants overboard to the sharks. My Portuguese friends assure me that there was never thought of permanently detaining the boys, and that they were only just keeping them until other labourers arrived to take their place on the plantations. I quite believe them, for I have seen too much of the Portuguese in Africa to believe that they would, in a wholesale way, be cruel to natives. But I am not in the least surprised that the poor Krumen took the Portuguese logo and aman for eternity itself, for I have frequently done so. The greatest length of the island lies northeast and southwest, and amounts to 33 miles; the mean breadth is 17 miles. The port, Clarence Cove, now called Santa Isabel by the Spaniards, who have been giving Spanish names to all the English named places, without any one taking much notice of them, is a very remarkable place, and except perhaps Gaboon, the finest harbour on the west coast. The point that brings Gaboon anchorage up in line with Clarence Cove is its superior healthiness, for Clarence is a section of a circle, and its shores are steep rocky cliffs from 100 to 200 feet high, and the place, to put it very mildly, exceedingly hot and stuffy. The cove is evidently a partly submerged crater. The submerged rim of the crater is almost a perfect semicircle seawards, having on it 4, 5, 7, 8, and 10 fathoms of water, save almost in the centre of the arc, where there is a passage with 12 to 14 fathoms. Inside in the crater there is deeper water, running in places from 30 to 45 fathoms, and outside the submerged rim there is deeper water again, but rocky shoals abound. On the top of the shore cliff stands the dilapidated little town of Clarence, on a plateau that falls away slightly towards the mountain for about a mile, when the ground commences to rise into the slopes of the Cordillera. On the narrow beach, tucked close against the cliffs, are a few stores belonging to the merchants, where goods are placed on landing, and there is a little pier too, but as it is usually having something done to its head, or else is closed by the authorities because they intend doing something by and by, the chances are against its being available for use. Hence it usually comes about that you have to land on the beach, and when you have done this you make your way up a very steep path cut in the cliffside to the town. When you get there you find yourself in the very dullest town I know on the coast. I remember when I first landed in Clarence I found its society in a flutter of expectation and alarm, not untinged with horror. Clarence, nay, the whole of Fernando Po was about to become so rackety and dissipated as to put Paris and Monte Carlo to the blush. Clarence was going to have a cafe, and what was going to go on in that cafe I shrink from reciting. I have little hesitation now in saying this alarm was a false one. When I next arrived in Clarence it was just as sound asleep, and its streets as weed grown as ever, although the cafe was open. My idea is that the sleepiness of the place infected the cafe and took all the go out of it. But again it may have been that the inhabitants were too well guarded against its evil influence, for there are on the island 52 white laymen and 54 priests to take charge of them. The extra 2 being, I presume, to look after the Governor's conduct, although this worthy man made a most spirited protest against this view when I suggested it to him, and in addition to the priests there are several missionaries of the Methodist mission, and also a white gentleman who has invented a new religion. Anyhow, the cafe smoulders like a damp squib. When you spend the day on shore, and when, having exhausted the charms of the town, a thing that usually takes from between 10 minutes to a quarter of an hour, you apply to an inhabitant for advice as to the disposal of the rest of your shore leave, you are told to "go and see the coals." You say you have not come to tropical islands to see a coal heap, and applying elsewhere for advice you probably get the same. So, as you were told to "go and see the coals" when you left your ship, you do as you are bid. These coals, the remnant of the store that was kept here for the English men of war, were left here when the naval station was removed. The Spaniards at first thought of using them, and ran a tramway from Clarence to them, but when the tramway was finished, their activity had run out too, and to this day there the coals remain. Now and again some one has the idea that they are quite good, and can be used for a steamer, and some people who have tried them say they are all right, and others say they are all wrong. And so the end of it will be that some few thousand years hence there will be a serious quarrel among geologists on the strange pocket of coal on Fernando Po, and they will run up continents and raise and lower oceans to explain them, and they will doubtless get more excitement and pleasure out of them than you can nowadays. The history of the English occupation of Fernando Po seems often misunderstood, and now and then one hears our Governor reviled for handing it over to the Spaniards. But this was unavoidable, for we had it as a loan from Spain in 1827, as a naval station for our ships, at that time energetically commencing to suppress the slave trade in the Bights, the idea being that this island would afford a more healthy and convenient spot for a naval depot than any port on the coast itself. More convenient Fernando Po certainly was, but not more healthy, and ever since 1827 it has been accumulating for itself an evil reputation for unhealthiness, which is only languishing just at present because there is an interval between its epidemics, fever in Fernando Po, even more than on the mainland, having periodic outbursts of a more serious type than the normal intermittent and remittent of the coast. Moreover, Fernando Po shares with Senegal the undoubted yet doubtful honour of having had regular yellow fever. In 1862 and 1866 this disease was imported by a ship that had come from Havana. Since then it has not appeared in the definite South American form, and therefore does not seem to have obtained the foothold it has in Senegal, where a few years ago all the money voted for the keeping of the Fete Nationale was in one district devoted by public consent to the purchase of coffins required by an overwhelming outbreak of yellow jack. In 1858 the Spanish government, thinking, presumably, that the slave trade was suppressed enough, or at any rate to a sufficiently inconvenient extent, reclaimed Fernando Po, to the horror of the Baptist missionaries who had settled in Clarence apparently under the erroneous idea that the island had been definitely taken over by the English. This mission had received from the West African Company a large grant of land, and had collected round it a gathering of Sierra Leonians and other artisan and trading Africans who were attracted to Clarence by the work made by the naval station, and these people, with the English traders who also settled here for a like reason, were the founders of Clarence Town. The declaration of the Spanish government stating that only Roman Catholic missions would be countenanced caused the Baptists to abandon their possessions and withdraw to the mainland in Ambas Bay, where they have since remained, and nowadays Protestantism is represented by a Methodist mission, which has a sub-branch on the mainland on the Akwayate River and one on the Kwaibo. The Spaniards, on resuming possession of the island, had one of their attacks of activity regarding it, and sent out with Don Carlos Chacon, who was to take over the command, 4 Jesuit priests, a secretary, a commissariat officer, a custom house clerk, and a transport, the Santa Maria, with a number of emigrant families. This attempt to colonize Fernando Po should have at least done the good of preventing such experiments ever being tried again with women and children, for of these unfortunate creatures, for whom in spite of its being the wet season, no houses had been provided, more than 20% died in the space of 5 months. Mr. Hutchinson, who was English consul at the time, tells us that in a very short time the gaunt figures of men, women, and children might be seen crawling through the streets with scarcely an evidence of life in their faces, save the expression of a sort of torpid carelessness as to how soon it might be their turn to drop off and die. The Portino, a steamer, carried back 50 of them to Cadiz, who looked when they embarked more like living skeletons of skin and bone than animated human beings. I quote this not to cast reproach on the Spanish government, but merely to give a fact, a case in point of the deadly failure of endeavours to colonize on the West Coast, a thing which is even now occasionally attempted, always with the same sad results, though in most cases these attempts are now made by religious but misinformed people under Bishop Taylor's mission. The Spaniards did not entirely confine their attention to planting colonists in a ready-made state on the island. As soon as they had settled themselves and built their barracks and government house, they set to work and cleared away the bush for an area of from 4 to 6 miles around the town. The ground soon became overgrown again, but this clearing is still perceptible in the different type of forest on it, and has enabled the gardens and little plantations round Clarence to be made more easily. My Spanish friends assure me that the Portuguese who discovered the island in 1471, and who exchanged it and Anno Bom in 1778 to the Spaniards for the little island of Catalina and the colony of Sacramento in South America, did not do anything to develop it. When they, the Spaniards, first entered into possession, they at once set to work to colonize and clear. Then the colonization scheme went to the bad, the natives poisoned the wells, it is said, and the attention of the Spaniards was in those days turned, for some inscrutable reason, to the eastern shores of the island, a district now quite abandoned by whites on account of its unhealthiness, and they lost, in addition to the colonists, a terrible quantity of their sailors in Conception Bay. A lull then followed, and the Spaniards willingly lent the place to the English as aforesaid. They say we did nothing except establish Clarence as a headquarters, which they consider to have been a most excellent enterprise, and import the Baptist mission, which they hold as a less estimable undertaking; but there, that's nothing to what the Baptist mission hold regarding the Spaniards. For my own part, I wish the Spaniards better luck this time in their activity, for in directing it to plantations they are on a truer and safer road to wealth than they have been with their previous importations of Cuban political prisoners, and ready-made families of colonists, and I hope they will send home those unfortunate wretches they have there now, and commence in their expected 2 years to reap the profits of the coffee and cocoa. Certainly the chances are that they may, for the soil of Fernando Po is of exceeding fertility. Mr. Hutchinson says he has known Indian corn planted here on a Monday evening make its appearance 4 inches above ground on the following Wednesday morning, within a period, he carefully says, of 36 hours. I have seen this sort of thing over in Victoria, but I'd like to get a grown strong man, and a consul of Her Britannic Majesty, to say it for me. Having discoursed at large on the various incomers to Fernando Po, we may next turn to the natives properly so called the Bubis. These people, although presenting a series of interesting problems to the ethnologist, both from their insular position and their differentiation from any of the mainland peoples, are still but little known. To a great extent this has arisen from their exclusiveness and their total lack of enthusiasm in trade matters, a thing that differentiates them more than any other characteristic from the mainlanders who, young and old, men and women, regard trade as the great affair of life, take to it as soon as they can toddle, and don't even leave it off at death, according to their own accounts of the way the spirits of distinguished traders still dabble and interfere in market matters. But it is otherwise with the Bubi. A little rum, a few beads, and a finish, then he will turn the rest of his attention to catching porcupines, or the beautiful little gazelles, grey on the back and white underneath, with which the island abounds. And what time he may have on hand after this he spends in building houses and making himself hats. It is only his utterly spare moments that he employs in making just sufficient palm oil from the rich supply of nuts at his command to get that rum and those beads of his. Cloth he does not want. He utterly fails to see what good the stuff is, for he abhors clothes. The Spanish authorities insist that the natives who come into the town should have something on, and so they array themselves in a bit of cotton cloth, which before they are out of sight of the town on their homeward way, they strip off and stuff into their baskets, showing in this, as well as in all other particulars, how uninfluenceable by white culture they are. For the Spaniards, like the Portuguese, are great sticklers for clothes, and insist on their natives wearing them, usually with only too much success. I shall never forget the yards and yards of cotton the ladies of Loanda wore, and not content with making cocoons of their bodies, they wore over their heads as a mantilla some dozen yards or so of black cloth into the bargain. Moreover, this insistence on drapery for the figure is not merely for towns. A German officer told me the other day that when a week or so before his ship had called at Annobom, they were simply besieged for cloth, 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 the Annobomians explaining that they were all anxious to go across to Principe and get employment on coffee plantations, but that the Portuguese planters would not engage them in an unclothed state. You must not, however, imagine that the Bubi is neglectful of his personal appearance. In his way he is quite a dandy, but his idea of decoration goes in the direction of a plaster of tola, pomatum over his body, and above all a hat. This hat may be an antique European one, or a bound round handkerchief, but it is more frequently a confection of native manufacture, and great taste and variety are displayed in its make. They are of plaited palm leaf, that's all you can safely generalize regarding them, for sometimes they have broad brims, sometimes narrow, sometimes no brims at all. So too with the crown. Sometimes it is thick and domed, sometimes non-existent, the wearer's hair aglow with red tail parrots, feathers sticking up where the crown should be. As a general rule, these hats are much adorned with oddments of birds' plumes, and one chief I knew had quite a Regent Street Dolly Varden creation which he used to affix to his wool in a most intelligent way with bonnet pins made of wood. These hats are also a peculiarity of the Bubi, for none of the mainlanders care a row of pins for hats, except for Dandy to wear occasionally, whereas the Bubi wears his perpetually, although he has by no means the same amount of sun to guard against, owing to the glorious forests of his island. For earrings the Bubi wears pieces of wood stuck through the lobe of the ear, and although this is not a decorative habit, still it is less undecorative than that of certain mainland friends of mine in this region, who wear large and necessarily dripping lumps of fat in their ears and in their hair. His neck is hung round with jujus on strings, bits of the backbones of pythons, teeth, feathers, and antelope horns, and occasionally a bit of fat in a bag. Round his upper arm are bracelets preferably made of ivory got from the mainland, for celluloid bracelets carefully imported for his benefit he refuses to look at. Often these bracelets are made of beads or a circlet of leaves, and when on the war path an armlet of twisted grass is always worn by the men. Men and women alike wear armlets, and in the case of the women they seem to be put on when young, for you see puffs of flesh growing out from between them. They are not entirely for decoration, serving also as pockets, for under them men stick a knife and women a tobacco pipe, a well-coloured clay. Leglets of similar construction are worn just under the knee on the right leg, while around the body you see belts of shibu, small pieces cut from Achatectopnia shells, which form the native currency of the island. These shells are also made into veils worn by the women at their wedding. This native coinage equivalent is very interesting, for such things are exceedingly rare in West Africa. The only other instance I personally know of a tribe in this part of the world using a native made coin is that of the Fans, who use little bundles of imitation axe heads. Dr. Oscar Baumann, who knows more than any one else about these Bubis, thinks, I believe, that these bits of Achatectonia shells may have been introduced by the runaway Angola slaves in the old days, who used to fly from their Portuguese owners on San Thome to the Spaniards on Fernando Po. The villages of the Bubis are in the forest in the interior of the island, and they are fairly wide apart. They are not a sea beach folk, although each village has its beach, which merely means the place to which it brings its trade, these beaches being usually the dwelling places of the so-called Portos, negroes who act as middlemen between the Bubis and the whites. You will often be told that the Bubis are singularly bad house builders, indeed that they make no definite houses at all, but only rough shelters of branches. This is, however, a mistake. Shelters of this kind that you come across are merely the rough huts put up by hunters, not true houses. The village is usually fairly well built, and surrounded with a living hedge of stakes. The houses inside this are four-cornered, the walls made of logs of wood stuck in edgeways, and surmounted by a roof of thatch pitched at an extremely stiff angle, and the whole is usually surrounded with a dug-out drain to carry off surface water. These houses, as usual on the West Coast, are divisible into two classes: houses of assembly and private living houses. The first are much the larger. The latter are very low, and sometimes ridiculously small, but still they are houses, and better than those awful Loango grass affairs you get on the Congo. Herr Baumann says that the houses high up on the mountain have double walls between which there is a free space, an arrangement which may serve to minimize the extreme draughtiness of an ordinary Bubi house, a very necessary thing in these relatively chilly upper regions. I may remark on my own account that the Bubi villages do not often lie right on the path, but like those you have to deal with up the Calabar, some little way off it. This is no doubt for the purpose of concealing their whereabouts from strangers, and it does it successfully too, for many a merry hour have I spent dodging up and down a path, trying to make out at what particular point it was advisable to dive into the forest thicket to reach a village. But this cultivates habits of observation, and a short course of this work makes you recognize which tree is which along miles of a bush path, as easily as you would shops in your own street at home. The main interest of the Bubi life lies in hunting, for he is more of a sportsman than the majority of mainlanders. He has not any big game to deal with, unless we except pythons, which attain a great size on the island, and crocodiles. Elephants, though plentiful on the adjacent mainland, are quite absent from Fernando Po, as are also hippos and the great anthropoid apes. But of the little gazelles, small monkeys, porcupines, and squirrels he has a large supply, and in the rivers a very pretty otter, Lustrua poensis, with yellow-brown fur often quite golden underneath, a creature which is, I believe, identical with the Angola otter. The Bubis use in their hunting flint-lock guns, but chiefly traps and nets and, I am told, slings. The advantage of these latter methods are, I expect, the same as on the mainland, where a distinguished sportsman once told me. "You go shooting with gun, better well, but you no get him thing for sure. No, sir, dem gun make knees. Better well, you friend hear dem knees and come look him, and you hab to go share what you don't kill. Or bad man hear dem knees, and you come look him, and you no fit to get share, you fit to get kill yourself. Chai, chai, traps be best." I urged that the traps might also be robbed. "No, sir," says he, "them bien charm. He look after them traps. He fit to make man who go thief swell up and bust." The Bubis also fish, mostly by basket traps, but they are not experts either in this or in canoe management. Their chief seashore sport is hunting for the eggs of the turtles who lay in the sand from August to October. These eggs, about 200 in each nest, are about the size of a billiard ball, with a leathery envelope, and are much valued for food, as are also the grubs of certain beetles got from the stems of the palm trees, and the honey of the wild bees, which abound here. Their domestic animals are the usual African list: cats, dogs, sheep, goats, and poultry. Pigs there are too, very domestic in Clarence, and in a wild state in the forest. These pigs are the descendants of those imported by the Spaniards, and not long ago became such an awful nuisance in Clarence that the government issued instructions that all pigs without rings in their noses, i.e., all in a condition to grub up back gardens, should be forthwith shot if found abroad. This proclamation was issued by the governmental bellman thus: "I say, I say, I say, I say! Suppose pig walk, iron no live for him nose. Gun shoot, kill him one time. Hear ye? Hear ye?" However, a good many pigs with no iron living in their noses got adrift and escaped into the interior, and have flourished like the green bay tree, destroying the Bubis' plantation and eating his yams, while the Bubi retaliating kills and eats them. So it's a drawn battle, for the Bubi enjoys the pig and the pig enjoys the yams, which are of singular excellence in this island, and celebrated throughout the Bight. Now, I am told, the government are firmly discouraging the export of these yams, which used to be quite a little branch of Fernando Po trade, in the hope that this will induce the native to turn his attention to working in the coffee and cocoa plantations. Hope springs eternal in the human breast, for the Bubi has shown continually since the 16th century that he takes no interest in these things whatsoever. Now and again a man or woman will come voluntarily and take service in Clarence, submit to clothes, and rapidly pick up the ways of a house or store. And just when their owner thinks he owns a treasure, and begins to boast that he has got an exception to all Bubidom, or else that he knows how to manage them better than other men, then a hole in that man's domestic arrangements suddenly appears. The Bubi has gone without giving a moment's warning, and without stealing his master's property, but just softly and silently vanished away. and if hunted up the treasure will be found in his or her particular village, clothesless, comfortable, utterly unconcerned, and unaware that he or she has lost anything by leaving Clarence and civilization. It is this conduct that gains for the Bubi the reputation of being a bigger idiot than he really is. For West Africans, their agriculture is of a fairly high description. The noteworthy point about it, however, is the absence of manioc. Manioc is grown on Fernando Po, but only by the Portos. The Bubi cultivated plants are yams, Dioscorea alata, cocoa, Colocasia esculenta, the taro of the South Seas, and plantains. Their farms are well kept, particularly those in the grass districts by San Carlos Bay. The yams of the Cordillera districts are the best flavoured, but those of the East Coast the largest. Palm oil is used for domestic purposes in the usual ways, and palm wine both fresh and fermented is the ordinary native drink. Rum is held in high esteem, but used in a general way in moderation as a cordial and a treat, for the Bubi is, like the rest of the West African natives, by no means an habitual drunkard. Gin he dislikes. And I may remark you will find the same opinion in regard to the Douala in Cameroons River, on the undeniable authority of Dr. Buckner, and my own extensive experience of the West Coast bears it out. Physically, the Bubis are a fairly well-formed race of medium height. They are decidedly inferior to the Benga or the Krus, but quite on a level with the Effiks. The women indeed are very comely, their colour is bronze, and their skin the skin of the Bantu. Beards are not uncommon among the men, and these give their faces, possibly more than anything else, a different look to the faces of the Effiks or the Doualas. Indeed, the people physically most like the Bubis that I have ever seen are undoubtedly the Bakwiri of Cameroons Mountain, who are also liable to be bearded, or possibly I should say more liable to wear beards, for a good deal of the African hairlessness you hear commented on in the West African at any rate arises from his deliberately pulling his hair out, his beard, moustache, whiskers, and occasionally, as among the Fans, his eyebrows. Dr. Baumann, the great authority on the Bubi language, says it is a Bantu stock. I know nothing of it myself, save that it is harsh and sound. Their method of counting is usually by fives, but they are notably weak in arithmetical ability, differing in this particular from the mainlanders, and especially from their Negro neighbours, who are very good at figures, surpassing the Bantu in this, as indeed they do in most branches of intellectual activity. But the most remarkable instance of inferiority the Bubis display is their ignorance regarding methods of working iron. I do not know that iron in a native state is found on Fernando Po, but scrap iron they have been in touch with for some hundreds of years. The mainlanders are all cognizant of native methods of working iron, although many tribes of them now depend entirely on European trade for their supply of knives, etc., and this difference between them and the Bubis would seem to indicate that the migration of the latter to the island must have taken place at a fairly remote period, a period before the iron working tribes came down to the coast. Of course, if you take the Bubis' usual explanation of his origin, namely that he came out of the crater on the top of Clarence's Peak, this argument falls through, but he has also another legend, one moreover which is likewise to be found upon the mainland, which says he was driven from the district north of the Gaboon estuary by the coming of the M'pongwe to the coast, and as this legend is the more likely of the two, I think we may accept it as true, or nearly so. But what adds another difficulty to the matter is that the Bubi is not only unlearned in iron lore, but he was learned in stone, and up to the time of the youth of many Porto Negroes on Fernando Po, he was making and using stone implements, and none of the tribes within the memory of man have done this on the mainland. It is true that up the Niger and about Benin and Axim you get polished stone cells, but these are regarded as weird affairs, thunderbolts, and suitable only for grinding up and making into medicine. There is no trace in the traditions of these places, as far as I have been able to find, of any time at which stone implements were in common use, and certainly the M'pongwe have not been a very long time on the coast, for their coming is still remembered in their traditions. The Bubis stone implements I have seen twice, but on neither occasion could I secure one, and although I have been long promised specimens from Fernando Po, I have not yet received them. They are difficult to procure because none of the present towns are on really old sites, the Bubi, like most Bantus, moving pretty frequently, either because the ground is witched, demonstrated by outbreaks of sickness, or because another villageful of his fellow creatures, or a horrid white man plantation making, has come too close to him. A Roman Catholic priest in Kakongo once told me a legend he laughed much over, of how a fellow priest had enterprisingly settled himself one night in the middle of a Bubi village with intent to devote the remainder of his life to quietly but thoroughly converting it. Next morning, when he rose up, he found himself alone, the people having taken all their portable possessions and vanished to build another village elsewhere. The worthy father spent some time chivying his flock about the forest, but in vain, and he returned home disgusted, deciding that the Creator, for some wise purpose, had dedicated the Bubis to the devil. The spears used by this interesting people are even to this day made entirely of wood, and have such a Polynesian look about them that I intend some time or other to bring some home and experiment on that learned Polynesian culture expert, Baron von Hagel, with them, intellectually experiment, not physically, pray understand. The pottery has a very early man look about it, but in this it does not differ much from that of the mainland, which is quite as poor, and similarly made without a wheel and sun-baked. Those pots of the Bubis I have seen have, however, not had the pattern any sort of pattern does, and it need not be carefully done, that runs round mainland pots, to keep their souls in, i.e. to prevent their breaking up on their own account. The basket work of the Bubis is of a superior order. The baskets they make to hold the palm oil are excellent, and will hold water like a basin, but I am in doubt whether this art is original, or imported by the Portuguese runaway slaves, for they put me very much in mind of those made by my old friends the Kabanders, from whom a good many of those slaves were recruited. I think there is little doubt that several of the musical instruments own this origin, particularly their best beloved one, the elibo. This may be described as a wooden bell having inside it for clappers several, usually 5 pieces of stick threaded on a bit of wood jammed into the dome of the bell, and striking the rim beyond which the clappers just protrude. These bells are very like those you meet with in Angola, but I have not seen on the island, nor does Dr. Baumann cite having seen the peculiar double bells of Angola, the Ngongwi. The Bubi bell is made out of one piece of wood, and worked or played with both hands. Dr. Baumann says it is customary on bright moonlight nights for 2 lines of men to sit facing each other, and to clap, one can hardly call it ring, these bells vigorously, but in good time, accompanying this performance with a monotonous song, while the delighted women and children dance round. The learned doctor evidently sees the picturesqueness of this practice, but notes that the words of the songs are not tsefiniji profound, as he has heard men for hours singing "The shark bites the Bubi's hand," only that over and over again and nothing more. This agrees with my own observations of all Bantu native songs. I have always found that the words of these songs were either the repetition of some such phrase as this, or a set of words referring to the recent adventures or experience of the singer, or the present company's little peculiarities, with a very frequent chorus, old and conventional. The native tunes used with these songs are far superior, and I expect many of them are very old. They are often full of variety and beauty, particularly those of the M'pongwe and Igalwa, of which I will speak later. The dances I have no personal knowledge of, but there is nothing in Baumann's description to make one think they are distinct in themselves from the mainland dances. I once saw a dance at Fernando Po, but that was among Portos, and it was my old friend the Bantuco in all its beauty. But there is a distinct peculiarity about the places the dances are held on, every village having a kept piece of ground outside it, which is the dancing place for the village, the ballroom as it were, and exceedingly picturesque these dances must be, for they are mostly held during the nights of full moon. These kept grounds remind one very much of the similar looking patches of kept grass one sees in villages in Kacongo, but there is no similarity in their use, for the Kacongo lawns are of Fetish, not frivolous import. The Bubis have an instrument I have never seen in an identical form on the mainland. It is made like a bow, with a tense string of fibre. One end of the bow is placed against the mouth, and the string is then struck by the right hand with a small round stick, while with the left it is scraped with a piece of shell or a knife blade. This excruciating instrument, I warn any one who may think of living among the Bubis, is very popular. The drums used are both the Douala form, all wood, and the ordinary skin covered drum, and I think if I catalogue fifes made of wood I shall have nearly finished the Bubi orchestra. I have doubts on this point, because I rather question whether I may be allowed to refer to a very old bullock hide, unmounted, as a musical instrument, without bringing down the wrath of musicians on my head. These stiff, dry pelts are much thought of, and played by the artists by being shaken as accompaniments to other instruments. They make a noise, and that is after all the soul of most African instrumental music. These instruments are all that is left of certain bullocks which many years ago the Spaniards introduced, hoping to improve the food supply. They seemed as if they would have flourished well on the island, on the stretches of grass land in the Cordillera and the east, but the Bubis, being great sportsmen, killed them all off. The festivities of the Bubis, dances, weddings, feasts, etc., at which this miscellaneous collection of instruments are used in concert, usually takes place in November, the dry season, but the Bubi is liable to pour forth his soul in the bosom of his family at any time of the day or night, from June to January, and when he pours it forth on that beau affair, it makes a lonely European long for home. Divisions of time the Bubi can hardly be said to have, but this is a point upon which all West Africans are rather weak, particularly the Bantu. He has, however, a definite name for November, December, and January, the dry season months, calling them Lobos. The fetish of these people, although agreeing on broad lines with the Bantu fetish, has many interesting points, as even my small knowledge of it showed me, and it is a subject that would repay further investigation, and as by fetish I always mean the governing but underlying ideas of a man's life, we will commence with the child. Nothing, as far as I have been able to make out, happens to him for fetish reasons, when he first appears on the scene. He receives at birth, as is usual, a name which is changed for another on his initiation into the secret society, this secret society having also, as usual, a secret language. About the age of 3 or 5 years the boy is decorated, under the auspices of the witch doctor, with certain scars on the face. These scars run from the root of the nose across the cheeks, and are sometimes carried up in a curve onto the forehead. Tattooing, in the true sense of the word, they do not use much, but they paint themselves, as the mainlanders do, with a red paint made by burning some herb and mixing the ash with clay or oil, and they occasionally, whether for juju reasons or for mere decoration I do not know, paint a band of yellow clay round the chest, but of the Bubi secret society I know little, nor have I been able to find any one who knows much more. Hutchinson, in his exceedingly amusing description of a wedding he was once present at among these people, would lead one to think the period of seclusion of the women's society was 12 months. The chief god or spirit, Owassa, resides in the crater of the highest peak, and by his name the peak is known to the native. Another very important spirit to whom goats and sheep are offered is Lobe, resident in a crater lake on the northern slope of the Cordilleras, and the grass you sometimes see a Bubi wearing is said to come from this lake, and be a juju of Lobes. Dr. Baumann says that the lake at Riaba, from which the spirit Uapa rises is more holy, and that he is small, and resides in a chasm in a rock, whose declivity can only be passed by means of bush ropes, and in the wet season he is not gettable at all. He will, if given suitable offerings, reveal the future to Bubis, but Bubis only. His priest is the king of all the Bubis, upon whom it is never permitted to a white man or a Porto to gaze. Baumann also gives the residence of another important spirit as being the grotto at Bani. This is a sea cave only accessible at low water in calm weather. I have heard many legends of this cave, but have never had an opportunity of seeing it, or any one who has seen it first hand. The charms used by these people are similar in form to those of the mainland Bantu, but the methods of treating paths and gateways are somewhat peculiar. The gateways to the towns are sometimes covered by freshly cut banana leaves, and during the religious feast in November, the paths to the villages are barred across with a hedge of grass which no stranger must pass through. The government is a peculiar one for West Africa. Every village has its chief, but the whole tribe obey one great chief or king, who lives in the crater ravine at Riaba. This individual is called Moka, but whether he is now the same man referred to by Rokozinski, Mr. Holland, and the Reverend Hugh Brown, who attempted to interview him in the 70s, I do not feel sure, for the Bubis are just the sort of people to keep a big king going with a variety of individuals. Even the indefatigable Dr. Baumann failed to see Moka, though he evidently found out a great deal about the methods of his administration, and formed a very high opinion of his ability, for he says that to this one chief the people owe their present unity and orderliness, that before his time the whole island was in a state of internecine war, murder was frequent and property unsafe. Now their social condition, according to the doctor's account, is a model to Europe, let alone Africa. Civil wars have been abolished, disputes between villages being referred to arbitration, and murder is swiftly and surely punished. If the criminal has bolted into the forest and cannot be found, his village is made responsible and has to pay a fine in goats, sheep, and tobacco, to the value of £16. Theft is extremely rare, and offences against the moral code also, the Bubis having an extremely high standard in this matter, even the little children having each a separate sleeping hut. In old days adultery was punished by cutting off the offender's hand. I have myself seen women in Fernando Po who have had a hand cut off at the wrist, but I believe those were slave women who had suffered for theft. Slaves the Bubis do have, but their condition is the mild, poor relation or retainer form of slavery you find in Calabar, and differs from the Dualla form, for the slaves live in the same villages as their masters, while among the Duallas, as among most Bantu slave-holding tribes, the slaves are excluded from the master's village, and have separate villages of their own. For marriage ceremonies I refer you to Mr. Hutchinson. Burial customs are exceedingly quaint in the southern and eastern districts, where the bodies are buried in the forest with their heads just sticking out of the ground. In other districts the body is also buried in the forest, but is completely covered, and an erection of stones put up to mark the place. Little is known of all West African fetish, still less of that of these strange people. Dr. Oscar Baumann brought to bear on them his careful unemotional German methods of observation, thereby giving us more valuable information about them and their island than we otherwise should possess. Mr. Hutchinson resided many years on Fernando Po in the capacity of H.B.M.'s consul, with his hands full of the affairs of the oil rivers and in touch with the Portos of Clarence, but he nevertheless made very interesting observations on the natives and their customs. The Polish exile and his courageous wife, who ascended Clarence Peak, Mr. Rogozinski, and another Polish exile, Mr. Janikowski, about complete our series of authorities on the island. Dr. Baumann thinks they got their information from Porto sources, sources the learned doctor evidently regards as more full of imagination than solid fact, but as you know, all African travellers are occasionally in the habit of pooh-poohing each other, and I own that I myself have been chiefly in touch with Portos, and that my knowledge of the Bubi language runs to the conventional greeting from Ipori, Porto, Kesoko, Hatsisoko, Who are you? Porto. What's the news? No news. Although these Portos are less interesting to the ethnologist and the philanthropist, they being by-products of his efforts, I must not leave Fernando Po without mentioning them, for on them the trade of the island depends. They are the middlemen between the Bubi and the white trader. The former regards them with little, if any, more trust than he regards the white men, and his view of the position of the Spanish governor is that he is chief over the Portos. That he has any headship over Bubis or over the Bubi land, its Chula, as he calls Fernando Po, he does not imagine possible. Baumann says he was once told by a Bubi, "White men are fish, not men. They are able to stay a little while on land, but at last they mount their ships again and vanish over the horizon into the ocean. How can a fish possess land? If the coffee and cacao thrive on Fernando Po to the same extent that they have already thriven on San Thome, there is but little doubt that the Bubis will become extinct, for work on plantations, either for other people or themselves, they will not, and then the Portos will become the most important class, for they will go in for plantations. Their little factories are studded all round the shores of the coast in suitable coves and bays, and here in fairly neat houses they live, collecting palm oil from the Bubis, and making themselves little cacao plantations, and bringing these products into Clarence every now and then to the white trader's factory. Then, after spending some time and most of their money in the giddy whirl of that capital, they return to their homes and recover. There is a class of them permanently resident in Clarence, the city men of Fernando Po, and these are very like the Sierra Leonians of Free Town, but preferable. Their origin is practically the same as that of the Free Towners. They are the descendants of liberated slaves set free during the time of our occupation of the island as a naval depot for suppressing the slave trade, and of Sierra Leonians and Accras who have arrived and settled since then. They have some of the same black genellum (Sar) style about them, but not developed to the same ridiculous extent as in the Sierra Leonians, for they have not been under our institutions. The Nanipo ladies are celebrated for their beauty all along the West Coast, and very justly. They are not, however, as they themselves think, the most beautiful women in this part of the world, not at least to my way of thinking. I prefer an Elmina, or an Igalwa, or a Mpongwe, but I had better stop and own that my affections have got very scattered among the black ladies on the West Coast, and I no sooner remember one lovely creature whose soft eyes, perfect form, and winning pretty ways have captivated me than I think of another. The Nanipo ladies have often a certain amount of Spanish blood in them, which gives a decidedly greater delicacy to their features, delicate little nostrils, mouths not too heavily lipped, a certain gloss on the hair, and a light in the eye. But it does not improve their colour, and I am assured that it has an awful effect on their tempers, so I think I will remain, for the present, the faithful admirer of my sable ingramina, the Igalwa, with the little red blossoms stuck in her night black hair, and a sweet soft look and word for every one, but particularly for her ugly husband Isaac, the jackwash. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Voyage down coast of travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 3. Voyage down coast. Wherein the voyager before leaving the rivers discourses on dangers, to which is added some account of mangrove swamps and the creatures that abide therein. I left Calabar in May, and joined the Minguella off Lagos Bar. My voyage down coast in her was a very pleasant one, and full of instruction, for Mr. Fothergill, who was her purser, had in former years resided in Congo Francais as a merchant, and to Congo Francais I was bound, with an empty hold as regards local knowledge of the district. He was one of that class of men of which you most frequently find representatives among the merchants, who do not possess the power so many men along here do possess, a power that always amazes me, of living for a considerable time in a district without taking any interest in it, keeping their whole attention concentrated on the point of how long it will be before their time comes to get out of it. Mr. Fothergill evidently had much knowledge and experience of the Verdun-Vas district and its natives. He had, I should say, overdone his experiences with the natives as far as personal comfort and pleasure at the time went, having been nearly killed and considerably chivvied by them. Now I do not wish a man, however much I may deplore his total lack of local knowledge, to go so far as this. Mr. Fothergill gave his accounts of these incidents calmly, and in an undecorated way that gave them a power and convincingness verging on being unpleasant, although useful, to a person who was going into the district where they had occurred, for one felt there was no mortal reason why one should not personally get involved in similar affairs. And I must here acknowledge the great subsequent service Mr. Fothergill's wonderfully accurate descriptions of the peculiar characteristics of the Ogowe forests were to me when I subsequently came to deal with these forests on my own account, as every district of forest has peculiar characteristics of its own which you require to know. I should like here to speak of West Coast dangers, because I fear you may think that I am careless of, or do not believe in them, neither of which is the case. The more you know of the West Coast of Africa, the more you realize its dangers. For example, on your first voyage out you hardly believe the stories of fever told by the old coasters. That is because you do not then understand the type of man who is telling them, a man who goes to his death with a joke in his teeth. But a short experience of your own, particularly if you happen on a place having one of its periodic epidemics, soon demonstrates that the underlying horror of the thing is there. A rotting corpse which the old coaster has dusted over with jokes to cover it so that it hardly shows at a distance, but which, when you come yourself to live alongside, you soon become cognizant of. Many men, when they have got ashore and settled, realize this, and let the horror get a grip on them, a state briefly and locally described as funk, and a state that usually ends fatally. You can hardly blame them. Why, I know of a case myself. A young man who had never been outside an English country town before in his life, from family reverses had to take a situation as bookkeeper down in the Bights. The factory he was going to was in an isolated, out-of-the-way place, and not in a settlement, and when the ship called off it, he was put ashore in one of the ship's boats with his belongings and a case or so of goods. There were only the firm's beach boys down at the surf, and as the steamer was in a hurry, the officer from the ship did not go up to the factory with him, but said good-bye and left him alone with a set of naked savages, as he thought, but really of good kindly Kru boys on the beach. He could not understand what they said, nor they what he said, and so he walked up to the house, and on to the veranda, and tried to find the agent he had come out to serve under. He looked into the open-ended dining-room and shyly around the veranda, and then sat down and waited for someone to turn up. Sundry natives turned up and said a good deal, but no one white or comprehensible. So in desperation he made another and a bolder tour completely round the veranda, and noticed a most peculiar noise in one of the rooms, and an infinity of flies going into the Venetian shuttered window. Plucking up courage, he went in and found what was left of the white agent, a considerable quantity of rats, and most of the flies in West Africa. He then presumably had fever, and he was taken off a fortnight afterwards by a French boat, to whom the natives signalled, and he is not coming down the coast again. Some men would have died right out from a shock like this. But most of the newcomers do not get a shock of this order. They either die themselves or get more gradually accustomed to this sort of thing when they come to regard death and fever as soldiers who on a battlefield sit down and laugh and talk round a campfire after a day's hard battle, in which they have seen their friends and companions falling round them, all the time knowing that tomorrow the battle comes again and that tomorrow night they themselves may never see. It is not hard-hearted callousness, it is only their way. Michael Scott put this well in Tom Cringle's log, in his account of the yellow fever during the war in the West Indies. Fever, though the chief danger, particularly to people who go out to settlements, is not the only one, but as the other dangers, except perhaps domestic poisoning, are incidental to pottering about in the forests, or on the rivers, among the unsophisticated tribes, I will not dwell on them. They can all be avoided by any one with common sense, by keeping well out of the districts in which they occur, and so I warn the general reader that if he goes out to West Africa, it is not because I said the place was safe, or its dangers overrated. The cemeteries of the West Coast are full of the victims of those people who have said that coast fever is cork fever, and a man's own fault, which it is not, and that natives will never attack you unless you attack them, which they will, on occasions. My main aim in going to Congo Francais was to get up above the tide line of the Ogowe River, and there collect fishes, for my object on this voyage was to collect fish from a river north of the Congo. I had hoped this river would have been the Niger, for Sir George Goldie had placed at my disposal great facilities for carrying on work there in comfort. But for certain private reasons I was disinclined to go from the Royal Niger Protectorate into the Royal Niger Company's territory and the Calabar, where Sir Claude MacDonald did everything he possibly could to assist me. I did not find a good river for me to collect fishes in. These two rivers failing me from no fault of either of their own presiding genii, my only hope of doing anything now lay on the southwest coast river, the Ogowe, and everything there depended on Mr. Hudson's attitude towards scientific research in the domain of ichthyology. Fortunately for me, that gentleman elected to take a favourable view of this affair, and in every way in his power assisted me during my entire stay in Congo Francais. But before I enter into a detailed description of this wonderful bit of West Africa, I must give you a brief notice of the manners, habits, and customs of West Coast rivers in general, to make the thing more intelligible. There is an uniformity in the habits of West Coast rivers from the Volta to the Kwanza, which is, when you get used to it, very taking. Excepting the Congo, the really great river comes out to sea with as much mystery as possible, lounging lazily along among its mangrove swamps in a what's it matter when one comes out and where's the hurry style, through quantities of channels intercommunicating with each other. Each channel, at first sight, as like the other as peas in a pod, is bordered on either side by green-black walls of mangroves, which Captain Lugard graphically described as seeming as if they had lost all count of the vegetable proprieties and were standing on stilts with their branches tucked up out of the wet, leaving their gaunt roots exposed in mid-air. High tide or low tide, there is little difference in the water. The river, be it broad or narrow, deep or shallow, looks like a pathway of polished metal, for it is as heavy-weighted with stinking mud as water e'er can be, ebb or flow, year out and year in. But the differences in the banks, though an unending alternation between two appearances, is weird. At high water you do not see the mangroves displaying their ankles in the way that shocked Captain Lugard. They look most respectable, their foliage rising densely in a wall, irregularly striped here and there by the white line of an aerial root, coming straight down into the water from some upper branch as straight as a plummet, in the strange knowing way an aerial root of a mangrove does, keeping the hard straight line until it gets some 2 feet above water level, and then spreading out into blunt fingers with which to dip into the water and grasp the mud. Banks, indeed, at high water can hardly be said to exist, the water stretching away into the mangrove swamps for miles and miles, and you can then go, in a suitable small canoe, away among these swamps as far as you please. This is a fascinating pursuit, but it is a pleasure to be indulged in with caution. For one thing, you are certain to come across crocodiles. Now, a crocodile drifting down in deep water, or lying asleep with its jaws open on a sandbank in the sun, is a picturesque adornment to the landscape when you are on the dock of a steamer, and you can write home about it and frighten your relatives on your behalf. But when you are away among the swamps in a small dug-out canoe, and that crocodile and his relations are awake, a thing he makes a point of being at flood tide because of fish coming along, and when he has got his foot upon his native heath, that is to say, his tail within holding reach of his native mud, he is highly interesting, and you may not be able to write home about him, and you get frightened on your own behalf, for crocodiles can, and often do, in such places, grab at people in small canoes. I have known of several natives losing their lives in this way. Some native villages are approachable from the main river by a short cut, as it were, through the mangrove swamps, and the inhabitants of such villages will now and then go across this way with small canoes instead of by the constant channel to the village, which is almost always winding. In addition to this unpleasantness, you are liable, until you realize the danger from experience, or have native advice on the point, to get tide-trapped away in the swamps, the water falling round you when you are away in some deep pool or lagoon, and you find you cannot get back to the main river. Of course, if you really want a truly safe investment in fame, and really care about posterity and posterity's science, you will jump over into the black batter-like stinking slime, cheered by the thought of the terrific sensation you will produce 20,000 years hence, and the care you will be taken of then by your fellow creatures in a museum. But if you are a mere ordinary person of a retiring nature, like me, you stop in your lagoon until the tide rises again. Most of your attention is directed to dealing with and, at home, to crocodiles and mangrove flies, and with the fearful stench of the slime round you. What little time you have over you will employ in wondering why you came to West Africa, and why, after having reached this point of folly, you need have gone and painted the lily, and adorned the rose, by being such a colossal ass as to come fooling about in mangrove swamps. Still, even if your own peculiar tastes and avocations do not take you in small dug-out canoes into the heart of the swamps, you can observe the difference in the local scenery made by the flowing of the tide, when you are on a vessel stuck on a sandbank in the Rio del Rey, for example. Moreover, as you will have little else to attend to save mosquitoes and mangrove flies, when in such a situation you may as well pursue the study. At the ebb gradually the foliage of the lower branches of the mangroves grows wet and muddy, until there is a great black band about 3 feet deep above the surface of the water in all directions. Gradually a network of grey-white roots rises up, and below this again gradually a slope of smooth and lead-grey slime. The effect is not in the least as if the water had fallen, but as if the mangroves had, with one accord, risen up out of it, and into it again. They seem silently to sink when the flood comes. But by this more safe if still unpleasant method of observing mangrove swamps, you miss seeing in full the make of them, for away in their fastnesses the mangroves raise their branches far above the reach of tide line, and the great grey roots of the older trees are always sticking up in mid-air. But, fringing the rivers, there is always a hedge of younger mangroves whose lower branches get immersed. At corners here and there from the river face you can see the land being made from the waters. A mud bank forms off it, a mangrove seed lights on it, and the thing's done. Well, not done, perhaps, but begun, for if the bank is high enough to get exposed at low water, this pioneer mangrove grows. He has a wretched existence, though. You have only got to look at his dwarfed attenuated form to see this. He gets joined by a few more bold spirits, and they struggle on together. Their network of roots, stopping abundance of mud, and by good chance now and then a consignment of miscellaneous debris of palm leaves or a floating tree trunk, but they always die before they attain any considerable height. Still, even in death they collect, their bare white stems remaining like a net gripped in the mud, so that these pioneer mangrove heroes may be said to have laid down their lives to make that mud bank fit for colonization, for the time gradually comes when other mangroves can and do colonize on it and flourish, extending their territory steadily, and the mud bank joins up with and becomes a part of Africa. Right away on the inland fringe of the swamp you may go some hundreds of miles before you get there. You can see the rest of the process. The mangroves there have risen up and dried the mud to an extent that is more than good for themselves, have over civilized that mud, in fact, and so the brackish waters of the tide, which, although their enemy when too deep or too strong and salt, is essential to their existence, cannot get to their roots. They have done this gradually, as a mangrove does all things, but they have done it, and down on to that mud come a whole set of palms from the old mainland, who in their early colonization days go through similarly trying experiences. First the screw pines come and live among them, then the wine palms and various creepers, and then the oil palm, and the debris of these plants being greater and making better soil than dead mangroves, they work quicker, and the mangrove is doomed. Soon the salt waters are shut right out, the mangrove dies, and that bit of Africa is made. It is very interesting to get into these regions. You see along the river bank a rich, thick, lovely wall of soft wooded plants, and behind this you find great stretches of death, miles and miles sometimes of gaunt white mangrove skeletons standing on grey stuff that is not yet earth and is no longer slime, and through the crust of which you can sink into rotting putrefaction. Yet, long after you are dead, buried, and forgotten, this will become a forest of soft wooded plants and palms, and finally of hard wooded trees. Districts of this description you will find in great sweeps of Kama country, for example, and in the rich low regions up to the base of the Sierra del Cristal and the Rembwe range. You often hear the utter lifelessness of mangrove swamps commented on. Why, I do not know, for they are fairly heavily stocked with fauna, though the species are comparatively few. There are the crocodiles, more of them than any one wants. There are quantities of flies, particularly the big silent mangrove fly which lays an egg in you under the skin. The egg becomes a maggot and stays there until it feels fit to enter into external life. Then there are slimy things that crawl with legs upon a slimy sea, and any quantity of hopping mudfish and crabs and a certain mollusk, and in the water various kinds of catfish. Birdless they are save for the flocks of grey parrots that pass over them at evening, hoarsely squawking, and save for this squawking of the parrots the swamps are silent all the day, at least during the dry season. In the wet season there is no silence night or day in West Africa, but that roar of the descending deluge of rain that is more monotonous and more gloomy than any silence can be. In the morning you do not hear the long, low, mellow whistle of the plantain eaters calling of the dawn, nor in the evening the clock bird, nor the Handel festival-sized choruses of frogs, or the crickets that carry on their vesper controversy of she did, she didn't, so fiercely on hard land. But the mangrove swamp follows the general rule for West Africa, and night in it is noisier than the day. After dark it is full of noises, grunts from I know not what, splashes from jumping fish, the peculiar whir of rushing crabs, and quaint creaking and groaning sounds from the trees, and above all, in eeriness, the strange whine and sighing cough of crocodiles. Great regions of mangrove swamps are a characteristic feature of the West African coast. The first of these lies north of Sierra Leone, then they occur, but of smaller dimensions. Just fringes of river outfalls until you get to Lagos, when you strike the greatest of them all, the swamps of the Niger outfalls, about 23 rivers in all, and of the Sombrero, New Calabar, Boni, San Antonio, Obopo, False and True, Gwobo, Old Calabar, with the Cross Aguayafe Qua rivers and Rio del Rey rivers. The whole of this great stretch of coast is a mangrove swamp, each river silently rolling down its great mass of mud-laden waters, and constituting each in itself a very pretty problem to the navigator by its network of intercommunicating creeks, and the sand and mud bar which it forms off its entrance by dropping its heaviest mud. Its lighter mud is carried out beyond its bar, and makes the nasty-smelling brown soup of the South Atlantic Ocean, with froth floating in lines and patches on it for miles to seaward. In this great region of swamps every mile appears like every other mile until you get well used to it, and are able to distinguish the little local peculiarities at the entrance of the rivers and in the winding of the creeks, a thing difficult even for the most experienced navigator to do during those thick wool-like mists called smokes, which hang about the whole bight from November till May, the dry season, sometimes lasting all day, sometimes clearing off 3 hours after sunrise. The upper or northwesterly part of the swamp is round the mouths of the Niger, and it successfully concealed this fact from geographers down to 1830, when the series of heroic journeys made by Mungo Park, Clapperton, and the two landers finally solved the problem, a problem that was as great and which cost more men's lives than even the discovery of the sources of the Nile. That this should have been so may seem very strange to us who now have been told the answer to the riddle, for the upper waters of this great river were known of before Christ and spoken of by Herodotus, Pliny, and Ptolemy, and its mouths navigated continuously along by the seaboard by trading vessels since the 15th century, but they were not recognized as belonging to the Niger. Some geographers held that the Senegal or the Gambia with its outfall, others that it was the Zaire, Congo, others that it did not come out in the west coast at all, but got mixed up with the Nile in the middle of the continent, and so on. Yet, when you come to know the swamps, this is not so strange. You find on going up what looks like a big river, say Forcados, 2½ miles wide at the entrance, and a real bit of the Niger. Before you are up it far, great broad business-like looking river entrances open on either side, showing wide rivers, mangroves walled, but 2/3 of them are utter frauds which will ground you within half an hour of your entering them. Some few of them do communicate with other main channels to the great upper river, and others are main channels themselves, but most of them intercommunicate with each other and lead nowhere in particular, and you can't even get there because of their shallowness. It is small wonder that the earlier navigators did not get far up them in sailing ships, and that the problem had to be solved by men descending the main stream of the Niger, before it commences to what we in Devonshire should call squander itself about in all these channels. And in addition it must be remembered that the natives with whom these trading vessels dealt, first for slaves, afterwards for palm oil, were not and are not now members of the low family of savages. Far from it, they do not go in for gentle smiles, but for murdering any unprotected boat's crew they happen to come across, not only for a love of sport, but to keep white traders from penetrating to the trade-producing interior and spoiling prices, and the region is practically foodless. The rivers of the great mangrove swamp from the Sombrero to the Rio del Rey are now known pretty surely not to be branches of the Niger, but the upper regions of this part of the bight are much neglected by English explorers. I believe the great swamp region of the bight of Biafra is the greatest in the world, and that in its immensity and gloom it has a grandeur equal to that of the Himalayas. Take any man, educated or not, and place him on Bonny or Forcados River in the wet season on a Sunday, Bonny for choice. Forcados is good. You will keep Forcados scenery indelibly lined on the tablets of your mind when a yesterday has faded from its page, after you have spent even a week waiting for the Lagos branch boat on its inky waters. But Bonny, well, come inside the bar and anchor off the factory seaward. There is the foam of the bar gleaming and wicked white against a leaden sky, and what there is left of Breaker Island. In every other direction you will see the apparently endless walls of mangrove, unvarying in colour, unvarying in form, unvarying in height, save from perspective. Beneath and between you and them lie the rotting mud waters of Bonny River, and away up and down river, miles of rotting mud waters fringed with walls of rotting mud mangrove swamp. The only break in them, one can hardly call it a relief to the scenery, are the gaunt black ribs of the old hulks, once used as trading stations, which lie exposed at low water near the shore, protruding like the skeletons of great unclean beasts who have died because Bonny water was too strong even for them. Raised on piles from the mud shore you will see the white painted factories and their great storehouses for oil, each factory likely enough with its flag at half-mast, which does not enliven the scenery either, for you know it is because somebody is dead again. Throughout and over all is the torrential downpour of the wet season rain, coming down night and day with its dull roar. I have known it rain 6 mortal weeks in Bonny River, just for all the world as if it were done by machinery, and the interval that came then was only a few wet days, whereafter it settled itself down to work again in the good West Coast waterspout pour for more weeks. While your eyes are drinking in the characteristics of Bonny scenery, you notice a peculiar smell. An intensification of that smell you noticed when nearing Bonny in the evening out at sea. That's the breath of the malarial mud, laden with fever, and the chances are you will be down tomorrow. If it is near evening time now, you can watch it becoming incarnate, creeping and crawling and gliding out from the side creeks and between the mangrove roots, laying itself upon the river, stretching and rolling in a kind of grim play, and finally crawling up the side of the ship to come on board and leave its cloak of moisture that grows green mildew in a few hours over all. Noise you will not be much troubled with. There is only that rain, a sound I have known make men who are sick with fever well nigh mad, and now and again the depressing cry of the curlews which abound here. This combination is such that after 6 or 8 hours of it you will be thankful to hear your shipmates start to work the winch. I take it you are hard up when you relish a winch, and you will say, let your previous experience of the world be what it may, good heavens, what a place! 5 times have I been now in Bonny River, and I like it. You always do get to like it if you live long enough to allow the strange fascination of the place to get a hold on you, but when I first entered it, on a ship commanded by Captain Murray in '93 in the wet season, in August, in spite of the confidence I had by this time acquired in his skill and knowledge of the West Coast, a sense of horror seized on me as I gazed upon the scene, and I said to the old coaster, who then had charge of my education, "Good heavens, what an awful accident! We've gone and picked up the sticks." He was evidently hurt, and said, "Bonny was a nice place when you got used to it," and went on to discourse on the last epidemic here, when 9 men out of the resident 11 died in about 10 days from yellow fever. Next to the scenery of a river, commend me for cheerfulness to the local conversation of its mangrove swamp region, and every truly important West African river has its mangrove swamp belt, which extends inland as far as the tide waters make it brackish, and which has a depth and extent from the banks depending on the configuration of the country. Above this belt comes uniformly a region of high forest, having towards the river frontage clay cliffs, sometimes high, as in the case of the old Calabar at Adiabo, more frequently dwarf cliffs as in the Forcados up at Wari, and in the Ogowe, for a long stretch through Kama country. After the clay cliffs region you come to a region of rapids caused by the river cutting its way through a mountain range. Such ranges are the Balabala, causing the Livingstone rapids of the Congo, the Sierra del Cristal, those of the Ogowe, and many lesser rivers, the Rembwe and Omon ranges, those of the old Calabar and Cross rivers. Naturally, in different parts, these separate regions vary in site. The mangrove swamp may be only a fringe at the mouth of the river, or it may cover hundreds of square miles. The clay cliffs may extend for only a mile or so along the bank, or they may, as on the Ogowe, extend for 130. And so it is also with the rapids. In some rivers, for instance, the Cameroons, there are only a few miles of them, in others there are many miles. In the Ogowe there are as many as 500, and these rapids may be close to the river mouth, as in most of the Gold Coast rivers, save the Ancobra, and the Volta, or they may be far in the interior, as in the Cross River, where they commence at about 200 miles, and the Ogowe, where they commence at about 208 miles from the sea coast. This depends on the nearness or remoteness from the coast line of the mountain ranges, which run down the west side of the continent, ranges apparently of very different geological formations, which have no end of different names, but about which little is known in detail. And now we will leave generalizations on West African rivers and go into particulars regarding one little known in England, and called by its owners, the French, the greatest strictly equatorial river in the world, the Ogowe. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 4. The Ogowe. Wherein the Voyager gives extracts from the log of the Move and of the Eclair, and an account of the Voyager's first meeting with those fearful Fans, also an awful warning to all young persons who neglect the study of the French language. On the 20th of May I reached Gaboon, now called Libreville, the capital of Congo Francais, and, thanks to the kindness of Mr. Hudson, I was allowed a passage on a small steamer, then running from Gaboon to the Ogowe River, and up it, when necessary, as far as navigation by steamer is possible. This steamer is, I deeply regret to say, now no more. As experiences of this kind contain such miscellaneous masses of facts, I am forced to commit the literary crime of giving you my Ogowe set of experiences in the form of diary. June 5th, 1895. Off on Move at 9:30. Passengers Mr. Hudson, Mr. Woods, Mr. Huggins, Pierre Stienitz, and I. There are black deck passengers galore. I do not know their honourable names, but they are evidently very much married men, for there is quite a gorgeously coloured little crowd of ladies to see them off. They salute me as I pass down the pier, and start inquiries. I say hastily to them, "Farewell, I'm off up river," for I notice Mr. Fildes bearing down on me, and I do not want him to drop in on the subject of society interest. I expect it is settled now, or pretty nearly. There is considerable amount of mild uproar among the black contingent, and the Move firmly clears off before half the good advice and good wishes for the black husbands are aboard. She is a fine little vessel, far finer than I expected. The accommodation I am getting is excellent. A long narrow cabin, with one bunk in it and pretty nearly everything one can wish for, and a copying press thrown in. Food is excellent, society charming, captain and engineer quite acquisitions. The saloon is square and roomy for the size of the vessel, and most things, from rowlocks to teapots, are kept under the seats in good nautical style. We call at the guardship to pass our papers, and then steam ahead out of the Gaboon estuary to the south, round Pongara Point, keeping close into the land. About 40 feet from shore there is a good free channel for vessels, with a slight draught which if you do not take you have to make a big sweep seaward to avoid a reef. Between 4 and 5 miles below Pongara we pass Point Gombe, which is fitted with a lighthouse, a lively and conspicuous structure by day as well as night. It is perched on a knoll, close to the extremity of the long arm of low sandy ground, and is painted black and white, in horizontal bands which, in conjunction with its general figure, give it a pagoda-like appearance. Alongside it are a white-painted, red-roofed house for the lighthouse keeper, and a store for its oil. The light is either a flashing or a revolving or a stationary one when it is alight. One must be accurate about these things, and my knowledge regarding it is from information received and amounts to the above. I cannot throw in any personal experience, because I have never passed it at night time, and seen from glass it seems just steady. Most lighthouses on this coast give up fancy tricks, like flashing or revolving, pretty soon after they are established. 75% of them are not alight half the time at all. It's the climate. Gombe, however, you may depend on for being alight at night, and I have no hesitation in saying you can see it when it is visible 17 miles out to sea, and that the knoll on which the lighthouse stands is a grass-covered sand cliff about 40 or 50 feet above sea level. As we pass round Gombe Point, the weather becomes distinctly rough, particularly at lunch time. The Move minds it less than her passengers, and stamps steadily along past the wooded shore, behind which shows a distant range of blue hills. Silence falls upon the black passengers, who assume recumbent positions on the deck and suffer. All the things from under the saloon seats come out and dance together, and play puss in the corner after the fashion of loose gear when there is any sea on. As the night comes down, the scene becomes more and more picturesque. The moonlit sea, shimmering and breaking on the darkened shore, the black forest and the hills silhouetted against the star-powdered purple sky, and at my feet the engine-room stoke-hole, lit with a rose-coloured glow from its furnace, showing by the great wood-fire the two nearly naked Krumen stokers, shining like polished bronze in their perspiration, as they throw in onto the fire the billets of red wood that look like freshly cut chunks of flesh. The white engineer hovers around the mouth of the pit, shouting down directions, and ever and anon plunging down the little iron ladder to carry them out himself. At intervals he stands on the rail with his head craned around the edge of the sun deck to listen to the captain, who is up on the little deck above, for there is no telegraph to the engines, and our gallant commander's voice is not strong. While the white engineer is roosting on the rail, the black engineer comes partially up the ladder and gazes hard at me, so I give him a wad of tobacco, and he plainly regards me as inspired, for of course that was what he wanted. Remember that whenever you see a man, black or white, filled with a nameless longing, it is tobacco he requires. Grim despair accompanied by a gusty temper indicates something wrong with his pipe, in which case offer him a straightened out hairpin. The black engineer, having got his tobacco, goes below to the stoke hole again, and smokes a short clay as black and as strong as himself. The captain affects an immense churchwarden. How he gets through life waving it about as he does, without smashing it every 2 minutes, I cannot make out. At last we anchor for the night just inside Nazareth Bay, for Nazareth Bay wants daylight to deal with, being rich in low islands and sand shoals. We crossed the equator this afternoon. June 6th. Off at daybreak into Nazareth Bay. Anxiety displayed by navigators. Sounding taken on both sides of the bows, with long bamboo poles painted in stripes, and we go slow ahead and hard astern successfully until we get round a good-sized island, and there we stick until 4 o'clock, high water when we come off all right, and steam triumphantly, but cautiously, into the Ogowe. The shores of Nazareth Bay are fringed with mangroves, but once in the river the scenery soon changes, and the waters are walled on either side with a forest rich in bamboo, oil, and wine palms. These forest cliffs seem to rise right up out of the mirror-like brown water. Many of the highest trees are covered with clusters of brown pink young shoots that look like flowers, and others are decorated by my old enemy, the climbing palm, now bearing clusters of bright crimson berries. Climbing plants of other kinds are wreathing everything, some blossoming with mauve, some with yellow, some with white flowers, and every now and then a soft, sweet, heavy breath of fragrance comes out to us as we pass by. There is a native village on the north bank, embowered along its plantations with some very tall cocoa palms rising high above them. The river winds so that it seems to close in behind us, opening out in front fresh vistas of superb forest beauty, with a great brown river stretching away unbroken ahead like a broad road of burnished bronze. Astern it has a streak of frosted silver let into it by the Mouvet's screw. Just about 6 o'clock we run up to the Fallaba, the Mouvet's predecessor in working the Ogowe, now a hulk, used as a depot by Hayton and Cookson. She is anchored at the entrance of a creek that runs through to the Fernand Vaz. Some say it is 6 hours' run, others that it is 8 hours for a canoe. All agree that there are plenty of mosquitoes. The Fallaba looks grimly picturesque, and about the last spot in which a person of a nervous disposition would care to spend the night. One half of her deck is dedicated to fuel logs, on the other half are plank stores for the goods, and a room for the black subtrader in charge of them. I know that there must be scorpions which come out of those logs and stroll into the living room, and goodness only knows what one might not fancy would come up the creek, or rise out of the floating grass, or the limitless looking forest. I am told she was a fine steamer in her day, but those who had charge of her did not make allowances for the very rapid rotting action of the Ogowe water, so her hull rusted through before her engines were a quarter worn out, and there was nothing to be done with her then but put a lot of concrete in and make her a depot, in which state of life she is very useful, for during the height of the dry season the Mouvet cannot get through the creek to supply the firm's Fernand Vaz factories. Subsequently, I heard much of the Fallaba, which seems to have been a celebrated, or rather notorious vessel. Every one declared her engines to have been of immense power, but this I believe to have been a mere local superstition, because in the same breath the man who referred to them, as if it would have been quite unnecessary for new engines to have been made for H.M.S. Victorious, if those Fallaba engines could have been sent to Chatham Dockyard, would mention that you could not get any pace upon her, and all who knew her sadly owned she wouldn't steer. So naturally she spent the greater part of her time on the Ogowe on a sandbank or in the bush. All West African steamers have a mania for bush and the delusion that they are required to climb trees. The Fallaba had the complaint severely because of her defective steering powers, and the temptation the magnificent forest and the rapid currents and the sharp turns of the creek district offered her. She failed, of course. They all fail, but it is not for want of practice. I have seen many West Coast vessels up trees, but never more than 15 feet or so. The trade of this lower part of the Ogowe, from the mouth to Lembarene, a matter of 130 miles, is almost nil. Above Lembarene you are in touch with the rubber and ivory trade. This Fallaba Creek is noted for mosquitoes, and the black passengers made great and showy preparations in the evening time to receive their onslaught, by tying up their strong chintz mosquito bars to the stanchions and the cook house. their arrangements being constantly interrupted by the white engineer making alarums and excursions amongst them, because when too many of them get on one side, the Move takes a list and burns her boilers. Conversation and atmosphere are full of mosquitoes. The decision of widely experienced sufferers amongst us is, that next to the lower Ogowe, New Orleans is the worst place for them in this world. The day closed with a magnificent dramatic beauty. Dead ahead of us, up through a bank of dun-coloured mist, rose the moon, a great orb of crimson, spreading down the oil-like, still river, a streak of blood-red reflection. Right astern the sun sank down into the mist, a vaster orb of crimson, and when he had gone out of view, sent up flushes of amethyst, gold, carmine, and serpent green, before he left the moon in undisputed possession of the black purple sky. Forest and river were absolutely silent, but there was a pleasant chatter and laughter from the black crew and passengers away forward that made the Move seem an island of life in a land of death. I retired into my cabin so as to get under the mosquito curtains to write, and one by one I heard my companions come into the saloon adjacent and say to the watchman, "You sabe 6 o'clock. When them long arm catch them place, and them short arm catch them place, you come in the morning time." Exit from saloon. Silence. Then, "You sabe 5 o'clock. When them long arm catch them place, and them short arm catch them place, you come in the morning time." Exit. Silence. Then, "You sabe 5:30. When them long arm—" Oh, if I were a watchman! Anyhow, that 5 o'clocker will have the whole ship's company roused in the morning time. June 7th. Everyone called in the morning time by the reflex row from the rousing of the 5 o'clocker. Glorious morning. The scene the reversal of that of last night. The forest to the east shows a deep blue purple, mounted on a background that changes as you watch it from daffodil and amethyst to rose pink as the sun comes up through the night mists. The moon sinks down among them, her pale face flushing crimson as she goes, and the yellow gold sunshine comes, glorifying the forest and gilding the great sweep of tufted papyrus growing alongside the bank, and the mist vanishes, little white flecks of it lingering among the water reeds and lying in the dark shadows of the forest stems. The air is full of the long, soft, rich notes of the plantain warblers, and the uproar consequent upon the Move taking on fuel wood, which comes alongside in canoe loads from the Fallaba. Pierre Steinitz and Mr. Woods are busy preparing their respective canoes for their run to Fernand Vaz through the creek. Their canoes are very fine ones, with a remarkably clean run aft. The Pierre is quite the travelling canoe, with a little stage of bamboo aft, covered with a hood of palm thatch, under which you can make yourself quite comfortable, and keep yourself and your possessions dry, unless something desperate comes on in the way of rain. By 10:25 we have got all our wood aboard and run off up river full speed. The river seems broader above the Fallaba, but this is mainly on account of its being temporarily unencumbered with islands. A good deal of the bank we have passed by since leaving Nazareth Bay on the south side has been island shore, with a channel between the islands and the true south bank. The day soon grew dull and looked threatening after the delusive manner of the dry season. The climbing plants are finer here than I have ever before seen them. They form great veils and curtains between and over the trees, often hanging so straight and flat, in stretches of 20 to 40 feet or so wide, and 30 to 60 or 70 feet high, that it seems incredible that no human hand has trained or clipped them into their perfect forms. Sometimes These curtains are decorated with large bell-shaped, bright-coloured flowers, sometimes with delicate sprays of white blossoms. This forest is beyond all my expectations of tropical luxuriance and beauty, and it is a thing of another world to the forest of the Upper Calabar, which, beautiful as it is a sad dowdy to this. There you certainly get a great sense of grimness and vastness. Here you have an equal grimness and vastness, with the addition of superb colour. This forest is a Cleopatra, to which Calabar is but a Quaker. Not only does this forest depend on flowers for its illumination, for there are many kinds of trees having their young shoots, crimson, brown, pink, and creamy yellow. Added to this, there is also the relieving aspect of the prevailing fashion among West African trees, of wearing the trunk white, with here and there upon it splashes of pale pink lichen and vermilion red fungus, which alone is sufficient to prevent the great mass of vegetation from being a monotony in green. All day long we steam past ever varying scenes of loveliness, whose component parts are ever the same, yet the effect ever different. Doubtless it is wrong to call it a symphony, yet I know no other word to describe the scenery of the Ogowe. It is as full of life and beauty and passion as any symphony Beethoven ever wrote, the parts changing, interweaving, and returning. There are leitmotifs here in it too. See the papyrus ahead, and you know when you get abreast of it you will find the great forest sweeping away in a bay-like curve behind it against the dull grey sky, the splendid columns of its cotton and redwoods looking like a facade of some limitless inchoate temple. Then again there is that stretch of sword grass, looking as if it grew firmly on to the bottom, so steady does it stand. But as the Move goes by, her wash sets it undulating in waves across its broad acres of extent, showing it is only riding at anchor, and you know after a grass patch you will soon see a red dwarf clay cliff, with a village perched on its top, and the inhabitants thereof in their blue and red cloths standing by to shout and wave to the Move, or legging it like lamplighters from the back streets and the plantation to the river frontage to be in time to do so. And through all these changing phases there is always the strain of the vast wild forest and the swift, deep, silent river. At almost every village that we pass, and they are frequent after the Fallaba, there is an ostentatious display of firewood deposited either on the bank or on piles driven into the mud in front of it, mutely saying, in their uncivilized way, "Try our noted chunks, best value for money," that is to say, tobacco, etc., to the Move or any other little steamer that may happen to come along hungry for fuel. We stayed a few minutes this afternoon at Ashioka, where there came off to us in a canoe an enterprising young Frenchman who has planted and tended a coffee plantation in this out of the way region, and which is now, I am glad to hear, just coming into bearing. After leaving Ashioka, high land showed to the northeast, and at 5:15, without evident cause to the uninitiated, the Move took to whistling like a liner. A few minutes later a factory shows up on the hilly north bank, which is Warman's. Then just beyond and behind it we see the government post, then Hatton and Cookson factory, all in a line. Opposite Hatton and Cookson there was a pretty little stern wheel steamer nestling against the steep clay bank of Lembarene Island when we come in sight, but she instantly swept out from it in a perfect curve, which lay behind her marked in frosted silver on the water as she dropped down river. I hear now she was the Eclaireur, the stern wheeler which runs up and down the Ogowe in connection with the Chargeurs ruinous company subsidized by the government, and when the Move whistled, she was just completing taking on 3,000 billets of wood for fuel. She comes up from the Cape Lopez, stoking half wood and half coal, as far as Njole, and back to Lembarene. From Lembarene to the sea downwards she does on wood. In a few minutes we have taken her berth close to the bank and tied up to a tree. The white engineer yells to the black engineer, "Tom Tom, haul at some of them fire and open them drains one time," and the stokers with hooks pull out the glowing logs onto the iron deck in front of the furnace door, and throw water over them, and the Move sends a cloud of oil-laden steam against the bank, coming perilously near scalding some of her black admirers assembled there. I dare say she felt vicious, because they had been admiring the Eclaireur. After a few minutes I am escorted on to the broad verandah of Hatton and Cookson's factory, and I sit down under a lamp, prepared to contemplate, until dinner time, the wild beauty of the scene. The idea does not get carried out. In the twinkling of an eye I am stung all around the neck, and recognise there are lots too many mosquitoes and sandflies in the scenery to permit of contemplation of any kind. Never have I seen sandflies and mosquitoes in such appalling quantities. With a wild ping of joy the latter made for me, and I retired promptly into a dark corner of the verandah, swearing horribly but internally, and fought them. Mr. Hudson, Agent General, and Mr. Cockshut, Agent for the Ogowe, walk up and down the beach in front, doubtless talking cargo, apparently unconscious of mosquitoes, but by and by, while we are having dinner, they get their share. I behave exquisitely, and am quite lost in admiration of my own conduct, and busily deciding in my own mind whether I shall wear one of those plain ring halos, or a solid plate one a la Cimabu, when Mr. Hudson says in a voice full of reproach to Mr. Cockshut, "You have got mosquitoes here, Mr. Cockshut." Poor Mr. Cockshut doesn't deny it. He has got 4 on his forehead, and his hands are sprinkled with them, but he says there are none at Njole, which we all feel is an absurdly lame excuse, for Njole is some 90 miles above Lembarene, where we now are. Mr. Hudson says this to him tersely, and feeling he has utterly crushed Mr. Cockshut, turns on me, and utterly failing to recognise me as a suffering saint, says point blank and savagely, "You don't seem to feel these things, Miss Kingsley." Not feel them, indeed! Why, I could cry over them. Well, that's all the thanks one gets for trying not to be a nuisance in this world. After dinner I go back onto the Move for the night, for it is too late to go round to Kangwe and ask Mademoiselle Jacot of the Mission Evangelique if she will take me in. The air is stiff with mosquitoes, and saying a few suitable words to them, I dash under the mosquito bar and sleep, lulled by their shrill yells of baffled rage. June 8th. In the morning, up at 5. Great activity on beach. Move synchronously taking on wood fuel and discharging cargo. A very active young French pastor from the Kangwe mission station is round after the mission's cargo. Mr. Hudson kindly makes inquiries as to whether I may go round to Kangwe and stay with Mme. Jacot. He says, "Oh yes," but as I find he is not M. Jacot, I do not feel justified in accepting this statement without its having personal confirmation from Mme. Jacot, and so, leaving my luggage with the Move, I get them to allow me to go round with him and his cargo to Kangwe, about 3/4 of an hour's paddle round the upper part of Lembarene Island, and down the broad channel on the other side of it. Kangwe is beautifully situated on a hill, as its name denotes, on the mainland and north bank of the river. Mme. Jacot most kindly says I may come, though I know I shall be a fearful nuisance, for there is no room for me save M. Jacot's beautifully neat, clean, tidy study. I go back in the canoe and fetch my luggage from the Move and say good bye to Mr. Hudson, who gave me an immense amount of valuable advice about things, which was subsequently of great use to me, and a lot of equally good warnings, which, if I had attended to, would have enabled me to avoid many, if not all, my misadventures in Congo Francais. I camped out that night in M. Jacot's study, wondering how he would like it when he came home and found me there, for he was now away on one of his usual evangelizing tours. Providentially, Mme. Jacot let me have the room that the girls belonging to the mission school usually slept in, to my great relief, before M. Jacot came home. I will not weary you with my diary during my first stay in Kangwe. It is a catalogue of the collection of fish, etc., that I made, and a record of the continuous, never failing kindness and help that I received from M. and Mme. Jacot, and of my attempts to learn from them the peculiarities of the region, the natives, and their language and customs, which they both know so well and manage so admirably. I daily saw there what it is possible to do, even in the wildest and most remote regions of West Africa, and recognized that there is still one heroic form of human being whose praise has never adequately been sung, namely, the missionary's wife. Wishing to get higher up the Ogowe, I took the opportunity of the river boat of the Chargeurs Leonis going up to the Njole on one of her trips, and joined her. June 22nd. Eclaireur, charming little stern wheel steamer, exquisitely kept. She has an upper and lower deck. The lower deck for business, the upper deck for white passengers only. On the upper deck there is a fine long deck house, running almost her whole length. In this are the officers' cabins, the saloon, and the passengers' cabins too, both large and beautifully fitted up. Captain Verdier, exceedingly pleasant, and constantly saying "n'est ce pas," a quiet and singularly clean engineer, completes the white staff. The passengers consist of Mr. Cockshut, going up river to see after the sub factories, a French official bound for Franceville, which it will take him 36 days, go as quick as he can in a canoe after Njole, a tremendously lively person who has had black water fever 4 times while away in the bush with nothing to live on but manioc, a diet it would be far easier to die on under the circumstances. He is excellent company, though I do not know a word he says. He is perpetually giving lively and dramatic descriptions of things which I cannot but recognize. M.S., with his pince nez, the doctor, and above all the rapids of the Ogowe, rolling his hands round and round each other and clashing them forward with a descriptive ejaculation of "whish, flash, bump, bump, bump," and then comes what evidently represents a terrific flight for life against terrific odds. Wish to goodness I knew French, for wishing to see these rapids I cannot help feeling anxious and worried at not fully understanding this dramatic entertainment regarding them. There is another passenger said to be the engineer's brother, a quiet, gentlemanly man. Captain argues violently with every one, with Mr. Cockshut on the subject of the wicked waste of money in keeping the Move and not shipping all goods by the Eclaireur. N'est ce pas? And with the French official on goodness knows what, but I fancy it will be pistols for 2 and coffee for 1 in the morning time. When the captain feels himself being worsted in argument, he shouts for support to the engineer and his brother. "N'est ce pas?" he says, turning furiously to them. "Oui, oui, certainement," they say dutifully and calmly, and then he, refreshed by their support, dashes back to his controversial fray. He even tries to get up a row with me on the subject of the English merchants at Calabar, whom he asserts have sworn a kind of blood oath to ship by none but British and African Company steamers. I cannot stand this, for I know my esteemed and honoured friends, the Calabar traders, would ship by the Flying Dutchman, or the devil himself, if either of them would take the stuff at 15 shillings a ton. We have, however, to leave off this row for want of language, to our mutual regret, for it would have been a love of a fight. Soon after leaving Lembarene Island we passed the mouth of the chief southern affluent of the Ogowe, the Nguni. It flows in unostentatiously from the Ese, a broad quiet river, here with low banks and two islands, Walker's Islands, showing just off its entrance. Higher up it flows through a mountainous country, and at Samba, its furthest navigable point, there is a wonderfully beautiful waterfall, the whole river coming down over a low cliff surrounded by an amphitheatre of mountains. It takes the Eclair 2 days steaming from the mouth of the Ngune to Samba when she can get up, but now in the height of the long dry season neither she nor the Move can go because of the sandbanks. So Samba is cut off until next October. Hatton and Cookson have factories up at Samba, for it is an outlet for the trade of Ajongo land in rubber and ivory, a trade worked by the Akele tribe, a powerful, savage, and difficult lot to deal with, and just in the same condition, as far as I can learn, as they were when Du Chaillu made his wonderful journeys among them. When I was at Lembarene, waiting for the Eclaireur, a notorious chief descended on a Ngune sub-factory and looted it. The wife of the black trading agent made a gallant resistance. Her husband was away on a trading expedition, but the chief had her seized and beaten and thrown into the river. An appeal was made to the doctor, then administrator of the Ogowe, a powerful and helpful official, and he soon came up with the little canonniere, taking Mr. Cockshut with him, and fully vindicated the honour of the French flag, under which all factories here are. The banks of the Ogowe, just above Lembarene Island, are low, with the forest only broken by village clearings, and seeming to press in on those, ready to absorb them should the inhabitants cease their war against it. The blue Nyakanaka mountains of Ajongo land show away to the southeast in a range. Behind us, gradually sinking in the distance, is the high land on Lembarene Island. Soon we run up alongside a big street of a village, with 4 high houses rising a story above the rest, which are strictly ground floor. It has also 5 or 6 little low, open, thatched huts along the street in front. These may be fetish huts, or, as the captain of the Sparrow would say, again they mayn't. For I have seen similar huts in the villages around Libreville, which were store places for roof mats, of which the natives carefully kept a store dry and ready for emergencies in the way of tornadoes, or to sell. We stop abreast of this village. Inhabitants in scores rush out and form an excited row along the vertical bank edge, several of the more excited individuals falling over it into the water. Yells from our passengers on the lower deck. Yells from inhabitants on shore. Yells of "Vite! Vite!" from the captain. Dogs bark, horns bray, some exhilarated individual thumps the village drum. Canoes fly out from the bank towards us. Fearful scrimmage heard going on all the time on the deck below. As soon as the canoes are alongside, our passengers from the lower deck, with their bundles and their dogs, pour over the side into them. Canoes rock wildly and wobble off rapidly towards the bank, frightening the passengers because they have got their best clothes on, and fear that the Eclaireur will start and upset them altogether with her wash. On reaching the bank, the new arrivals disappear into brown clouds of wives and relations, and the dogs into fighting clusters of resident dogs. Happy, happy day! For those men who have gone ashore have been away on hire to the government and factories for a year, and are safe home in the bosoms of their families again, and not only they themselves, but all the goods they have got in pay. The remaining passengers below still yell to their departed friends, I know not what they say, but I expect it's the Fan equivalent for "Mind you write," "Take care of yourself," "Yes, I'll come and see you soon," etc., etc. While all this is going on, the Eclaireur quietly slides down river with the current broadside on as if she smelt her stable at Lembarene. This I find is her constant habit whenever the captain, the engineer, and the man at the wheel are all busy in a row along the rail shouting overside, which occurs whenever we have passengers to land. Her iniquity being detected when the last canoe load has left for the shore, she is spun around and sent up river again at full speed. We go on upstream now and again, stopping at little villages to land passengers or at little sub factories to discharge cargo, until evening closes in, when we anchor and tie up at O Saomokita, where there is a sub factory of Messrs. Warmans, in charge of which is a white man, the only white man between Lembarene and Njole. He comes on board and looks only a boy, but is really aged 20. He is a Frenchman, and was at Hatton and Cookson's first, then he joined Warmans, who have put him in charge of this place. The isolation for a white man must be terrible; sometimes 2 months will go by without his seeing another white face but that in his looking glass, and when he does see another, it is only by a fleeting visit, such as we now pay him, and to make the most of this, he stays on board to dinner. June 23rd. Start off steaming up river early in the morning time. Land ahead showing mountainous. Rather suddenly the banks grow higher. Here and there in the forest are patches which look like regular hand-made plantations, which they are not, but only patches of gombe trees, showing that at this place was once a native town. Whenever land is cleared along here, this tree springs up all over the ground. It grows very rapidly, and has great leaves, something like a sycamore leaf, only much larger. These leaves, growing in a cluster at the top of the straight stem, give an umbrella-like appearance to the affair, so the natives call them, and an umbrella by the same name. But whether they think the umbrella is like the tree or the tree is like the umbrella, I can't make out. I am always getting myself mixed over this kind of thing in my attempts to contemplate phenomena from a scientific standpoint, as Cambridge ordered me to do. I'll give the habit up. You can't do that sort of thing out here. It's the climate. And I will content myself with stating the fact that when a native comes into a store and wants an umbrella, he asks for an ingombe. The uniformity of the height of the individual trees in one of these patches is striking, and it arises from their all starting fair. I cannot make out other things about them to my satisfaction, for you very rarely see one of them in the wild bush, and then it does not bear a fruit that the natives collect and use, and then chuck away the stones around their domicile. Anyway, there they are all one height, and all one colour, and apparently allowing no other vegetation to make any headway among them. But I found when I carefully investigated Egombe patches that there were a few of the great slower growing forest trees coming up amongst them, and in time, when these attain a sufficient height, their shade kills off the Egombe, and the patch goes back into the great forest from which it came. The frequency of these patches arises from the nomadic habits of the chief tribe in these regions, the Fans. They rarely occupy one site for a village for any considerable time on account, firstly, of their wasteful method of collecting rubber by cutting down the vine, which soon stamps it out of a district, and secondly, from their quarrelsome ways. So, when a village of Fans has cleared all the rubber out of its district, or has made the said district too hot to hold it by rows with other villages, or has got itself very properly shelled out and burnt for some attack on traders or the French flag in any form, its inhabitants clear off into another district, and build another village, for bark and palm thatch are cheap, and house removing just nothing. When you are an unsophisticated cannibal Fan, you don't require a pantechnicon van to stow away your one or two mushroom-shaped stools, knives and cooking pots, and a calabash or so. If you are rich, maybe you will have a box with clothes in as well, but as a general rule all your clothes are on your back. So your wives just pick up the stools and the knives and the cooking pots and the box, and the children toddle off with the calabashes. You have, of course, the gun to carry for sleeping or waking. A Fan never parts with his gun, and so there you are. Finish, as M. Pichault would say, and before your new bark house is up, there grows the Egombe Gombe where your house once stood. Now and again, for lack of immediate neighbouring villages to quarrel with, one end of a village will quarrel with the other end. The weaker end then goes off and builds itself another village, keeping an eye lifting for any member of the stronger end who may come conveniently into its neighbourhood to be killed and eaten. Meanwhile, the Egombe Gombe grows over the houses of the empty end, pretending it's a plantation belonging to the remaining half. I once heard a newcomer hold forth eloquently as to how those Fans were maligned. "They say," said he, with a fine wave of his arm towards such a patch, "that these people do not till the soil, that they are not industrious, that the few plantations they do make are ill kept, that they are only a set of wandering hunters and cannibals. Look there at those magnificent plantations." I did look, but I did not alter my opinion of the Fans, for I know my old friend Egombe Gombe when I see him. This morning the French official seems sad and melancholy. I fancy he has got a Monday head, Kipling, but he revives as the day goes on. As we go on, the banks become hills, and the broad river, which has been showing sheets of sand banks in all directions, now narrows and shows only neat little beaches of white sand in shallow places along the bank. The current is terrific. The Eclaireur breathes hard, and has all she can do to fight her way up against it. Masses of black weathered rock in great boulders show along the exposed parts of both banks, left dry by the falling waters. Each bank is steep, and quantities of great trees, naked and bare, are hanging down from them, held by their roots and bush rope entanglement from being swept away with the rushing current, and they make a great white fringe to the banks. The hills become higher and more abrupt, and the river runs between them in a gloomy ravine, winding to and fro. We catch sight of a patch of white sand ahead, which I mistake for a white painted house, but immediately after doubling round a bend we see the houses of the Talaguga mission station. The Eclaireur forthwith has an hysteric fit on her whistle, so as to frighten M. Forget and get him to dash off in his canoe to her at once. Apparently he knows her, and does not hurry, but comes on board quietly. I find there will be no place for me to stay at Njole, so I decide to go on in the Eclaireur and use her as an hotel while there, and then return and stay with Mme. Forget if she will have me. I consult M. Forget on this point. He says, "Oh yes," but seems to have lost something of great value recently, and not to be quite clear where. Only manner, I suppose. When M. Forget has got his mails he goes, and the Eclaireur goes on. Indeed, she has never really stopped, for the water is too deep to anchor in here, and the terrific current would promptly whisk the steamer down out of Talaguga Gorge were she to leave off fighting it. We run on up past Talaguga Island, where the river broadens out again a little, but not much, and reach Njole by nightfall, and tie up to a tree by Dumas's factory beach. Usual uproar, but as Mr. Cockshut says, no mosquitoes. The mosquito belt ends abruptly at O Saomokita. Next morning I go ashore and start on a walk. Lovely road, bright yellow clay as hard as paving stone. On each side it is most neatly hedged with pineapples, behind these carefully tended acres of coffee bushes planted in long rows. Certainly coffee is one of the most lively of crops. Its grandly shaped leaves are like those of our medlar tree, only darker and richer green, the berries set close to the stem, those that are ripe a rich crimson. These trees, I think, are about 3 years old, and just coming into bearing, for they are covered with full-sized berries, and there has been a flush of bloom on them this morning, and the delicious fragrance of their stephanotis-shaped and scented flowers lingers in the air. The country spreads before me a lovely valley encompassed by purple-blue mountains. Mount Talaguga looks splendid in a soft, infinitely deep blue, although it is quite close, just the other side of the river. The road goes on into the valley as pleasantly as ever, and more so. How pleasant it would be now if our government along the coast had the enterprise and public spirit of the French, and made such roads just on the remote chance of stray travellers dropping in on a steamer once in 10 years or so and wanting a walk. Observe extremely neatly Igalwa built huts, people sitting on the bright clean ground outside them making mats and baskets. "Umboloani," says I. "Ay, Mbolo," say they, and knock off work to stare. Observe large wired in enclosures on left hand side of road. Investigate. Find they are tenanted by animals, goats, sheep, chickens, etc. Clearly this is a jardin d'acclimatation. No wonder the colony does not pay, if it goes in for this sort of thing. 206 miles inland, with simply no public to pay gate money. While contemplating these things, hear awful hiss. Serpents? No, geese. Awful fight. Grand things. Good old fashioned long skirts are for Africa. Get through geese and advance in good order, but somewhat rapidly down road. Turn sharply round corner of native houses. Turkey cock, terrific turn up. Flight on my part forwards down road which is still going strong, now in a northerly direction, apparently indefinitely. Hope to goodness there will be a turning that I can go down and get back by, without returning through this ferocious farmyard. Intent on picking up such an outlet, I go 30 yards or so down the road. Hear shouts coming from a clump of bananas on my left. Knowing they are directed at me, but it does not do to attend to shouts always. Expect it is only some native with an awful knowledge of English anxious to get up my family history, therefore accelerate pace. More shouts and louder of "Madame Gacon! Madame Gacon!" and out of the banana clump comes a big, plump, pleasant-looking gentleman, clad in a singlet and a divided skirt. White people must be attended to, so advance carefully towards him through a plantation of young coffee, apologizing humbly for intruding on his domain. He smiles and bows beautifully, but horror! He knows no English, I no French. Situation tres inexplicable et tres interessante, as I subsequently heard him remark, and the worst of it is he is evidently bursting to know who I am, and what I am doing in the middle of his coffee plantation, for his it clearly is, as appears from his obsequious bodyguard of blacks, highly interested in me also. We gaze at each other and smile some more, but stiffly, and he stands bareheaded in the sun in an awful way. It's murder I'm committing, hard all. He, as is fitting for his superior sex, displays intelligence first and says, "Interpreter," waving his hand to the south. I say, "Yes," in my best Fan, an enthusiastic, intelligent grunt which anyone must understand. He leads the way back towards "those geese," perhaps, by the by, that is why he wears those divided skirts, and we enter a beautifully neatly built bamboo house, and sit down opposite to each other at a table, and wait for the interpreter who is being fetched. The house is low on the ground and of native construction, but most beautifully kept, and arranged with an air of artistic feeling quite as unexpected as the rest of my surroundings. I notice upon the walls sets of pictures of terrific incidents in Algerian campaigns, and a copy of that superb head of M. de Brazza in Arab headgear. Soon the black minions, who have been sent to find one of the plantation hands who is supposed to know French and English, return with the interpreter. The young man is a fraud. He does not know English, not even coast English, and all he has got under his precious wool is an abysmal ignorance darkened by terror, and so after one or two futile attempts, and some frantic scratching at both those regions which an African seems to regard as the seats of intellectual inspiration, he bolts out of the door. Situation terrible. My host and I smile wildly at each other, and both wonder in our respective languages what, in the words of Mr. Squeers, as mentioned in the classics, we shall do in this ere most awful go. We are both going mad with the strain of the situation, when in walks the engineer's brother from the Eclaireur. He seems intensely surprised to find me sitting in his friend the planter's parlour after my grim and retiring conduct on the Eclaireur on my voyage up, but the planter tells him all, sousing him in torrents of words full of the violence of an outbreak of pent-up emotion. I do not understand what he says, but I catch "tres inexplicable" and things like that. The calm brother of the engineer sits down at the table, and I am sure tells the planter something like this: "Calm yourself, my friend. We picked up this curiosity at Lembarene. It seems quite harmless." And then the planter calmed, and mopping a perspiring brow, and so did I, and we smiled more freely, feeling the mental atmosphere had become less tense and cooler. We both simply beamed on our deliverer, and the planter gave him lots of things to drink. I had nothing about me except a head of tobacco in my pocket, which I did not feel was a suitable offering. Now the engineer's brother, although he would not own to it, knew English, so I told him how the beauty of the road had lured me on, and how I was interested in coffee planting, and how much I admired the magnificence of this plantation, and all the enterprise and energy it represented. "Oui, oui, certainement," said he, and translated. My friend the planter seemed charmed. It was the first sign of anything approaching reason he had seen in me. He wanted me to have eau sucrée more kindly than ever, and when I rose intending to bow myself off and go, geese or no geese, back to the Eclaireur, he would not let me go. I must see the plantation, toute la plantation. So presently all three of us go out and thoroughly do the plantation, the most well-ordered, well-cultivated plantation I have ever seen, and a very noble monument to the knowledge and industry of the planter. For 2 hot hours these two perfect gentlemen showed me over it. I also behaved well, for petticoats, great as they are, do not prevent insects and catawumpuses of sorts walking up one's ankle and feeding on one, as one stands on the long grass which has been most wisely cut and laid round the young trees for mulching. This plantation is of great extent on the hillsides, and in the valley bottom portions of it are just coming into bearing. The whole is kept as perfectly as a garden, amazing as the work of one white man with only a staff of unskilled native labourers, at present only 80 of them. The coffee planted is of 3 kinds, the elephant berry, the Arabian, and the San Tome. During our inspection we only had one serious misunderstanding, which arose from my seeing, for the first time in my life, tree ferns growing in the Ogowe. There were 3 of them, evidently carefully taken care of, among some coffee plants. It was highly exciting, and I tried to find out about them. It seemed, even in this centre of enterprise, unlikely that they had been brought just for a dandy from the Australasian region, and I had never yet come across them in my wanderings save on Fernando Po. Unfortunately, my friends thought I wanted them to keep, and shouted for men to bring things and dig them up, so I had a brisk little engagement with the men, driving them from their prey with the point of my umbrella, ejaculating "Kor, kor," like an agitated crow. When at last they understood that my interest in the ferns was scientific, not piratical, they called the men off, and explained that the ferns had been found among the bush when it was being cleared for the plantation. Ultimately, with many bows and most sincere thanks from me, we parted, providentially behind the geese, and I returned down the road to Njole, where I find Mr. Cockshut waiting outside his factory. He insists on taking me to the Post to see the administrator, and from there, he says, I can go on to the Eclaireur from the Post beach, as she will be up there from Dumas. Off we go up the road, which skirts the river bank, a dwarf clay cliff, overgrown with vegetation, save where it is cleared for beaches. The road is short, but exceedingly pretty. On the other side from the river is a steep bank, on which is growing a plantation of cacao. Lying out in the centre of the river you see Njole Island, a low sandy one, timbered not only with bush, but with orange and other fruit trees, for formerly the post and factories used to be situated on the island. Now only their trees remain for various reasons, one being that in the wet season it is a good deal under water. Everything is now situated on the mainland north bank in a straggling but picturesque line. First comes Warman's factory, then Hatton and Cookson's, and John Holt's, close together with a beach in common in a sweetly amicable style for factories, who as a rule firmly stockade themselves off from their next door neighbours. Then Dumas's beach, a little native village, the cacao patch, and the post at the up river end of things European, an end of things European, I am told, for a matter of 500 miles. Immediately beyond the post is a little river falling into the Ogowe, and on its further bank a small village belonging to a chief who, hearing of the glories of the government, came down like the Queen of Sheba in intention, I mean not personal appearance, to see it, and so charmed has he been that here he stays to gaze on it. Although Mr. Cockshut hunted the administrator of the Ogowe out of his bath, that gentleman is exceedingly amiable and charming, all the more so to me for speaking good English. Personally he is big, handsome, exuberant, and energetic. He shows me round with a gracious enthusiasm all manner of things, big gorilla teeth and heads, native spears and brass nail ornamented guns, and explains, while we are in his study, that the little model canoe full of kola nuts is a supply of kola to enable him to sit up all night and work. Then he takes us outside to see the new hospital which he, in his capacity as administrator, during the absence of the professional administrator on leave in France, has granted to himself in his capacity as doctor, and he shows us the captive chief and headman from Samba, busily quarrying a clay cliff behind it so as to enlarge the governmental plateau, and the ex-ministers of the ex-king of Dahomey, who are deported to Njole, and apparently comfortable and deployed in various non-menial occupations. Then we go down the little avenue of cacao trees in full bearing, and away to the left to where there is now an encampment of Adumas, who have come down as a convoy from Franceville, and are going back with another under the command of our vivacious fellow passenger, who, I grieve to see, will have a rough time of it in the way of accommodation in those narrow, shallow canoes which are lying with their noses tied to the bank, and no other white men to talk to. What a blessing he will be conversationally to Franceville when he gets in. The Aduma encampment is very picturesque, for they have got their bright coloured chintz mosquito bars erected as tents. Dr. Pelessier then insists on banging down monkey breadfruit with a stick to show me their inside. Of course they burst over his beautiful white clothes. I said they would, but men will be men. Then we go and stand under the two lovely Odika trees that make a triumphal arch-like gateway to the Post's beach from the river, and the doctor discourses in a most interesting way on all sorts of subjects. We go on waiting for the Eclaireur, who, although it is past 4 o'clock, is still down at Dumas's beach. I feel nearly frantic at detaining the doctor, but neither he nor Mr. Cockshut seem in the least hurry. But at last I can stand it no longer. The vision of the administrator of the Ogowe, worn out, but chewing kola nut to keep himself awake all night while he finishes his papers to go down on the Eclaireur tomorrow morning, is too painful, so I say I will walk back to Dumas and go on the Eclaireur there, and try to liberate the administrator from his present engagements, so that he may go back and work. No good. He will come down to Dumas with Mr. Cockshut and me. Off we go, and just exactly as we are getting on to Dumas beach, off starts the Eclaireur with a shriek for the Post beach. So I say good-bye to Mr. Cockshut and go back to the Post with Mr. Pelessier, and he sees me on board, and to my immense relief he stays on board a good hour and a half, talking to other people, so it is not on my head if he is up all night. June 25th. Eclaireur has to wait for the administrator until 10 because he has not done his mails. At 10 he comes on board like an amiable tornado, for he himself is going to Cape Lopez. I am grieved to see them carrying on board too a French official very ill with fever. He is the engineer of the Canonniere, and they are taking him down to Cape Lopez, where they hope to get a ship to take him up to Gaboon and to the hospital on the Minerve. I heard subsequently that the poor fellow died about 40 hours after leaving Njole at Achiyuka in Kama country. We get away at last, and run rapidly down river, helped by the terrific current. The Eclaireur has to call at Talaguga for planks from M. Gacon's sawmill. As soon as we are past the tail of Talaguga Island, the Eclaireur ties her whistle string to a stanchion and goes off into a series of screaming fits as only she can. What she wants is to get M. Forget or M. Gacon, or better still both, out in their canoes with the wood waiting for her, because she cannot anchor in the depth, nor can she turn round, and backing plays the mischief with any ship's engines, and she can't hold her own against the current. And then Captain Verdier says things I won't repeat, and throws his weight passionately on the whistle string, for we are in sight of the narrow gorge of Talaguga, with the mission station apparently slumbering in the sun. This puts the Eclaireur in an awful temper. She goes down towards it as near as she dare, and then frisks round again and runs up river a little way and drops down again in violent hysterics the whole time. Soon M. Gacon comes along among the trees on the bank and laughs at her. A rope is thrown to him, and the panting Eclaireur tied up to a tree close in to the bank, for the water is deep enough here to moor a liner in, only there are a good many rocks. In a few minutes M. Forget and several canoe loads of beautiful red-brown mahogany planks are on board, and things being finished, I say good-bye to the captain, and go off with M. Forget in a canoe to the shore. End of chapter 4. The Ogowe. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com. Chapter 5 of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 5. The Rapids of the Ogowe. The log of an Aduma canoe during a voyage undertaken to the rapids of the river Ogowe, with some account of the diverse disasters that befell thereon. Mme. Forget received me most kindly, and, thanks to her ever thoughtful hospitality, I spent a very pleasant time at Talagouga, wandering about the forest and collecting fishes from the native fishermen, and seeing the strange forms of some of these Talagouga region fishes, and the marked difference between them and those of Lembarene. I set my heart on going up into the region of the Ogowe Rapids. For some time no one whom I could get hold of regarded it as a feasible scheme, but at last M. Gacon thought it might be managed. I said I would give a reward of 100 francs to any one who would lend me a canoe and a crew, and I would pay the working expenses, food, wages, etc. M. Gacon had a good canoe, and could spare me 2 English-speaking Igalwas, one of whom had been part of the way with M. Allegret and Tieseres, when they made their journey up to Franceville, and then across to Brazzaville and down the Congo 2 years ago. He also thought we could get 6 Fans to complete the crew. I was delighted, packed my small portmanteau with a few things, got some trade goods, wound up my watch, ascertained the date of the day of the month, and borrowed 3 hairpins from Mme. Forget. Then down came disappointment. On my return from the bush that evening, Mme. Forget said M. Gacon said it was impossible. The Fans round Talagouga wouldn't go at any price above Njole, because they were certain they would be killed and eaten by the up-river Fans. Internally consigning the entire tribe to regions where they will get a rise in temperature, even on this climate, I went with Mme. Forget to M. Gacon, and we talked it over. Finally, M. Gacon thought he could let me have 2 more Igalwas from Hatton and Cookson's beach across the river. Sending across there, we found this could be done, so I now felt I was in for it, and screwed my courage to the sticking point. No easy matter after all the information I had got into my mind regarding the rapids of the river Ogowe. I established myself on my portmanteau comfortably in the canoe, my back is against the trade box, and behind that is the usual mound of pillows, sleeping mats, and mosquito bars of the Igalwa crew, the whole surmounted by the French flag flying from an indifferent stick. M. and Mme. Forget provide me with everything I can possibly require, and say that the blood of half my crew is half alcohol. On the whole, it is patent they don't expect to see me again, and I forgive them, because they don't seem cheerful over it. But still it is not reassuring. Nothing is about this affair, and it's going to rain. It does as we go up the river to Njole, where there is another risk of the affair collapsing by the French authorities declining to allow me to proceed. On we paddled, Mbo, the head man, standing in the bows of the canoe in front of me to steer, then I, then the baggage, then the able-bodied seamen, including the cook, also standing and paddling. And at the other extremity of the canoe, it grieves me to speak of it in this unseamanlike way, but in these canoes both ends are alike, and chance alone ordains which is bow and which is stern. Stands Pierre, the first officer, also steering. The paddles used are all of the long-handled, leaf-shaped Igalwa type. We got up just past Talagouga Island, and then tie up against the bank of M. Gazenget's plantation, and make a piratical raid on its bush for poles. A gang of his men come down to us, but only to chat. One of them, I notice, has had something happen severely to one side of his face. I ask Mbo what's the matter, and he answers with a derisive laugh, "He be fool man, he go for thief plantain and don't got shot." Mbo does not make it clear where the sin in this affair is exactly located. I expect it is in being fool man. Having got our supply of long stout poles, we push off and paddle on again. Before we reach Njole, I recognize my crew have got the grumbles, and at once inquire into the reason. Mbo sadly informs me that they no got chop, having been provided only with plantain, and no meat or fish to eat with it. I promise to get them plenty at Njole, and contentment settles on the crew, and they sing. After about 3 hours we reach Njole, and I proceed to interview the authorities. Dr. Pelessier is away down river, and the two gentlemen in charge don't understand English, but Pierre translates, and the letter which M. Forget has kindly written for me explains things, and so the palaver ends satisfactorily after a long talk. First, the official says he does not like to take the responsibility of allowing me to endanger myself in those rapids. I explain I will not hold any one responsible but myself, and I urge that a lady has been up before, a Mme. Quinay. He says, yes, that is true, but Madame had with her a husband and many men, whereas I am alone, and have only 8 Igalwas and not Adumas, the proper crew for the rapids, and they are way up river now with a convoy. True, O King, I answer, but Madame Quinay went right up to Lousterville, whereas I only want to go sufficiently high up the rapids to get typical fish. And these Igalwas are great men at canoe work, and can go in a canoe anywhere that any mortal man can go. This to cheer up my Igalwa interpreter. And as for the husband, neither the Royal Geographical Society's list in their Hints to Travellers nor Messrs. Silver in their elaborate lists of articles necessary for a traveller in tropical climates make mention of husbands. However, the official ultimately says, yes, I may go, and parts with me as with one bent on self-destruction. This affair being settled, I start off, like an old hen with a brood of chickens to provide for, to get chop for my men, and go first to Hatton and Cookson's factory. I find its white agent is down river after stores, and John Holt's agent says he has got no beef nor fish, and is precious short of provisions for himself. So I go back to Dumas, where I find a most amiable French gentleman, who says he will let me have as much fish or beef as I want, and to this supply he adds some delightful bread biscuits. Mbo and the crew beam with satisfaction. Mine is clouded by finding when they have carried off the booty to the canoe, the Frenchman will not let me pay for it. Therefore, taking the opportunity of his back being turned for a few minutes, I buy and pay for across the store counter some trade things, knives, cloth, etc. Then I say good-bye to the agent. "Adieu, mademoiselle," says he, in a forever tone of voice. Indeed, I am sure I have caught from these kind people a very pretty and becoming mournful manner, and there's not another white station for 500 miles where I can show it off. Away we go, still damp from the rain we have come through, but drying nicely with the day, and cheerful about the chop. The Ogowe is broad at Njole, and its banks not mountainous, as at Talaguga. But as we go on it soon narrows, the current runs more rapidly than ever, and we are soon again surrounded by the mountain range. Great masses of black rock show among the trees on the hillsides, and under the fringe of fallen trees that hang from the steep banks. 2 hours after leaving Njole, we are facing our first rapid. Great grey-black masses of smoothed rock rise up out of the whirling water in all directions. These rocks have a peculiar appearance which puzzled me at the time, but in subsequently getting used to it, I accepted it quietly and admired. When the sun shines on them, They have a soft light blue haze around them like a halo. The effect produced by this, with the forested hillsides and the little beaches of glistening white sand, was one of the most perfect things I have ever seen. We kept close to the right hand bank, dodging out of the way of the swiftest current as much as possible. Ever and again we were unable to force our way round projecting parts of the bank, so we then got up just as far as we could to the point in question, yelling and shouting at the tops of our voices. M'bo said, "Jump for bank, sir," and I up and jumped, followed by half the crew. Such banks! Sheets and walls and rubbish heaps of rock, mixed up with trees fallen and standing. One appalling corner I shall not forget, for I had to jump at a rock wall and hang on it in a manner more befitting an insect than an insect hunter, and then scramble up it into a close-set forest heavily burdened with boulders of all sizes. I wonder whether the rocks or the trees were there first. There is evidence both ways, for in one place you will see a rock on the top of a tree, the tree creeping out from under it, and in another place you will see a tree on the top of a rock, clasping it with a network of roots and getting its nourishment, goodness knows how, for these are by no means tender, digestible sandstones, but uncommon hard gneiss and quartz, which has no idea of breaking up into friable small stuff, and which only takes on a high polish when it is vigorously sanded and canvassed by the Ogowe. While I was engaged in climbing across these promontories, the crew would be busy shouting and hauling the canoe round the point by means of the strong chain provided for such emergencies fixed on to the bow. When this was done, in we got again and paddled away until we met our next affliction. M'bo had advised that we should spend our first night at the same village that M. Allegret did, but when we reached it, a large village on the north bank, we seemed to have a lot of daylight still in hand, and thought it would be better to stay at one a little higher up, so as to make a shorter day's work for tomorrow, when we wanted to reach Kondo Kondo. So we went against the bank just to ask about the situation and character of the up-river villages. The row of low bark huts was long, and extended its main frontage close to the edge of the river bank. The inhabitants had been watching us as we came, and when they saw we intended calling that afternoon, they charged down to the river edge, hopeful of excitement. They had a great deal to say, and so had we. After compliments, as they say in excerpts of diplomatic communications, 3 of their men took charge of the conversation on their side, and M'bo did ours. To M'bo's questions they gave a dramatic entertainment as answer, after the manner of these brisk, excitable Fans. One chief, however, soon settled down to definite details, prefacing his remarks with the silence commanding "Azuna, Azuna," and his companions grunted approbation of his observations. He took a piece of plantain leaf and tore it up into 5 different sized bits. These he laid along the edge of our canoe, at different intervals of space, while he told M'bo things, mainly scandalous, about the characters of the villages these bits of leaf represented, save, of course, about bit A, which represented his own. The interval between the bits was proportional to the interval between the villages, and the size of the bits was proportional to the size of the village. Village number 4 was the only one he should recommend our going to. When all was said, I gave our kindly informants some heads of tobacco and many thanks. Then M'bo sang them a hymn, with the assistance of Pierre, half a line behind him in a different key, but every bit as flat. The Fans seemed impressed, but any crowd would be, by the hymn singing of my crew, unless they were inmates of deaf and dumb asylums. Then we took our farewell, and thanked the village elaborately for its kind invitation to spend the night there on our way home, shoved off and paddled away in great style, just to show those Fans what Igalwas could do. We hadn't gone 200 yards before we met a current coming round the end of a rock reef that was too strong for us to hold our own in, let alone progress. On to the bank I was ordered and went. It was a low slip of rugged, confused boulders and fragments of rock, carelessly arranged, and evidently under water in the wet season. I scrambled along, the men yelled and shouted and hauled the canoe, and the inhabitants of the village, seeing we were becoming amusing again, came legging it like lamplighters after us, young and old, male and female, to say nothing of the dogs. Some good souls helped the men haul, while I did my best to amuse the others by diving headlong from a large rock, onto which I had elaborately climbed, into a thick clump of willow-leaved shrubs. They applauded my performance vociferously, and then assisted my efforts to extricate myself, and during the rest of my scramble they kept close to me, with keen competition for the front row, in hopes that I would do something like it again. But I refused the encore because, bashful as I am, I could not but feel that my last performance was carried out with all the superb, reckless abandon of a Sarah Bernhardt, and a display of art of this order should satisfy any African village for a year at least. At last I got across the rocks on to a lovely little beach of white sand, and stood there talking, surrounded by my audience, until the canoe got over its difficulties and arrived almost as scratched as I, and then we again said farewell and paddled away, to the great grief of the natives, for they don't get a circus up above Njole every week, poor dears. Now there is no doubt that that chief's plantain leaf chart was an ingenious idea and a credit to him. There is also no doubt that the Fan mile is a bit Irish, a matter of 9 or so of those of ordinary mortals, but I am bound to say I don't think, even allowing for this, that he put those pieces far enough apart. On we paddled a long way before we picked up village number 1 mentioned in that chart. On again still longer till we came to village number 2. Village number 3 hove in sight high up on a mountain side soon after, but it was getting dark and the water worse, and the hillsides growing higher and higher into nobly shaped mountains, forming with their forest graced steep sides a ravine that, in the gathering gloom, looked like an alley way made of iron for the foaming Ogowe. Village number 4 we anxiously looked for. Village number 4 we never saw, for round us came the dark, seeming to come out onto the river from the forests and the side ravines, where for some hours we had seen it sleeping like a sailor with his clothes on in bad weather. On we paddled, looking for signs of village fires and seeing them not. The Erdgeist knew we wanted something, and seeing how we personally lacked it, thought it was beauty, and being in a kindly mood, gave it us, sending the lovely lingering flushes of his afterglow across the sky, which dying left it that divine deep purple velvet which no one has dared to paint. Out in it came the great stars blazing high above us, and the dark round us was begemmed with fireflies, but we were not as satisfied with these things as we should have been. What we wanted were fires to cook by, and dry ourselves by, and all that sort of thing. The Erdgeist did not understand, and so left us when the afterglow had died away, with only enough starlight to see the flying foam of the rapids ahead and around us, and not enough to see the great trees that had fallen from the bank into the water. These, when the rapids were not too noisy, we could listen for, because the black current rushes through their branches with an impatient lish swish. But when there was a rapid roaring close alongside, we ran into those trees, and got ourselves mauled, and had ticklish times getting on our course again. Now and again we ran up against great rocks sticking up in the black water, grim isolated fellows, who seemed to be standing silently watching their fellow rocks noisily fighting in the arena of the white water. Still on we poled and paddled. About 8 p.m. we came to a corner, a bad one, but we were unable to leap onto the bank and haul round, not being able to see either the details or the exact position of the said bank, and we felt, I think naturally, disinclined to spring in the direction of such bits of country as we had had experience of during the afternoon, with nothing but the aid we might have got from a compass hastily viewed by the transitory light of a lucifer match, and even this would not have informed us how many tens of feet of tree fringe lay between us and the land, so we did not attempt it. One must be careful at times or nasty accidents may follow. We fought our way round that corner, yelling defiance at the water, and dealt with succeeding corners on the vi et armis plan, breaking ever and anon a pole. About 9:30 we got into a savage rapid. We fought it inch by inch. The canoe jammed herself on some barely sunken rocks in it. We shoved her off over them. She tilted over and chucked us out. The rocks round being just awash, we survived and got her straight again, and got into her and drove her unmercifully. She struck again and bucked like a bronco, and we fell in heaps upon each other, but stayed inside that time. The men by the aid of their intelligent feet, I by clinching my hands into the bush rope lacing which ran around the rim of the canoe, and the meaning of which I did not understand when I left Talagouga. We sorted ourselves out hastily and set her at it again. Smash went a sorely tried pole and a paddle. Round and round we spun in an exultant whirlpool, which in a light-hearted, malicious, joking way, hurled us tail first out of it into the current. Now the grand point in these canoes of having both ends alike declared itself, for at this juncture all we had to do was to revolve on our own axis and commence life anew with what had been the bow for the stern. Of course we were defeated. We could not go up any further without the aid of our lost poles and paddles, so we had to go down for shelter somewhere, anywhere, and down at a terrific pace in the white water we went. While hitched among the rocks, the arrangement of our crew had been altered, Pierre joining M'bo and the bows. This piece of precaution was frustrated by our getting turned around, so our position was what you might call precarious until we got into another whirlpool, when we persuaded nature to start us right end on. This was only a matter of minutes, whirlpools being plentiful, and then M'bo and Pierre, provided with our surviving poles, stood in the bows to fend us off rocks as we shot towards them, while we midship paddles sat, helping to steer, and when occasion arose, which occasion did with lightning rapidity, to whack the whirlpools with the flat of our paddles to break their force. Cook crouched in the stern, concentrating his mind on steering only. A most excellent arrangement in theory, and the safest practical one, no doubt, but it did not work out what you might call brilliantly well, though each department did its best. We dashed full tilt towards high rocks, things 20 to 50 feet above water. Midship backed and flapped like fury. M'bo and Pierre received the shock on their poles. Sometimes we glanced successfully aside and flew on, sometimes we didn't. The shock being too much for M'bo and Pierre, they were driven back on me, who got flattened onto the cargo of bundles which, being now firmly tied in, couldn't spread the confusion further aft. But the shock of the canoe's nose against the rock did so in style, and the rest of the crew fell forward on to the bundles, me and themselves. So shaken up together were we several times that night, that it's a wonder to me, considering the hurry, that we sorted ourselves out correctly with our own particular legs and arms. And although we in the middle of the canoe did some very spirited flapping, Our whirlpool breaking was no more successful than M'bo and Pierre's fending off, and many a wild waltz we danced that night with the waters of the river Ogowe. Unpleasant as going through the rapids was, when circumstances took us into the black current we fared no better. For good all round inconvenience, give me going full tilt in the dark into the branches of a fallen tree, at the pace we were going then, and crash, swish, crackle, and there you are, hung up, with a bow pressing against your chest, and your hair being torn out and your clothes ribboned by others, while the wicked river is trying to drag away the canoe from under you. After a good hour and more of these experiences, we went hard on to a large black reef of rocks. So firm was the canoe wedged that we, in our rather worn out state, couldn't move her, so we wisely decided to "lef 'em," and see what could be done towards getting food and a fire for the remainder of the night. Our eyes, now trained to the darkness, observed pretty close to us a big lump of land looming up out of the river. This we subsequently found out was Kembe Island. The rocks and foam on either side stretched away into the darkness, and high above us against the starlit sky stood out clearly the summits of the mountains of the Sierra del Cristal. The most interesting question to us now was whether this rock reef communicated sufficiently with the island for us to get to it. Abandoning conjecture, tying very firmly our canoe up to the rocks, a thing that seemed, considering she was jammed hard and immovable, a little unnecessary, but you can never be sufficiently careful in this matter with any kind of boat, off we started among the rock boulders. I would climb up on to a rock table, fall off it on the other side on to rocks again, with more or less water on them, then get a patch of singing sand under my feet, then with varying suddenness get into more water, deep or shallow, broad or narrow pools among the rocks, out of that over more rocks, etc., etc. My companions, from their noises, evidently were going in for the same kind of thing, but we were quite cheerful, because the probability of reaching the land seemed increasing. Most of us arrived into deep channels of water which here and there cut in between this rock reef and the bank. M'bo was the first to find the way into certainty. He was, and I hope still is, a perfect wonder at this sort of work. I kept close to M'bo, and when we got to the shore, the rest of the wanderers being collected, we said, "Chances are there's a village around here," and started to find it. After a gay time in a rock-encumbered forest, growing in a tangled, matted way on a rough hillside at an angle of 45 degrees, M'bo sighted the gleam of fires through the tree stems away to the left, and we bore down on it, listening to its drum. Viewed through the bars of the tree stems, the scene was very picturesque. The village was just a collection of palm, mat-built huts, very low and squalid. In its tiny street, an affair of some 60 feet long and 20 wide, were a succession of small fires. The villagers themselves, however, were the striking features in the picture. They were painted vermilion all over their nearly naked bodies, and were dancing enthusiastically to the good old rump-a-tump-tump-tump tune, played energetically by an old gentleman on a long, high-standing, white and black painted drum. They said that as they had been dancing when we arrived, they had failed to hear us. M'bo secured well, I don't exactly know what to call it, for my use. It was, I fancy, the remains of the village club-house. It had a certain amount of palm thatch roof, and some of its left-hand side left. The rest of the structure was bare old poles with filaments of palm mat hanging from them here and there. And really, if it hadn't been for the roof, one wouldn't have known whether one was inside or outside it. The floor was trodden earth, and in the middle of it a heap of white ash, and the usual 2 bush lights, lay down with their burning ends propped up off the ground with stones, and emitting, as is their wont, a rather mawkish, but not altogether unpleasant smell, and volumes of smoke which finds its way out through the thatch, leaving on the inside of it a rich oily varnish of a bright warm brown colour. They give a very good light, provided someone keeps an eye on them and knocks the ash off the end as it burns gray. The bush light's idea of being snuffed. Against one of the open work sides hung a drum covered with raw hide, and a long hollow bit of tree trunk, which served as a cupboard for a few small articles. I gathered in all these details as I sat on one of the hard wood benches waiting for my dinner, which Isaac was preparing outside in the street. The atmosphere of the hut, in spite of its remarkable advantages in the way of ventilation, was oppressive, for the smell of the bush lights, my wet clothes, and the natives who crowded into the hut to look at me, made anything but a pleasant combination. The people were evidently exceedingly poor, clothes they had very little of. The two head men had on old French military coats in rags, but they were quite satisfied with their appearance, and evidently felt through them in touch with European culture, for they lectured to the others on the habits and customs of the white man with great self-confidence and superiority. The majority of the village had a slight acquaintance already with this interesting animal, being, I found, Adumas. They had made a settlement on Kembe Island some 2 years or so ago. Then the Fans came and attacked them, and killed and ate several. The Adumas left and fled to the French authority at Njole, and remained under its guarding shadow until the French came up and chastised the Fans and burnt their village, and the Adumas, when things had quieted down again and the Fans had gone off to build themselves a new village for their burnt one, came back to Kembe Island and their plantain patch. They had only done this a few months before my arrival, and had not had time to rebuild, hence the dilapidated state of the village. They are, I am told, a Congo region tribe, whose country lies southwest of Franceville, and, as I have already said, are the tribe used by the French authorities to take convoys up and down the Ogowe to Franceville, more to keep this route open than for transport purposes, the rapids rendering it impracticable to take heavy stores this way, and making it a 36 days' journey from Njole with good luck. The practical route is via Loango and Brazzaville. The Adumas told us the convoy which had gone up with a vivacious government official had had trouble with the rapids and had spent 5 days on Kondo Kondo, dragging up the canoes empty by means of ropes and chains, carrying the cargo that was in them along on land until they had passed the worst rapid and then repacking. They added the information that the rapids were at their worst just now, and entertained us with reminiscences of a poor young French official who had been drowned in them last year. Indeed, they were just as cheering as my white friends. As soon as my dinner arrived, they politely cleared out, and I heard the devout Mbo holding a service for them, with hymns, in the street, and this being over, they returned to their drum and dance, keeping things up distinctly late, for it was 11:10 p.m. when we first entered the village. While the men were getting their food, I mounted guard over our little possessions, and when they turned up to make things tidy in my hut, I walked off down to the shore by a path which we had elaborately avoided when coming to the village, a very vertically inclined, slippery little path, but still the one whereby the natives went up and down to their canoes, which were kept tied up amongst the rocks. The moon was rising, illumining the sky, but not yet sending down her light on the foaming, flying Ogowe in its deep ravine. The scene was divinely lovely. On every side out of the formless gloom rose the peaks of the Sierra del Cristal. Lomba Ngauku, on the further side of the river, surrounded by his companion peaks, looked his grandest, silhouetted hard against the sky. In the higher valleys, where the dim light shone faintly, one could see wreaths and clouds of silver gray mist lying, basking lazily or rolling to and fro. Olangi seemed to stretch right across the river, blocking with his great blunt mass all passage, while away to the northeast a cone-shaped peak showed conspicuous, which I afterwards knew as Kangwe. In the darkness round me flitted thousands of fireflies, and out beyond this pool of utter night flew by unceasingly the white foam of the rapids; sound there was none save their thunder. The majesty and beauty of the scene fascinated me, and I stood leaning with my back against a rock pinnacle watching it. Do not imagine it gave rise, in what I am pleased to call my mind, to those complicated poetical reflections natural beauty seems to bring out in other people's minds. It never works that way with me. I just lose all sense of human individuality, all memory of human life, with its grief and worry and doubt, and become part of the atmosphere. M'bo, I found, had hung up my mosquito bar over one of the hardwood benches, and going cautiously under it, I lit a night light and read myself asleep with my damp, dilapidated old Horace. Woke at 4 a.m., lying on the ground among the plantain stems, having by a reckless movement fallen out of the house. Thanks be there are no mosquitoes. I don't know how I escaped the rats which swarm here, running about among the huts and the inhabitants in the evening with a tameness shocking to see. I turned in again until 6 o'clock, when we started getting things ready to go up river again, carefully providing ourselves with a new stock of poles, and subsidizing a native to come with us and help us fight the rapids. The greatest breadth of the river channel we now saw in the daylight to be the south-southwest branch. This was the one we had been swept into, and was almost completely barred by rock. The other one to the north-northwest was more open, and the river rushed through it, a terrific swirling mass of water. Had we got caught in this, we should have got past Kembe Island and gone to glory. Whenever the shelter of the spits of land or of the reefs was sufficient to allow the water to lay down its sand, strange shaped sandbanks showed, as regular in form as if they had been smoothed by human hands. They rise above the water in a slope, the low end or tail against the current, the downstream end terminating in an abrupt miniature cliff, sometimes 6 and 7 feet above the water. That they are the same shape when they have not got their heads above water you will find by sticking on them in a canoe, which I did several times, with a sort of automatic devotion to scientific research peculiar to me. Your best way of getting off is to push on in the direction of the current, carefully preparing for the shock of suddenly coming off the cliff end. We left the landing place rocks of Kembe Island about 8, and no sooner had we got afloat than, in the twinkling of an eye, we were swept, broadside on, right across the river to the north bank, and then engaged in a heavy fight with a severe rapid. After passing this, the river is fairly uninterrupted by rock for a while, and is silent and swift. When you are ascending such a piece, the effect is strange. You see the water flying by the side of your canoe, as you vigorously drive your paddle into it with short, rapid strokes, and you forthwith fancy you are travelling at the rate of a northwestern express. But you just raise your eyes, my friend, and look at that bank, which is standing very nearly still, and you will realize that you and your canoe are standing very nearly still too, and that all your exertions are only enabling you to creep on at the pace of a crushed snail, and that it's the water that is going the pace. It's a most quaint and unpleasant disillusionment. Above the stretch of swift silent water we come to the Isangaladi Islands, and the river here changes its course from north-northwest, south-southeast to north and south. A bad rapid called by our ally from Kembe Island, Unfanga, being surmounted, we seemed to be in a mountain-walled lake, and keeping along the left bank of this, we got on famously for 20 whole restful minutes, which lulls us all into a false sense of security, and my crew sing Mpongwe songs, descriptive of how they go to their homes, to see their wives and families and friends, giving chaffing descriptions of their friends' characteristics and of their failings, which cause bursts of laughter from those among us who recognize the allusions, and how they go to their boxes and take out their clothes and put them on. A long bragging inventory of these things is given by each man as a solo, and then the chorus, taken heartily up by his companions, signifies their admiration and astonishment at his wealth and importance. And then they sing how, being dissatisfied with that last dollar's worth of goods they got from Holties, they have decided to take their next trade to Hatton and Cookson, or vice versa, and then comes the chorus, applauding the wisdom of such a decision, and extolling the excellence of Hatton and Cookson's goods, or Holties. These Mpongwe and Igalwa boat songs are all very pretty, and have very elaborate tunes in a minor key. I do not believe there are any old words to them. I have tried hard to find out about them, but I believe the tunes, which are of a limited number and quite distinct from each other, are very old. The words are put in by the singer on the spur of the moment, and only restricted in this sense, that there would always be the domestic catalogue, whatever its component details might be, sung to the one fixed tune, the trade information sung to another, and so on. A good singer in these parts means the man who can make up the best song, the most impressive, or the most amusing. I have elsewhere mentioned pretty much the same state of things among the Gas and Krumen and Bubi, and in all cases the tunes are only voice tunes, not for instrumental performance. The instrumental music consists of that marvellously developed series of drum tunes, the attempt to understand which has taken up much of my time, and led me into queer company, and the many tunes played on the marimba and the orchid root stringed harp. They are, I believe, entirely distinct from the song tunes, and these peaceful tunes my men were now singing were, in their florid elaboration, very different from the one they fought the rapids to, of Sosar, Sosor, Sosir, Sosor, Ush, Sosir, etc. On we go, singing elaborately, thinking no evil of nature, when a current, a quiet devil of a thing, comes round from behind a point of the bank, and catches the nose of our canoe, ringing it well. It sends us scuttling right across the river, in spite of our ferocious swoops at the water, upsetting us among a lot of rocks with the water boiling over them, this lot of rocks being, however, of the table-top kind, and not those precious, close-set pinnacles, rising up sheer out of profound depths, between which you are so likely to get your canoe wedged in and split. We, up to our knees in water that nearly tears our legs off, push and shove the canoe free, and re-embarking, return singing, "So, sir," across the river, to have it out with that current. We do, and at its head find a rapid, and notice on the mountain side a village clearing, the first sign of human habitation we have seen to day. Above this rapid we get a treat of still water, the main current of the Ogowe flying along by the south bank. On our side there are sandbanks with their graceful sloping backs and sudden ends, and there is a very strange and beautiful effect produced by the flakes and balls of foam thrown off the rushing main current into the quiet water. These whirl among the eddies, and rush backwards and forwards, as though they were still mad with wild haste, until finding no current to take them down, they drift away into the landlocked bays, where they come to a standstill, as if they were bewildered and lost, and were trying to remember where they were going to, and whence they had come, The foam of which they are composed is yellowish white, with a spongy sort of solidity about it. In a little bay we pass we see 8 native women, Fans clearly, by their bright brown faces and their loads of brass bracelets and armlets; likely enough they had anklets too, but we could not see them, as the good ladies were pottering about, waist deep in the foam flecked water, intent on breaking up a stockaded fish trap. We pause and chat, and watch them collecting the fish in baskets, and I acquire some specimens, and then shouting farewells when we are well away, in the proper civil way, resume our course. The middle of the Ogowe here is simply forested with high rocks, looking, as they stand with their grim forms above the foam, like a regiment of strange, strong creatures breasting it, with their straight faces up river, and their more flowing curves down, as though they had on black mantles, which were swept backwards. Across on the other bank rose the black forested spurs of Lombanjaku. Our channel was free until we had to fight round the upper end of our bay, into a long rush of strong current with bad whirlpools curving its face. Then the river widens out and quiets down, and then suddenly contracts, a rocky forested promontory running out from each bank. There is a little village on the north bank's promontory, and at the end of each, huge monoliths rise from the water, making what looks like a gateway which had once been barred, and through which the Ogowe had burst. For the first time on this trip I felt discouraged. It seemed so impossible that we, with our small canoe and scanty crew, could force our way up through that gateway, when the whole Ogowe was rushing down through it. But we clung to the bank and rocks with hands, poles, and paddles, and did it. Really, the worst part was not in the gateway, but just before it, for here there is a great whirlpool, its centre hollowed some 1 or 2 feet below its rim. It is caused, my Kembe islander says, by a great cave opening beneath the water. Above the gate the river broadens out again, and we see the arched opening to a large cave in the south bank. The mountain side is one mass of rock covered with the unbroken forest, and the entrance to this cave is just on the upper wall of the south bank's promontory. So, being sheltered from the current here, we rest and examine it leisurely. The river runs into it, and you can easily pass in at this season, but in the height of the wet season, when the river level would be some 20 feet or more above its present one, I doubt if you could. They told me this place is called Boko Boko, and that the cave is a very long one, extending on a level some way into the hill, and then ascending and coming out near a mass of white rock that showed as a speck high up on the mountain. If you paddle into it you go far, far, and then no more water live, and you get out and go up the tunnel, which is sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, sometimes high, sometimes so low that you have to crawl, and so get out at the other end. One French gentleman has gone through this performance, and I am told found plenty, bats and hedgehogs and snakes. They could not tell me his name, which I much regretted. As we had no store of bush lights, we went no further than the portals. Indeed, strictly between ourselves, if I had had every bush light in Congo France, I personally should not have relished going further. I am terrified of caves. It sends a creaming down my back to think of them. We went across the river to see another cave entrance on the other bank, where there is a narrow stretch of low rock covered land at the foot of the mountains, probably under water in the wet season. The mouth of this other cave is low, between tumbled blocks of rock. It looked so suspiciously like a short cut to the lower regions that I had less exploring enthusiasm about it than even about its opposite neighbour, although they told me no man had gone down them thing. Probably that much to be honoured Frenchman who explored the other cave allowed, like myself, that if one did want to go from the equator to Hades, there were pleasanter ways to go than this. My Kembe Island man said that just hereabouts were 5 cave openings, the 2 that we had seen and another one we had not, on land, and 2 under the water, one of the subfluvial ones being responsible for the whirlpool we met outside the gateway of Boko Boko. The scenery above Boko Boko was exceedingly lovely, the river shut in between its rim of mountains. As you pass up it opens out in front of you and closes in behind, the closely set, confused mass of mountains altering in form as you view them from different angles, save one, Kangwe, a blunt cone, evidently the record of some great volcanic outburst, and the sandbanks show again, wherever the current deflects and leaves slack water, their bright glistening colour, giving a relief to the scene. For a long period we paddle by the south bank, and pass a vertical cleft-like valley, the upper end of which seems blocked by a finely shaped mountain, almost as conical as Kangwe. The name of this mountain is Njoko, and the name of the clear small river that apparently monopolizes the valley floor is the Ovata. Our peace was not of long duration, and we were soon again in the midst of a bristling forest of rock; still the current running was not dangerously strong, for the river bed comes up in a ridge, too high for much water to come over at this season of the year, but in the wet season this must be one of the worst places. This ridge of rock runs 2/3 across the Ogowe, leaving a narrow deep channel by the north bank. When we had got our canoe over the ridge, mostly by standing in the water and lifting her, we found the water deep and fairly quiet. On the north bank we passed by the entrance of the Okana River. Its mouth is narrow, but the natives told me always deep, even in the height of the dry season. It is a very considerable river, running inland to the east-northeast. Little is known about it, save that it is narrowed into a ravine course above which it expands again. The banks of it are thickly populated by Fans, who send down a considerable trade, and have an evil reputation. In the main stream of the Ogowe below the Okana's entrance is a long rocky island called Shandi. When we were getting over our ridge and paddling about the Okana's entrance, my ears recognized a new sound. The rush and roar of the Ogowe we knew well enough, and could locate which particular obstacle to his headlong course was making him say things. It was either those immovable rocks which threw him back in foam, whirling wildly, or it was that fringe of gaunt skeleton trees hanging from the bank, playing a pull devil pull baker contest that made him hiss with vexation. But this was an elemental roar. I said to M'bo, "That's a thunderstorm away among the mountains." "No, sir," says he, "that's the Alemba." We paddled on towards it, hugging the right hand bank again to avoid the mid-river rocks. For a brief space the mountain wall ceased, and a lovely scene opened before us. We seemed to be looking into the heart of the chain of the Sierra del Cristal, the abruptly shaped mountains encircling a narrow plain or valley before us, each one of them steep in slope, every one of them forest clad. One, whose name I know not, unless it be what is sometimes put down as Mount Okana on the French maps, had a conical shape, which contrasted beautifully with the more irregular curves of its companions. The colour down this gap was superb, and very Japanese in the evening glow. The more distant peaks were soft grey blues and purples, those nearer indigo and black. We soon passed this lovely scene, and entered the walled-in channel, creeping up what seemed an interminable hill of black water, then through some whirlpools and a rocky channel to the sand and rock shore of our desired island, Kondo Kondo, along whose northern side tore in thunder the Alemba. We made our canoe fast in a little cove among the rocks, and landed, pretty stiff and tired and considerably damp. This island, when we were on it, must have been about half a mile or so long, but during the wet season a good deal of it is covered, and only the higher parts, great heaps of stone, among which grows a long-branched willow-like shrub, are above or nearly above water. The Adooma from Kembe Island especially drew my attention to this shrub, telling me his people, who worked the rapids, always regarded it with an affectionate veneration, for he said it was the only thing that helped a man when his canoe got thrown over in the dreaded Alemba, for its long tough branches swimming in or close to the water are veritable lifelines, and his best chance, a chance which must have failed some poor fellow, whose knife and leopard skin belt we found wedged in among the rocks on Kondo Kondo. The main part of the island is sand, with slabs and tables of polished rock sticking up through it, and in between the rocks grew in thousands most beautiful lilies, their white flowers having a very strong scent of vanilla, and their bright light green leaves looking very lovely on the glistening pale sand among the black gray rock. How they stand the long submersion they must undergo I do not know. The natives tell me they begin to spring up as soon as ever the water falls and leaves the island exposed, that they very soon grow up and flower, and keep on flowering until the Ogowe comes down again and rides roughshod over Kondo Kondo for months. While the men were making their fire, I went across the island to see the great Alemba rapid, of which I had heard so much, that lay between it and the north bank. Nobler pens than mine must sing its glory and its grandeur. Its face was like nothing I have seen before. Its voice was like nothing I have heard. Those other rapids are not to be compared to it. They are wild, headstrong, and malignant enough, but the Alemba is not as they. It does not struggle and writhe and brawl among the rocks, but comes in a majestic springing dance, a stretch of waltzing foam, triumphant. The beauty of the night on Kondo Kondo was superb. The sun went down, and the afterglow flashed across the sky in crimson, purple, and gold, leaving it a deep violet purple, with the great stars hanging in it like moons, until the moon herself arose, lighting the sky long before she sent her beams down on us in this valley. As she rose, the mountains hiding her face grew harder and harder in outline, and deeper black, while those opposite were just enough illumined to let one see the wefts and floating veils of the blue-white mist upon them. And when at last, and for a short time only, she shone full down on the savage foam of the Alemba, she turned it into a soft silver mist. Around on all sides flickered the fireflies, who had come to see if our fire was not a big relation of their own, and they were the sole representatives, with ourselves, of animal life. When the moon had gone, the sky, still lit by the stars, seeming indeed to be in itself lambent, was very lovely, but it shared none of its light with us, and we sat round our fire surrounded by utter darkness. Cold, clammy drifts of almost tangible mist encircled us; ever and again came cold, faint puffs of wandering wind, weird and grim beyond description. I will not weary you further with details of our ascent of the Ogowe rapids, for I have done so already sufficiently to make you understand the sort of work going up them entails, and I have no doubt that, could I have given you a more vivid picture of them, you would join me in admiration of the fiery pluck of those few Frenchmen who traverse them on duty bound. I personally deeply regret it was not my good fortune to meet again the French official I had had the pleasure of meeting on the Eclaireur. He would have been truly great in his description of his voyage to Franceville. I wonder how he would have done his unpacking of canoes, and his experiences on Kondo Kondo, where, by the by, we came across many of the ashes of his expedition's attributive fires. Well, he must have been a pleasure to Franceville, and I hope also to the good fathers at Lestourville, for those places must be just slightly sombre for Parisians. Going down big rapids is always everywhere more dangerous than coming up, because when you are coming up, and a whirlpool or eddy does jam you on rocks, the current helps you off, certainly only with a view to dashing your brains out and smashing your canoe on another set of rocks it's got ready below. But for the time being it helps, and when off you take charge and convert its plan into an incompleted fragment, whereas in going down the current is against your backing off. M'bo had a series of prophetic visions as to what would happen to us on our way down, founded on reminiscence and tradition. I tried to comfort him by pointing out that, were any one of his prophecies fulfilled, it would spare our friends and relations all funeral expenses, and unless they went and wasted their money on a memorial window, that ought to be a comfort to our well-regulated minds. M'bo did not see this, but was too good a Christian to be troubled by the disagreeable conviction that was in the minds of other members of my crew, namely, that our souls, unliberated by funeral rites from this world, would have to hover for ever over the Ogowe, near the scene of our catastrophe. I own this idea was an unpleasant one. Fancy having to pass the day in those caves with the bats, and then come out and wander all night in the cold mists. However, like a good many likely looking prophecies, those of M'bo did not quite come off, and a miss is as good as a mile. Twice we had a near call by being shot in between two pinnacle rocks, within half an inch of being fatally close to each other for us, but after some alarming scrunching sounds and creaks from the canoe, we were shot ignominiously out down river. Several times we got on to partially submerged table rocks, and were unceremoniously bundled off them by the Ogowe, irritated at the hindrance we were occasioning, but we never met the rocks of M'bo's prophetic soul, that lurking submerged needle or knife edge of a pinnacle rock, which was to rip our canoe from stem to stern, neat and clean, into two pieces. The course we had to take coming down was different to that we took coming up. Coming up we kept as closely as might be to the most advisable bank, and dodged behind every rock we could, to profit by the shelter it afforded us from the current. Coming down, fallen tree fringed banks and rocks were converted from friends to foes, so we kept with all our power in the very centre of the swiftest part of the current, in order to avoid them. The grandest part of the whole time was coming down below the Alemba, where the whole great Ogowe takes a tiger-like spring for about half a mile, I should think, before it strikes a rock reef below. As you come out from among the rocks in the upper rapid it gives you, or I should perhaps confine myself to saying it gave me, a peculiar internal sensation to see that stretch of black water shining like a burnished sheet of metal, sloping down before one at such an angle. All you have got to do is to keep your canoe head straight. Quite straight, you understand, for any failure so to do will land you the other side of the tomb, instead of in a cheerful no end of a row with the lower rapids rocks. This lower rapid is one of the worst in the dry season. Maybe it is so in the wet too, for the river's channel here turns an elbow-sharp curve, which infuriates the Ogowe in a most dangerous manner. I hope to see the Ogowe next time in the wet season. There must be several more of these great sheets of water than over what are rocky rapids now. Just think what coming down over that ridge above Boko Boko will be like. I do not fancy, however, it would ever be possible to get up the river when it is at its height, with so small a crew as we were when we went and played our knockabout farce before King Death in his amphitheatre in the Sierra del Cristal. End of chapter 5. The Rapids of Ogowe. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com. Part 1 of Chapter 6, Lembarene, of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Part 1 of Chapter 6, Lembarene, in which is given some account of the episode of the hippopotame, and of the voyagers' attempts at controlling an Ogowe canoe, and also of the Igalwa tribe. I say good-bye to Talagouga with much regret, and go on board the Eclaireur when she returns from Njole with all my bottles and belongings. On board I find no other passenger. The captain's English has widened out considerably, and he is as pleasant, cheery, and spoiling for a fight as ever, but he has a preoccupied manner, and a most peculiar set of new habits, which I find are shared by the engineer. Both of them make rapid dashes to the rail, and nervously scan the river for a minute, and then return to some occupation, only to dash from it to the rail again. During breakfast their conduct is nerve-shaking. Hastily taking a few mouthfuls, the captain drops his knife and fork, and simply hurls his seaman-like form through the nearest door out on to the deck. In another minute he is back again, and with just a shake of his head to the engineer, continues his meal. The engineer shortly afterwards flies from his seat, and being far thinner than the captain, he goes through his nearest door with even greater rapidity, returns and shakes his head at the captain, and continues his meal. Excitement of this kind is infectious, and I also wonder whether I ought not to show a sympathetic friendliness by flying from my seat and hurling myself on to the deck through my nearest door too. But although there are plenty of doors, as four enter the saloon from the deck, I do not see my way to doing this performance aimlessly, and what in this world they are both after I cannot think. So I confine myself to woman's true sphere, and assist in a humble way by catching the wine and Vicky water bottles, glasses, and plates of food, which at every performance are jeopardized by the members of the nobler sex starting off with a considerable quantity of the ample tablecloth wrapped round their legs. At last I can stand it no longer, so ask the captain point blank what is the matter. "Nothing," says he, bounding out of his chair and flying out of his doorway, but on his return he tells me he has got a bet on of 2 bottles of champagne with Warman's agent for Njole, as to who shall reach Lembarene first, and the German agent has started off some time before the Eclaireur in his little steam launch. During the afternoon we run smoothly along, the free pulsations of the engines telling what a very different thing coming down the Ogowe is to going up against its terrific current. Every now and again we stop to pick up cargo, or discharge over-carried cargo, and the captain's mind becomes lulled by getting no news of the Woermann's launch having passed down. He communicates this to the engineer. It is impossible she could have passed the Eclaireur since they started, therefore she must be somewhere behind it at a Saub factory. "N'est-ce pas?" "Oui, oui, certainement," says the engineer. The engineer is by these considerations also lulled, and feels he may do something else but scan the river a la Sister Anne. What that something is puzzles me. It evidently requires secrecy, and he shrinks from detection. First he looks down one side of the deck, no one there. Then he looks down the other, no one there. Good so far. I then see he has put his head through one of the saloon portholes, no one there. He hesitates a few seconds until I begin to wonder whether his head will suddenly appear through my port, but he regards this as an unnecessary precaution, and I hear him enter his cabin, which abuts on mine, and there is silence for some minutes. Writing home to his mother, think I, as I go on putting a new braid round the bottom of a worn skirt. Almost immediately after follows the sound of a little click from the next cabin, and then apparently one of the denizens of the infernal regions has got its tail smashed in a door, and the heavy hot afternoon air is reft by an inchoate howl of agony. I drop my needlework and take to the deck, but it is after all only that shy retiring young man practising secretly on his clarionet. The captain is drowsily looking down the river. But repose is not long allowed to that active spirit. He sees something in the water. What? "Hippopotame!" he ejaculates. Now both he and the engineer frequently do this thing, and then fly off to their guns. Bang, bang, finish! But this time he does not dash for his gun, nor does the engineer, who flies out of his cabin at the sound of the war shout, "Hippopotame!" In vain I look across the broad river, with its stretches of yellow sandbanks, where the hippopotame should be. But I can see nothing but 4 black stumps sticking up in the water away to the right. Meanwhile the captain and the engineer are flying about getting off a crew of blacks into the canoe we are towing alongside. This being done, the captain explains to me that on the voyage up the engineer had fired at and hit a hippopotamus, and without doubt this was its body floating. We are now close enough for me to recognize the 4 stumps as the deceased legs, and soon the canoe is alongside them and makes fast to one, and then starts to paddle back, hippo and all, to the Eclaireur. But no such thing. Let them paddle and shout as hard as they like. The hippo's weight simply anchors them. The Eclaireur by now has dropped down the river past them and has to sweep round and run back. Recognizing promptly what the trouble is, the energetic captain grabs up a broom, ties a light cord belonging to the lead line to it, and holding the broom by the end of its handle, swings it round his head and hurls it at the canoe. The arm of a merciful Providence being interposed, the broom tomahawk does not hit the canoe, wherein if it had it must infallibly have killed some one, but falls short and goes tearing off with the current well out of reach of the canoe. The captain, seeing this gross dereliction of duty by a Chargeuaruinist broom, hauls it in hand over hand, and talks to it. Then he ties the other end of its line to the mooring rope, and by a better aimed shot sends the broom into the water about 10 yards above the canoe, and it drifts towards it. Breathless excitement, surely they will get it now. Alas, no! Just when it is within reach of the canoe, a fearful shudder runs through the broom. It throws up its head and sinks beneath the tide. A sensation of stun comes over all of us. The crew of the canoe, ready and eager to grasp the approaching aid, gaze blankly at the circling ripples round where it sank. In a second the captain knows what has happened. The heavy hawser which has been paid out after it has dragged it down. So he hauls it on board again. The Eclaireur goes now close enough to the hippo-anchored canoe for a rope to be flung to the man in her bows. He catches it and freezes on gallantly. Saved. No! Oh, horror! The lower deck hums with fear that after all it will not taste that toothsome hippo chop, for the man who has caught the rope is as nearly as possible jerked flying out of the canoe, when the strain of the Eclaireur, contending with the hippo's inertia, flies along it. But his companion behind him grips him by the legs, and is in his turn grabbed, and the crew, holding on to each other with their hands, and to their craft with their feet, save the man holding on to the rope, and the whole situation, and slowly bobbing towards us comes the hippopotamus, who is shortly hauled on board by the winners in triumph. My esteemed friends, the captain and the engineer, who of course have been below during this hauling, now rush on to the upper deck, each coatless, and carrying an enormous butcher's knife. They dash into the saloon, where a terrific sharpening of these instruments takes place on the steel belonging to the saloon carving knife, and downstairs again. By looking down the ladder I can see the pink, pig-like hippo, whose colour has been soaked out by the water, lying on the lower deck, and the captain and engineer slitting down the skin, intent on gralloching operations. Providentially, my prophetic soul induces me to leave the top of the ladder and go forward, run to wind'ard, as Captain Murray would say, for within 2 minutes the captain and engineer are up the ladder as if they had been blown up by the boilers bursting, and go as one man for the brandy bottle, and they wanted it if ever man did. For remember, that hippo had been dead and in the warm river water for more than a week. The captain had had enough of it, he said, but the engineer stuck to the job with a courage I profoundly admire, and he saw it through and then retired to his cabin, sand and canvassed himself first, and then soaked and saturated himself in Florida water. The flesh gladdened the hearts of the crew and lower deck passengers, and also of the inhabitants of Lembarene, who got dashes of it on our arrival there. Hippo flesh is not to be despised by black man or white. I have enjoyed it far more than the stringy beef or vapid goat's flesh one gets down here. I stayed on board the Eclaireur all night, for it was dark when we reached Lembarene, too dark to go round to Kangwe, and next morning, after taking a farewell of her, I hope not a final one, for she is a most luxurious little vessel for the coast, and the feeding on board is excellent, and the society varied and charming, I went round to Kangwe. I remained some time in the Lembarene district, and saw and learnt many things. I owe most of what I learnt to M. and Mme. Jacot, who knew a great deal about both the natives and the district, and I owe much of what I saw to having acquired the art of managing by myself a native canoe. This recklessness of mine, I am sure, did not merit the severe criticism it has been subjected to, for my performances gave immense amusement to others. I can hear Lembarene's shrieks of laughter now, and to myself they gave great pleasure. My first attempt was made at Talaguga one very hot afternoon. M and Mme. Forget were, I thought, safe having their siestas. Orani was with Mme. Gacon. I knew where Mme. Gacon was for certain. She was with M. Gacon, and I knew he was up in the sawmill shed, out of sight of the river, because of the soft thump, thump, thump of the big water wheel. There was therefore no one to keep me out of mischief, and I was too frightened to go into the forest that afternoon, because on the previous afternoon I had been stalked as a wild beast by a cannibal savage, and I am nervous. Besides and above all, it is quite impossible to see other people, even if they are only black, naked savages, gliding about in canoes without wishing to go and glide about yourself. So I went down to where the canoes were tied by their noses to the steep bank, and finding a paddle, a broken one, I unloosed the smallest canoe. Unfortunately this was 15 feet or so long, but I did not know the disadvantage of having as it were a long tailed canoe then. I did shortly afterwards. The promontories running out into the river on each side of the mission beach gave a little stretch of slack water between the bank and the mill race like current of the Ogowe, and I wisely decided to keep in the slack water until I had found out how to steer, most important thing, steering. I got into the bow of the canoe and shoved off from the bank all right, then I knelt down, learned how to paddle standing up by and by, good so far. I rapidly learnt how to steer from the bow, but I could not get up any pace. Intent on acquiring pace, I got to the edge of the slack water, and then displaying more wisdom, I turned round to avoid it, proud as a peacock, you understand, at having found out how to turn round. At this moment the current of the greatest equatorial river in the world grabbed my canoe by its tail. We spun round and round for a few seconds like a teetotum, I steering the whole time for all I was worth, and then the current dragged the canoe ignominiously down river, tail foremost. Fortunately a big tree was at that time temporarily hanging against the rock in the river, just below the sawmill beach. Into that tree the canoe shot with a crash, and I hung on, and slipping my paddle, pulled the canoe into the slack water again, by the aid of the branches of the tree, which I was in mortal terror would come off the rock, and insist on accompanying me and the canoe via Kama country to the Atlantic Ocean. But it held, and when I had got safe against the side of the pinnacle rock, I wiped a perspiring brow and searched in my mind for a piece of information regarding navigation that would be applicable to the management of long-tailed Aduma canoes. I could not think of one for some minutes. Captain Murray has imparted to me at one time and another an enormous mass of hints as to the management of vessels, but those vessels were all presupposed to have steam power. But he, having been the first man to take an ocean-going steamer up to Matadi on the Congo, through the terrific currents that whirl and fly in hell's cauldron, knew about currents, and I remembered he had said regarding taking vessels through them, "Keep all the headway you can on her." Good. That hint inverted will fit the situation like a glove, and I'll keep all the tailway I can off her. Feeling now as safe as only a human being can feel who is backed up by a sound principle, I was cautiously crawling to the tail end of the canoe, intent on kneeling in it to look after it, when I heard a dreadful outcry on the bank. Looking there, I saw Mme. Forget, Mme. Gacon, M. Gacon, and their attributive crowd of mission children, all in a state of frenzy. They said lots of things in chorus. "What?" said I. They said some more, and added gesticulations. Seeing I was wasting their time, as I could not hear, I drove the canoe from the rock, and made my way, mostly by steering, to the bank close by, and then tying the canoe firmly up, I walked over the mill stream and divers other things towards my anxious friends. "You'll be drowned," they said. "Gracious goodness!" said I thought that half an hour ago, but it's all right now, I can steer." After much conversation I lulled their fears regarding me, and having received strict orders to keep in the stern of the canoe, because that is the proper place when you are managing a canoe single handed, I returned to my studies. I had not, however, lulled my friends' interest regarding me, and they stayed on the bank watching. I found first that my education in steering from the bow was of no avail. Second, that it was all right if you reversed it. For instance, when you are in the bow and make an inward stroke with the paddle on the right hand side, the bow goes to the right, whereas if you make an inward stroke on the right hand side when you are sitting in the stern, the bow then goes to the left. Understand? Having grasped this law, I crept along up river, and, by Allah, before I had gone 20 yards, if that wretch, the current of the greatest, etc., did not grab hold of the nose of my canoe, and we teetotummed round again as merrily as ever. My audience screamed. I knew what they were saying. "You'll be drowned! Come back! Come back!" But I heard them, and I heeded not. If you attend to advice in a crisis, you're lost. Besides, I couldn't come back just then. However, I got into the slack water again by some very showy high class steering. Still, steering, fine as it is not all you require and hanker after. You want pace as well, and pace, except when in the clutches of the current, I had not so far attained. Perchance, thought I, the pace region in a canoe may be in its centre, so I got along on my knees into the centre to experiment. Bitter failure! The canoe took to sidling down river, broadside on like Mr. Winkle's horse. Shouts of laughter from the bank. Both bow and stern education utterly inapplicable to centre, and so, seeing I was utterly thrown away there, I crept into the bows, and in a few more minutes I steered my canoe perfectly in among its fellows by the bank, and secured it there. Mme. Forget ran down to meet me, and assured me she had not laughed so much since she had been in Africa, although she was frightened at the time lest I should get capsized and drowned. I believe it, for she is a sweet and gracious lady, and I quite see, as she demonstrated, that the sight of me teetotumming about, steering in an elaborate and showy way all the time, was irresistibly comic. And she gave a most amusing account of how, when she started looking for me to give me tea, a charming habit of hers, she could not see me in among my bottles, and so asked the little black boy where I was. "There," said he, pointing to the tree hanging against the rock out in the river, and she, seeing me hitched with a canoe against the rock, and knowing the danger and depth of the river, got alarmed. Well, when I got down to Lembarene, I naturally went on with my canoeing studies in pursuit of the attainment of pace. Success crowned my efforts, and I can honestly and truly say that there are only two things I am proud of. One is that Dr. Gunther has approved of my fishes, and the other is that I can paddle an Ogowe canoe. Pace, style, steering, and all same for one, as if I were an Ogowe African. A strange incongruous pair of things, but I often wonder what are the things other people are really most proud of. It would be a quaint and repaying subject for investigation. Mme. Jacot gave me every help in canoeing, for she is a remarkably clear headed woman, and recognised that, as I was always getting soaked anyhow, I ran no extra danger in getting soaked in a canoe, and then, it being the dry season, there was an immense stretch of water opposite Andande beach, which was quite shallow. So she saw no need of my getting drowned. The sandbanks were showing their yellow heads in all directions when I came down from Talagouga, and just opposite Andande there was sticking up out of the water a great graceful palm frond. It had been stuck into the head of the pet sandbank, and every day was visited by the boys and girls in canoes to see how much longer they would have to wait for the sandbank's appearance. A few days after my return it showed, and in 2 days more there it was, acres and acres of it, looking like a great golden carpet spread on the surface of the centre of the clear water. Clear here, down this side of Lembarene Island, because the river runs fairly quiet and has time to deposit its mud. Dark brown the Ogowe flies past the other side of the island, the main current being deflected that way by a bend just below the entrance of the Nguni. There was great rejoicing. Canoe load after canoe load of boys and girls went to the sandbank, some doing a little fishing round its rim, others bringing the washing there, all skylarking and singing. Few prettier sights have I ever seen than those on that sandbank, the merry brown forms dancing or lying stretched on it, the gaudy coloured patchwork quilts, and chintz mosquito bars that have been washed, spread out drying, looking from Kangwe on the hill above like beds of bright flowers. By night, when it was moonlight, there would be bands of dancers on it, with bush light torches, gyrating, intermingling, and separating till you could think you were looking at a dance of stars. They commenced affairs very early on that sandbank, and they kept them up very late, and all the time there came from it a soft murmur of laughter and song. Ah me! If the aim of life were happiness and pleasure, Africa should send us missionaries instead of our sending them to her. But fortunately for the work of the world, happiness is not. One thing I remember which struck me very much regarding the sandbank, and this was that Mme. Jacot found such pleasure in taking her work onto the veranda, where she could see it. I knew she did not care for the songs and the dancing. One day she said to me, "It is such a relief." "A relief?" I said. "Yes, you do not see that until it shows there is nothing but forest, 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 and that still stretch of river. That bank is the only piece of clear ground I see in the year, and that only lasts a few weeks until the wet season comes, and then it goes, and there is nothing but forest, forest, forest for another year. It is 2 years now since I came to this place. It may be I know not how many more before we go home again." I grieve to say, for my poor friend's sake, that her life at Kangwe was nearly at its end. Soon after my return to England I heard of the death of her husband from malignant fever. M. Jacot was a fine, powerful, energetic man in the prime of life. He was a teetotaler and a vegetarian, and although constantly travelling to and fro in his district on his evangelizing work, he had no foolish recklessness in him. No one would have thought that he would have been the first to go of us who used to sit around his hospital table. His delicate wife, his 2 young children, or I would have seemed far more likely. His loss will be a lasting one to the people he risked his life to, what he regarded, save. The natives held him in the greatest affection and respect, and his influence over them was considerable, far more profound than that of any other missionary I have ever seen. His loss is also great to those students of Africa who are working on the culture or on the languages. His knowledge of both was extensive, particularly of the little known languages of the Ogowe district. He was, when I left, busily employed in compiling a dictionary of the Fan tongue, and had many other works on language in contemplation. His work in this sphere would have had a high value, for he was a man with a university education, and well grounded in Latin and Greek, and thoroughly acquainted with both English and French literature, for although born a Frenchman, he had been brought up in America. He was also a cultivated musician, and he and Mme. Jacot in the evenings would sing old French songs, Swiss songs, English songs in their rich full voices, and then if you stole softly out onto the veranda, you would often find it crowded with a silent black audience, listening intently. The amount of work M. and Mme. Jacot used to get through was, to me, amazing, and I think that the Ogowe Protestant mission sadly short-handed, its missionaries not being content to follow the usual Protestant plan out in West Africa, namely, quietly sitting down and keeping house, with just a few native children indoors to do the housework, and close by a school and a little church where a service is held on Sundays. The representatives of the Mission Evangelique go to and fro throughout the district round each station on evangelizing work among some of the most dangerous and uncivilized tribes in Africa, frequently spending a fortnight at a time away from their homes on the waterways of a wild and dangerous country. In addition to going themselves, they send trained natives as evangelists and Bible readers, and keep a keen eye on the trained native, which means a considerable amount of worry and strain too. The work on the stations is heavy in Ogowe districts because when you have got a clearing made and all the buildings up, you have by no means finished with the affair, for you have to fight the Ogowe forest back, as a Dutchman fights the sea. But the main cause of work is the store, which in this exhausting climate is more than enough work for one man alone. Payments on the Ogowe are made in goods. The natives do not use any coinage equivalent, save in the strange case of the Fans, which does not touch general trade and which I will speak of later. They have not even the brass bars and cheetams that are in use in Calabar, or cowries, as in Lagos. In order to expedite and simplify this goods traffic, a written or printed piece of paper is employed, practically a cheque, which is called a bon, or book, and these bons are cashed, i.e. gooded, at the store. They are for three amounts: 5 fura, $1; 1 fura, a franc; desu, 50 centimes, half a fura. The value given for these bons is the same from government, trade, and mission. Although the Mission Evangelique does not trade, i.e. buy produce and sell it at a profit, its representatives have a great deal of business to attend to through the store, which is practically a bank. All the native evangelists, black teachers, Bible readers, and labourers on the stations are paid off in these bonds, and when any representative of the mission is away on a journey, food bought for themselves and their canoe crews is paid for in bonds, which are brought in by the natives at their convenience, and changed for goods at the store. Therefore, for several hours every weekday, the missionary has to devote himself to store work, and store work out here is by no means playing at shop. It is very hard, tiring, exasperating work when you have to deal with it in full as a trader, when it is necessary for you to purchase produce at a price that will give you a reasonable margin of profit over storing, customs duties, shipping expenses, etc., etc. But it is quite enough to try the patience of any saint when you are only keeping store to pay on bonds, a la missionary, for each class of article used in trade, and there are some hundreds of them, has a definite and acknowledged value. But where the trouble comes in is that different articles have the same value. For example, 6 fish hooks and 1 pocket handkerchief have the same value, or you can make up that value in lucifer matches, pomatum, a mirror, a hair comb, tobacco or scent in bottles. Now, if you are a trader, certain of these articles cost you more than others, although they have an identical value to the native, and so it is to your advantage to pay what we should call in Cameroons écru, cheap copper, and you have a lot of worry to effect this. To the missionary this does not so much matter. It makes absolutely no difference to the native, mind you, so he is by no means done by the trader. Take powder for an example. There is no profit on powder for the trader in Congo Francais, but the native always wants it because he can get a tremendous profit on it from his black brethren in the bush. Hence it pays the trader to give him his bon, out in Boma check, etc., better than in gunpowder. This is a fruitful spring of argument and persuasion. However, whether the native is passing in a bundle of rubber, or a tooth of ivory, or merely cashing a bon for a week's bush catering, he is, in Congo Francais, incapable of deciding what he will have when it comes to the point. He comes into the shop with a bon in his hand, and we will say, for example, the idea in his head that he wants fish hooks, jupes, he calls them, but confronted with the visible temptation of pomatum, he hesitates and scratches his head violently. Surrounding him there are 10 or 20 other natives with their minds in a similar wavering state, but yet anxious to be served forthwith. In consequence of the stimulating scratch, he remembers that one of his wives said he was to bring some lucifer matches, another wanted cloth for herself, and another knew of some rubber she could buy very cheap, in tobacco, of a Fan woman who had stolen it. This rubber he knows he can take to the trader's store and sell for pocket handkerchiefs of a superior pattern, or gunpowder or rum which he cannot get at the mission store. He finally gets something and takes it home, and likely enough brings it back in a day or so, somewhat damaged, desirous of changing it for some other article or articles. Remember also that these Bantu, like the Negroes, think externally in a loud voice like Mr. Kipling's "Unt, he smells most awful vile," and, if he be a Fan, he accompanies his observations with violent dramatic gestures, and let the customer's tribe or sex be what it may, the customer is sadly, sadly liable to pick up any portable object within reach, under the shadow of his companion's uproar, and stow it away in his armpits, between his legs, or, if his cloth be large enough, in that. Picture to yourself the perplexities of a Christian minister engaged in such an occupation as storekeeping under these circumstances, with likely enough a touch of fever on him, and jiggers in his feet, and when the store is closed, the goods in it requiring constant vigilance to keep them free from mildew and white ants. Then, in addition to the store work, a fruitful source of work and worry are the schools for both boys and girls. It is regarded as futile to attempt to get any real hold over the children, unless they are removed from the influence of the country fashions that surround them in their village homes; therefore the schools are boarding, hence the entire care of the children, including feeding and clothing, falls on the missionary. The instruction given in the Mission Evangelique schools does not include teaching the boys trades. The girls fare somewhat better, as they get instructions in sewing and washing and ironing, but I think in this district the young ladies would be all the better for being taught cooking. It is strange that all the cooks employed by the Europeans should be men, yet all the cooking among the natives themselves is done by women, and done abominably badly in all the Bantu tribes I have ever come across, and the Bantu are in this particular, and indeed in most particulars, far inferior to the true Negro, though I must say this is not the orthodox view. The Negroes cook uniformly very well, and at moments are inspired in the direction of palm oil chop and fish cooking. Not so the Bantu, whose methods cry aloud for improvement, they having just the very easiest and laziest way possible of dealing with food. The food supply consists of plantain, yam, cocoa, sweet potatoes, maize, pumpkin, pineapple, and ochres. Fish both wet and smoked, and flesh of many kinds, including human in certain districts, snails, snakes, and crayfish, and big, maggot-like pupae of the rhinoceros beetle and the Rhynchophorus palmatorum. For sweetmeats the sugar cane abounds, but it is only used chewed au naturel. For seasoning there is that bark that tastes like an onion distinctly passé, but powerful and permanent, particularly if it has been used in one of the native made rough earthen pots. These pots have a very caveman look about them. They are unglazed, unlidded bowls. They stand the fire wonderfully well, and you have got to stand as well as you can the taste of the aforesaid bark that clings to them, and that of the smoke which gets into them during cooking operations over an open wood fire, as well as the soot-like colour they impart to even your own white rice. Out of all these varied material the natives of the Congo Francais forests produce, dirtily, carelessly, and wastefully, a dull, indigestible diet. Yam, sweet potatoes, ochres, and maize are not so much cultivated or used as among the Negroes, and the daily food is practically plantain, picked while green and the rind pulled off, and the tasteless woolly interior baked or boiled, and the widely distributed manioc treated in the usual way. The sweet or non-poisonous manioc I have rarely seen cultivated, because it gives a much smaller yield, and is much longer coming to perfection. The poisonous kind is that in general use. Its great dahlia-like roots are soaked in water to remove the poisonous principle, and then dried and grated up, or more commonly beaten up into a kind of dough in a wooden trough that looks like a model canoe, with wooden clubs, which I have seen the curiosity hunter happily taking home as war clubs to alarm his family with. The thump, thump, thump of this manioc beating is one of the most familiar sounds in a bush village. The meal, when beaten up, is used for thickening broths and rolled up into bolsters about a foot long and 2 inches in diameter, and then wrapped in plantain leaves, and tied round with tie-tie and boiled, or more properly speaking, steamed, for a lot of the rolls are arranged in a brass skillet. A small quantity of water is poured over the rolls of plantain. A plantain leaf is tucked in over the top tightly, so as to prevent the steam from escaping, and the whole affair is poised on the 3 cooking stones over a wood fire, and left there until the contents are done, or more properly speaking, until the lady in charge of it has delusions on the point, and the bottom rolls are a trifle burnt, or the whole insufficiently cooked. This manioc meal is the staple food, the bread equivalent, all along the coast. As you pass along you are perpetually meeting with a new named food. Fufu on the leeward, kank on the windward, mbada in Corisco, oguma in the Ogowe, but acquaintance with it demonstrates that it is all the same, manioc. It is a good food when it is properly prepared, but when a village has soaked its soil-laden manioc tubers in one and the same pool of water for years, the water in that pool becomes a trifle strong, and both it and the manioc get a smell which once smelt is never to be forgotten. It is something like that resulting from bad paste with a dash of vinegar, but fit to pass all these things, and has qualities of its own that have no civilized equivalent. I believe that this way of preparing the staple article of diet is largely responsible for that dire and frequent disease, cot-him-belly, and several other quaint disorders, possibly even for the sleep disease. The natives themselves say that a diet too exclusively maniocan produces dimness of vision, ending in blindness if the food is not varied. The poisonous principle cannot be anything like soaked out in the surcharged water, and the meal when it is made up and cooked has just the same sour, acrid taste you would expect it to have from the smell. The fish is boiled or wrapped in leaves and baked. The dried fish, very properly known as stinkfish, is much preferred. This is either eaten as it is, or put into stews as seasoning, as also are the snails. The meat is eaten either fresher, smoked, boiled, or baked. By baked I always mean just buried in the ground and a fire lighted on top, or wrapped in leaves and buried in hot embers. The smoked meat is badly prepared, just hung up in the smoke of the fires, which hardens it, blackening the outside quickly, But when the lumps are taken out of the smoke, in a short time cracks occur in them, and the interior part proceeds to go bad, and needless to say, maggoty. If it is kept in the smoke, as it often is, to keep it out of the way of dogs and driver ants, it acquires the toothsome taste and texture of a piece of old tarpaulin.
End of Part 1 of Chapter 6. Lembarene. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com. Part 2 of Chapter 6. Lembarene, of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Part 2 of Chapter 6. Lembarene. Now I will ask the surviving reader who has waded through this dissertation on cookery if something should not be done to improve the degraded condition of the Bantu cooking culture. Not for his physical delectation only, but because his present methods are bad for his morals and drive the men to drink, let alone assisting in riveting him in the practice of polygamy, which the missionary party say is an exceedingly bad practice for him to follow. The interrelationship of these two subjects may not seem on the face of it very clear, but interrelationships of customs very rarely are. I will remember M. Jacot coming home one day at Kangwe from an evangelizing visit to some adjacent Fan towns, and saying he had given to him that afternoon a new reason for polygamy, which was that it enabled a man to get enough to eat. This sounds sinister from a notoriously cannibal tribe, but the explanation is that the Fans are an exceedingly hungry tribe, and require a great deal of providing for. It is their custom to eat about 10 times a day, when in village, and the men spend most of their time in the palaver houses at each end of the street, the women bringing them bowls of food of one kind or another all day long. When the men are away in the forest rubber or elephant hunting and have to cook their own food, they cannot get quite so much, but when I have come across them on these expeditions, they halted pretty regularly every 2 hours, and had a substantial snack, and the gorge they all go in for after a successful elephant hunt is a thing to see. Once. There are other reasons which lead to the prevalence of this custom besides the cooking. One is that it is totally impossible for one woman to do the whole work of a house, look after the children, prepare and cook the food, prepare the rubber, carry the same to the markets, fetch the daily supply of water from the stream, cultivate the plantation, etc., etc. Perhaps I should say it is impossible for the dilatory African woman, for I once had an Irish charwoman who drank, who would have done the whole week's work of an African village in an afternoon, and then been quite fresh enough to knock some of the nonsense out of her husband's head with that of the broom, and throw a kettle of boiling water or a paraffin lamp at him, if she suspected him of flirting with other ladies. That woman, who deserves fame in the annals of her country, was named Harrigan. She has attained immortality some years since by falling downstairs one Saturday night from excitement arising from the images Mr. Harrigan conduct, but we have no Mrs. Harrigan in Africa. The African lady does not care a travelling whitesmith's execration if her husband does flirt, so long as he does not go and give to other women the cloth, etc., that she should have. The more wives the less work, says the African lady, and I have known men who would rather have had one wife and spent the rest of the money on themselves in a civilized way, driven into polygamy by the women, and of course this state of affairs is most common in non-slave holding tribes like the Fan.
Mission work was first opened upon the Ogowe by Dr. Nassau, the great pioneer and explorer of these regions. He was acting for the American Presbyterian Society, but when the French government demanded education in French in the schools, the stations on the Ogowe, Lembarene, Kangwe, and the Talaguga were handed over to the Mission Evangelique of Paris, and have been carried on by its representatives with great devotion and energy. I am unsympathetic in some particulars, for reasons of my own, with Christian missions, so my admiration for this one does not arise from the usual ground of admiration for missions, namely, that however they may be carried on, they are engaged in a great and holy work, but I regard the Mission Evangelique, judging from the results I have seen, as the perfection of what one may call a purely spiritual mission. Lembarene is strictly speaking a district which includes Adanlinan, Ilanga, and the island. But the name is locally used to denote the great island in the Ogowe, whose native name is Nende Izangi, but for the sake of the general reader I will keep to the everyday term of Lembarene Island. Lembarene Island is the largest of the islands on the Ogowe. It is some 15 miles long east and west, and a mile to a mile and a half wide. It is hilly and rocky, uniformly clad with forest, and several little permanent streams run from it on both sides into the Ogowe. It is situated 130 miles from the sea, at the point just below the entrance of the Nguni, where the Ogowe commences to divide up into that network of channels by which, like all great West African rivers save the Congo, it chooses to enter the ocean. The island, as we mainlanders at Kangwe used to call it, was a great haunt of mine, particularly after I came down from Talaguga and saw fit to regard myself as competent to control a canoe. From Andande, the beach of Kangwe, the breadth of the arm of the Ogowe to the nearest village on the island was about that of the Thames at Blackwall. One half of the way was slack water, the other half was broadside on to a stiff current. Now my pet canoe at Andande was about 6 feet long, pointed at both ends, flat bottomed, so that it floated on the top of the water. Its freeboard was, when nothing was in it, some 3 inches, and the poor thing had seen trouble in its time, for it had a hole you could put your hand in at one end, so in order to navigate it successfully you had to squat in the other, which immersed that to the water level but safely elevated the damaged end in the air. Of course you had to stop in your end firmly, because if you went forward the hole went down into the water, and the water went into the hole, and forthwith you floundered with all hands, i.e. you and the paddle and the calabash bailer. This craft also had a strong weather helm, owing to a warp in the tree of which it had been made. I learnt all these things one afternoon paddling around the sandbank, and the next afternoon, feeling confident in the merits of my vessel, I started for the island, and I actually got there, and associated with the natives, but feeling my arms were permanently worn out by paddling against the current, I availed myself of the offer of a gentleman to paddle me back in his canoe. He introduced himself as Samuel, and volunteered the statement that he was a very good man. We duly settled ourselves in the canoe, he occupying the bow, I sitting in the middle, and a Mrs. Samuel sitting in the stern. Mrs. Samuel was a powerful, pretty lady, and a conscientious and continuous paddler. Mr. S. was none of these things, but an ex-Bible reader, with an amazing knowledge of English, which he spoke in a quaint falsetto, far-away sort of voice, and that man's besetting sin was curiosity. "You be Christian, ma'am?" said he. I asked him if he had ever met a white man who was not. "Yes, ma'am," says Samuel. I said, "You must have been associating with people whom you ought not to know." Samuel, fortunately not having a repartee for this, paddled with his long paddle for a few seconds. "Where be your husband, ma'am?" was the next conversational bomb he hurled at me. "I no got one," I answer. "No got!" says Samuel, paralysed with astonishment, and as Mrs. S., who did not know English, gave one of her vigorous drives with her paddle at this moment, Samuel as near as possible got jerked head first into the Ogowe, and we took on board about 2 bucketfuls of water. He recovered himself, however, and returned to his charge. "No got one, ma'am." "No," say I, furiously. "Do you get much rubber round here?" "I no be tradesman," says Samuel, refusing to fall into my trap for changing conversation. "Why you no got one?" The remainder of the conversation is unreportable, but he landed me at Adande all right, and got his dollar. The next voyage I made, which was on the next day, I decided to go by myself to the factory, which is on the other side of the island, and did so. I got some goods to buy fish with, and heard from Mr. Cockshut that the poor boy agent at Oswa Mokita had committed suicide. It was a grievous thing. He was, as I have said, a bright, intelligent young Frenchman, but living in the isolation, surrounded by savage, tiresome tribes, the strain of his responsibility had been too much for him. He had had a good deal of fever, and the very kindly head agent for Woermans had sent Dr. Pelessier to see if he had not better be invalided home, but he told the doctor he was much better, and as he had no one at home to go to, he begged him not to send him, and the doctor, to his subsequent regret, gave in. No one knows, who has not been to West Africa, how terrible is the life of a white man in one of these out of the way factories, with no white society and with nothing to look at day out and day in but the one set of objects, the forest, the river, and the beach, which in a place like Oswa Mokita you cannot leave for months at a time, and of which you soon know every plank and stone. I felt utterly wretched as I started home again to come up to the end of the island, and go round it and down to Andande, and paddled on for some little time, before I noticed that I was making absolutely no progress. I redoubled my exertions, and crept slowly up to some rocks projecting above the water, but past them I could not, as the main current of the Ogowe flew in hollow swirls round them against my canoe. Several passing canoefuls of natives gave me good advice in Igalwa, but facts were facts, and the Ogowe was too strong for me. After about 20 minutes an old Fan gentleman came down river in a canoe, and gave me good advice in Fan, and I got him to take me in tow. That is to say, he got into my canoe, and I held on to his, and we went back down river. I then saw his intention was to take me across to that disreputable village, half Fan, half Bakele, which is situated on the main bank of the river opposite the island. This I disapproved of, because I had heard that some Senegal soldiers who had gone over there had been stripped of every rag they had on, and maltreated; besides, it was growing very late, and I wanted to get home to dinner. I communicated my feelings to my pilot, who did not seem to understand at first, so I feared I should have to knock them into him with the paddle. But at last he understood I wanted to be landed on the island, and duly landed me, when he seemed much surprised at the reward I gave him in pocket handkerchiefs. Then I got a powerful young Igalwa dandy to paddle me home. I did not go to the island next day, but down below Fula, watching the fish playing in the clear water, and the lizards and the birds on the rocky high banks, but on my next journey round to the factories I got into another and worse disaster. I went off there early one morning, and thinking the only trouble lay in getting back up the Ogowe, and having developed a theory that this might be minimized by keeping very close to the island bank, I never gave a thought to dangers attributive to going down river. So, having by now acquired pace, my canoe shot out beyond the end rocks of the island into the main stream. It took me a second to realize what had happened, and another to find out I could not get the canoe out of the current without upsetting it, and that I could not force her back up the current, so there was nothing for it but to keep her head straight now she had bolted. A group of native ladies, who had followed my proceedings with much interest, shouted observations which I believed to have been, come back, you'll be drowned." "Good bye, Susanna, don't you weep for me," I courteously retorted, and flew past them and the factory beaches, and things in general, keenly watching for my chance to run my canoe up a siding, as it were, off the current main line. I got it at last, a projecting spit of land from the island with rocks projecting out of the water in front of it bothered the current, and after a wild turn round or so, and a near call from my terrified canoe trying to climb up a rock, I got into slack water and took a pause in life's pleasures for a few minutes. Knowing I must be near the end of the island, I went on pretty close to the bank, finally got round into the Kangwe branch of the Ogowe by a connecting creek, and after an hour's steady paddling I fell in with 3 big canoes going up river. They took me home as far as Fula, whence a short paddle landed me at Andande, only slightly late for supper, convinced that it was almost as safe, and far more amusing, to be born lucky than wise. Now I have described my circumnavigation of the island, I will proceed to describe its inhabitants. The up river end of Lembarene Island is the most inhabited. A path round the upper part of the island passes through a succession of Igalwa villages and by the Roman Catholic missionary station. The slave villages belonging to these Igalwas are away down the north face of the island, opposite the Fan town of Fula, which I have mentioned. It strikes me as remarkable that the Igalwa, like the Dualla of Cameroons, have their slaves in separate villages, but this is the case, though I do not know the reason of it. These Igalwa slaves cultivate the plantations and bring up the vegetables and fruit to their owners' villages, and do the housework daily. The interior of the island is composed of high, rocky, heavily forested hills, with here and there a stream, and here and there a swamp. The higher land is towards the up river end, down river there is a lower strip of land with hillocks. This is, I fancy, formed by deposits of sand, etc., catching in among the rocks, and connecting what were at one time several isolated islands. There are no big game or gorillas on the island, but it has a peculiar and awful house ant, much smaller than the driver ant, but with a venomous bad bite. Its only good point is that its chief food is the white ants, which are therefore kept in abeyance on Lembarene Island, although flourishing destructively on the mainland banks of the river in this locality. I was never tired of going and watching those Igalwa villagers, nor were, I think, the Igalwa villagers ever tired of observing me. Although the physical conditions of life were practically identical with those of the mainland, the way in which the Igalwas dealt with them, i.e. the culture, was distinct from the culture of the mainland Fans. The Igalwas are a tribe very nearly akin, if not ethnically identical with, the M'pongwe, and the culture of these two tribes is on a level with the highest native African culture. African culture, I may remark, varies just the same as European in this, that there is as much difference in the manners of life between, say, an Igalwa and a Bubi of Fernando Po as there is between a Londoner and a Laplander. The Igalwa builds his house, like that of the M'pongwe, of bamboo, and he surrounds himself with European-made articles. The neat houses fitted with windows, with wooden shutters to close at night, and with a deal door, a carpenter-made door, are in sharp contrast with the ragged ant-hill looking performances of the Akkas, or the bark huts of the Fan, with no windows, and just an extra broad bit of bark to slip across the hole that serves as a door. On going into an Igalwa house, you will see a four-legged table, often covered with a bright coloured tablecloth, on which stands a water bottle with two clean glasses, and round about you will see chairs, Windsor chairs. These houses have usually three, sometimes more rooms, and a separate, closed-in little kitchen, built apart, wherein you may observe European-made saucepans, in addition to the ubiquitous skillet. Outside, all along the clean sandy streets, the inhabitants are seated. The Igalwa is truly great at sitting, the men pursuing a policy of masterly inactivity, broken occasionally by leisurely netting a fishing net, the end of the netting hitched up on to the roof thatch, and not held by a stirrup. The ladies are employed in the manufacture of articles pertaining to a higher culture. I allude, as Mr. Micawber would say, to bed quilts and pillow cases, the most gorgeous bed quilts and pillow cases made of patchwork, and now and again you will see a mosquito bar in course of construction, of course not made of net or muslin, because of the awesome strength and ferocity of the Lembarene strain of mosquitoes, but stout, fair-flowered and besprigged chintzes, and you will observe these things are often being sewn with a sewing machine. The women who may not be busy sewing are busy doing each other's hair. Hair dressing is quite an art among the Igalwa and M'pongwe women, and their hair is very beautiful, very crinkly but fine. It is plaited up close to the head, partings between the plaits making elaborate parterres. Into the beds of plaited hair are stuck long pins of river ivory (hippo), decorated with black tracery and open work, and made by their good men. A lady will stick as many of these into her hair as she can get, but the prevailing mode is to have one stuck in behind each ear, showing their broad long heads above like two horns. They are exceedingly becoming to these black but comely ladies, verily I think the comeliest ladies I have ever seen on the Coast. Very black they are, blacker than many of their neighbours, always blacker than the Fans, and although their skin lacks that velvety pile of the true Negro, it is not too shiny, but it is fine and usually unblemished, and their figures are charmingly rounded, their hands and feet small, almost as small as a high-class Calabar woman's, and their eyes large, lustrous, soft, and brown, and their teeth as white as the sea surf, and undisfigured by filing. The native dress for men and women alike is the cloth or paun. The men wear it by rolling the upper line round the waist, and in addition they frequently wear a singlet or a flannel shirt, worn more Africano, flowing free. Rich men will mount a European coat and hat, and men connected with the mission or trading stations occasionally wear trousers. The personal appearance of the men does not amount to much when all's done, so we will return to the ladies. They wrap the upper hem of these cloths round under their armpits, a graceful form of drapery, but one which requires a continual readjustment. The cloth is about 4 yards long and 2 deep, and there is always round the hem a border, or false hem of turkey red twill, or some other coloured cotton cloth to the main body of the paun. In addition to the cloth there is worn, when possible, a European shawl, either one of those thick cotton cloth ones printed with Chinese looking patterns in dull red on a dark background. This sort is wrapped round the upper part of the body, or what is more highly esteemed is a bright, light coloured fancy wool shawl, pink or pale blue preferred, which being carefully folded into a roll is placed over one shoulder, and is entirely for dandy. I am thankful to say they do not go in for hats; when they wear anything on their heads it is a handkerchief folded shawl wise, the base of the triangle is bound round the forehead just above the eyebrows, the ends carried over the ears and tied behind over the apex of the triangle of the handkerchief, the 3 ends being then arranged fan wise at the back. Add to this costume a sombre coloured silk parasol, not one of your green or red young tent like, brutally masculine knobby sticked umbrellas, but a fair ladylike parasol, which being carefully rolled up is carried handle foremost right in the middle of the head, also for dandy. Then a few strings of turquoise blue beads, or imitation gold ones, worn around the shapely throat, and I will back my Igalwa or Mpongwe belle against any of those South Sea Island young ladies we nowadays hear so much about, thanks to Mr. Stevenson. Yea, even though these may be wreathed with fragrant flowers, and the African lady very rarely goes in for flowers. The only time I have seen the African ladies wearing them for ornament has been among these Igalwas, who now and again stud their night black hair with pretty little round vividly red blossoms in a most fetching way. I wonder the Africans do not wear flowers more frequently, for they are devoted to scent, both men and women. The Igalwas are a proud race, one of the noble tribes like the Mpongwe and the Ajumba. The women do not intermarry with lower class tribes, and in their own tribe they are much restricted, owing to all relations on the mother's side being forbidden to intermarry. This well known form of accounting relationships only through the mother, Muterekt, is in a more perfected and elaborated form among the Igalwa than among any other tribe I am personally acquainted with, brothers and cousins on the mother's side being in one class of relationship. The father's responsibility as regards authority over his own children is very slight. The really responsible male relative is the mother's elder brother. From him must leave to marry be obtained for either girl or boy. To him and the mother must the present be taken which is exacted on the marriage of a girl, and should the mother die, on him and not on the father lies the responsibility of rearing the children. They go to his house, and he treats and regards them as nearer and dearer to himself than his own children, and at his death, after his own brothers by the same mother, they become his heirs. Marriage among the Igalwa and Mpongwe is not direct marriage by purchase, but a certain fixed price present is made to the mother and uncle of the girl. Other propitiatory presents, kweliki, are made, but do not count legally, and have not necessarily to be returned in case of post nuptial differences arising, leading to a divorce, a very frequent catastrophe in the social circle. For the Igalwa ladies are spirited and devoted to personal adornment, and they are naggers at their husbands. Many times when walking on Lembarene Island have I seen a lady stand in the street and let her husband, who had taken shelter inside the house, know what she thought of him in a way that reminded me of some London slum scenes. When the husband loses his temper, as he surely does sooner or later, being a man, he whacks his wife, or wives if they have been at him in a body. He may whack with impunity so long as he does not draw blood. If he does, be it never so little, his wife is off to her relations, the present he has given for her is returned, the marriage is annulled, and she can remarry as soon as she is able. Her relations are only too glad to get her, because, although the present has to be returned, yet the propitiatory offerings remain theirs, and they know more propitiatory offerings as well as any other present will accrue with the next set of suitors. This, of course, is only the case with the younger women. The older women, for one thing, do not nag so much, and moreover they have usually children willing and able to support them. If they have not, their state is, like that of all old childless women in Africa, a very desolate one. Infant marriage is now in vogue among the Igalwa, and to my surprise I find it is of quite recent introduction and adoption. Their own account of this retrograde movement in culture is that in the last generation some of the old people indeed claim to have known him. There was an exceedingly ugly and deformed man who could not get a wife, the women being then, as the men are now, great admirers of physical beauty. So this man, being very cunning, hit on the idea of becoming betrothed to one before she could exercise her own choice in the matter, and knowing a family in which an interesting event was likely to occur, he made heavy presents in the proper quarters, and bespoke the coming infant if it should be a girl. A girl it was, and thus, say the Igalwa, arose the custom, and nowadays only they do not engage their wives so early, as did the founder of the custom, they adopt infant marriage as an institution. I inquired carefully, in the interests of ethnology, as to what methods of courting were in vogue previously. They said people married each other because they loved each other. I hope other ethnologists will follow this inquiry up, for we may here find a real golden age, which in other races of humanity lies away in the mists of the ages behind the kitchen middens and the Cambrian rocks. My own opinion in this matter is that the earlier courting methods of the Igalwa involved a certain amount of effort on the man's part, a thing abhorrent to an Igalwa. It necessitated his dressing himself up, and likely enough fighting that impudent scoundrel who was engaged in courting her too, and above all serenading her at night on the native harp, with its strings made from the tendrils of a certain orchid, or on the marimba, amongst crowds of mosquitoes. Any institution that involved being out at night amongst crowds of those Lembarene mosquitoes would have to disappear, let that institution be what it might. The Igalwa are one of the dying out coast tribes. As well as on Lembarene Island, their villages are scattered along the banks of the lower Ogowe, and on the shores and islands of the Iliva Zeonlangi. On the island they are, so far, undisturbed by the Fan invasion, and laze their lives away like lotus eaters. Their slaves work their large plantations, and bring up to them magnificent yams, ready prepared oguma, sweet potatoes, papaw, etc., not forgetting that delicacy Odiaka cheese. This is not an exclusive inspiration of theirs, for the Mpongwe and the Benga use it as well. It is made from the kernel of the wild mango, a singularly beautiful tree of great size and stately spread of foliage. I can compare it only in appearance and habit of growth to our Irish or evergreen oak, but it is an idealization of that fine tree. Its leaves are a softer, brighter, deeper green, and in due season August it is covered, not ostentatiously like the real mango, with great spikes of bloom, looking each like a gigantic head of mignonette, but with small yellow-green flowers tucked away under the leaves, filling the air with a soft sweet perfume, and then falling on to the bare shaded ground beneath to make a deep piled carpet. I do not know whether it is a mango tree at all, for I am no botanist, but anyhow the fruit is rather like that of the mango in external appearance, and in internal still more so, for it has a disproportionately large stone. These stones are cracked and the kernel taken out. The kernels are spread a short time in the shade to dry, then they are beaten up into a pulp with a wooden pestle, and the pulp put into a basket lined carefully with plantain leaves, and placed in the sun, which melts it up into a stiff mass. The basket is then removed from the sun and stood aside to cool. When cool, the cheese can be turned out in shape, and can be kept a long time if it is wrapped round with leaves and a cloth, and hung up inside the house. Its appearance is that of almond rock, and it is cut easily with a knife, but at any period of its existence, if it is left in the sun, it melts again rapidly into an oily mass. The natives use it as a seasoning in their cookery, stuffing fish and plantains with it, and so on, using it also in the preparation of a sort of sea pie they make with meat and fish. To make this a thing well worth doing, particularly with hippo or other coarse meat, reduce the wood fire to embers, and make plantain leaves into a sort of bag or cup. Small pieces of the meat should then be packed in layers with red pepper and odiake in between. The tops of the leaves are then tied together with fine tie, and the bundle, without any saucepan of any kind, stood on the glowing embers, the cook taking care there is no flame. The meat is done, and a superb gravy formed before the containing plantain leaves are burnt through. Plantain leaves will stand an amazing lot in the way of fire. This dish is really excellent, even when made with python, hippo, or crocodile. It makes the former most palatable, but of course it does not remove the musky taste from crocodile. Nothing I know of will. The great and important differences between the M'pongwe, Igalwa, and Ajumba fetish, and the fetish of those tribes round them, consists in their conception of a certain spirit called Omburi. They have, as is constant among the Bantu races of South West Africa, a great god, the Creator, a god who has made all things, and who now no longer takes any interest in the things he has created. Their name for this god is Anyambe, which when pronounced sounds to my ears like Anlinle, the L's being very weak. The derivation of this name, however, is from Anyima, a spirit, and Mbia, good. This god, unlike other forms of the creating god in fetish, has a viceroy or minister who is a god he has created, and to whom he leaves the government of affairs. This god is O Mbwiri, or O Mbwiri, and this O Mbwiri is of very high interest to the student of comparative fetish. He has never been, nor can he ever become a man, i.e., be born as a man, but he can transfuse with his own personality that of human beings, and also the souls of all those things we white men regard as inanimate, such as rocks, trees, etc., in a similar manner. The M'pongwe know that his residence is in the sea, and some of them have seen him as an old white man, not flesh colour white, but chalk white. There is another important point here, but it wants a volume to itself, so I must pass it. O Mburi's appearance in a corporeal form denotes ill luck, not death to the seer, but misfortune of a severe and diffused character. The ruin of a trading enterprise, the destruction of a village or a family are put down to O Mburi's action. Yet he is not regarded as a malevolent god, a devil, but as an avenger or punisher of sin, and the M'pongwe look on him as the being to whom they primarily owe the good things and fortunes of this life, and as the being who alone has power to govern the host of truly malevolent spirits that exist in nature. The different instruments with which he works in the shaping of human destiny bear his name when in his employ. When acting by means of water, he is O Mbwiri Aningo; when in the weather, O Mbwiri Ngali; when in the forests, O Mbwiri Mbaka; when in the form of a dwarf, O Mbwiri Akoa, and so on. The great difference between O Mbwiri and the lesser spirits is this: the lesser spirits cannot incarnate themselves except through extraneous things. O Mbwiri can; he can become visible without anything beyond his own will to do so. The other spirits must be in something to become visible. This is an extremely delicate piece of fetish which it took me weeks to work out. I think I may say another thing about O Mbwiri, though I say it carefully, and that is, that among the M'pongwe and the tribe who are the parent tribe of the M'pongwe, the now rapidly dying out Ajumba, and their allied tribe the Igalwa, O Mbwiri is a distinct entity, while among the neighbouring tribes he is a class, i.e. there are hundreds of O Mbwiri or Ibwiri, one for every remarkable place or thing, such as rock, tree, or forest thicket, and for every dangerous place in a river. Had I not observed a similar state of affairs regarding Sasabonsum, a totally different kind of spirit on the windward coast, I should have had even greater trouble than I had in finding a key to what seemed at first a mass of conflicting details regarding this important spirit O Mbwiri. There is one other very important point in M'pongwe fetish, and that is that the souls of men exist before birth as well as after death. This is indeed, as far as I have been able to find out, a doctrine universally held by the West African tribes, but among the M'pongwe there is this modification in it: which agrees strangely well with the idea I found regarding reincarnated diseases existent among the Okyon tribes, pure Negroes. The malevolent minor spirits are capable of being born with what we will call a man's soul, as well as going in with a man's soul during sleep. For example, an Olaga may be born with a man, and that man will thereby be born mad. He may at any period of his life, given certain conditions, become possessed by an evil spirit, Onlogho Abambo, Injembe, Inkandada, and become mad or ill, but if he is born mad or sickly, one of the evil spirits, such as an Olaga or an Obambo, the soul of a man that has not been buried properly, has been born with him. The rest of the M'pongwe fetish is on broad lines common to other tribes, so I relegate it to the general collection of notes on fetish. M'pongwe jurisprudence is founded on the same ideas as those on which West African jurisprudence at large is founded, but it is so elaborated that it would be a desecration to sketch it. It requires a massive monograph.
End of Part 2, Chapter 6.
Lembarene. Recorded by Kehinde of bahatrek.com.
Part 1 of Chapter 7. On the way from Kangwe to Lake Ncovi. Of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Part 1 of Chapter 7. On the way from Kangwe to Lake Ncovi. In which the voyager goes for bush again, and wanders into a new lake and a new river. July 22nd, 1895. Left Kangwe. The 4 Ajuba did not turn up early in the morning as had been arranged, but arrived about 8 in pouring rain, so we decided to wait until 2 o'clock, which will give us time to reach their town of Arevuma before nightfall, and may perhaps give us a chance of arriving there dry. At 2 we start. We go down river on the Kangwe side of Lembarene Island, make a pause in front of the Igalwa slave town, which is on the island, and nearly opposite the Fan town of Fula on the mainland bank, our motive being to get stores of yam and plantain, and magnificent specimens of both we get, and then, when our canoe is laden with them to an extent that would get us into trouble under the Act if it ran here, off we go again. Every canoe we meet shouts us a greeting, and asks where we are going, and we say Rembwe, and they say, "What? Rembwe?" and we say, "Yes, Rembwe," and paddle on. I lay among the luggage for about an hour, not taking much interest in the Rembwe or anything else save my own headache, but this soon lifted, and I was able to take notice just before we reached the Ajumba's town, called Arevuma. The sandbanks stretch across the river here nearly awash, so all our cargo of yams has to be thrown overboard onto the sand, from which they can be collected by being waded out too. The canoe, thus lightened, is able to go on a little further, but we are soon hard and fast again, and the crew have to jump out and shove her off about once every 5 minutes, and then to look lively about jumping back into her again,
as she shoots over the cliffs of the sandbanks. When we reach Arevooma, I find it is a very prettily situated town on the left-hand bank of the river, clean and well kept, and composed of houses built on the Igalwa and Mpongwe plan, with walls of split bamboo and a palm thatch roof. I own I did not much care for these Ajumbas on starting, but they are evidently going to be kind and pleasant companions. One of them is a gentlemanly looking man, who wears a grey shirt, another looks like a genial Irishman, who has accidentally got black, very black. He is distinguished by wearing a singlet. Another is a thin elderly man, notably silent, and the remaining one is a strapping big fellow, as black as a wolf's mouth, of gigantic muscular development, and wearing quantities of fetish charms hung about him. The two first mentioned are Christians, the other two pagans, and I will refer to them by their characteristic points, for their honourable names are awfully alike when you do hear them, and, as is usual with Africans, rarely used in conversation. Gray Shirt places his house at my disposal, and both he and his exceedingly pretty wife do their utmost to make me comfortable. The house lies at the west end of the town. It is one room inside, but has, I believe, a separate cooking shed. In the veranda in front is placed a table, an ivory bundled chair, and a gourd of water. And I am also treated to a calico tablecloth, and most thoughtfully screened off from the public gaze with more calico, so that I can have my tea in privacy. After this meal, to my surprise, Ndaka turns up. Certainly, he is one of the very ugliest men, black or white, I have ever seen, and I fancy one of the best. He is now on a holiday from Kangwe, seeing to the settlement of his dead brother's affairs. The dead brother was a great man in Arevooma, and a pagan, but Ndaka, the Christian Bible reader, seems to get on perfectly with the family, and is holding tonight a meeting outside his brother's house, and comes with a lantern to fetch me to attend it. Of course, I have to go, headache or no headache. Most of the town was there, mainly as spectators. Ndaka and my two Christian boatmen manage the service between them, and what with the hymns and the mosquitoes, the experience is slightly awful. We sit in a line in front of the house, which is brilliantly lit up, our own lantern on the ground before us, acting as a rival entertainment to the house lamps inside, for some of the best insect society in Africa, who, after the manner of the insect world, insist on regarding us as responsible for their own idiocy in getting singed, and sting us in revenge, while we slap hard, as we howl hymns in the fearful Igalwa and Mbongwe way. Next to an English picnic, the most uncomfortable thing I know is an open-air service in this part of Africa. Service being over, Ndaka takes me over the house to show its splendours. The great brilliancy of its illumination arises from its being lit up by two hanging lamps burning paraffin oil. The most remarkable point about the house is the floor, which is made of split-plated bamboo. It gives under your feet in an alarming way, being raised some 3 or 4 feet above the ground, and I am haunted by the fear that I shall go through it and give pain to myself and great trouble to others before I could be got out. It is a beautiful piece of workmanship, and Arevooma has every reason to be proud of it. Having admired these things, I go, dead tired and still headachy, down the road with my host who carries the lantern, through an atmosphere that has 45% of solid matter in the shape of mosquitoes. Then, wishing him good night, I shut myself in and illuminate humbly with a candle. The furniture of the house consists mainly of boxes containing the wealth of gray shirt, in clothes, mirrors, etc. One corner of the room is taken up by great calabashes full of some sort of liquor, and there is an ivory bundle chair, a hanging mirror, several rusty guns, and a considerable collection of china basins and jugs. Evidently Gray Shirt is rich. The most interesting article to me, however, just now is the bed, hung over with a clean, substantial chintz mosquito bar, and spread with clean calico, and adorned with patchwork-covered pillows. So I take off my boots and put on my slippers, for it never does in this country to leave off boots altogether at any time, and risk getting bitten by mosquitoes on the feet when you are on the march, because the rub of your boot on the bite always produces a sore, and a sore, when it comes in the gorilla country, comes to stay. No sooner have I carefully swished all the mosquitoes from under the bar and turned in, than a cat scratches and meows at the door. Turn out and let her in. She is evidently a pet, so I take her onto the bed with me. She is a very nice cat, sandy and fat, and if I held the opinion of Pythagoras concerning wild fowl, I should have no hesitation in saying she had in her the soul of Dame Juliana Berners, such a whole-souled devotion to sport does she display, dashing out through the flaps of the mosquito bar after rats, which, amid squeals from the rats and curses from her, she kills amongst the china collection. Then she comes to me, triumphant, expecting congratulations, and accompanied by mosquitoes, and purrs and knees upon my chest until she hears another rat. Tuesday, July 23rd. Am aroused by violent knocking at the door in the early grey dawn, so violent that two large centipedes and a scorpion drop on to the bed. They have evidently been tucked away among the folds of the bar all night. Well, when ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise, particularly along here. I get up without delay, and find myself quite well. The cat has thrown a basin of water neatly over into my bag during her nocturnal hunts, and when my tea comes, I am informed a man done die in the night, which explains the firing of guns I heard. I inquire what he has died of, and am told he just struck luck and then he die. His widows are having their faces painted white by sympathetic lady friends, and are attired in their oldest, dirtiest clothes, and but very few of them, still they seem to be taking things in a resigned spirit. These Ajumba seem pleasant folk. They play with their pretty brown children in a taking way. Last night I noticed some men and women playing a game new to me, which consisted in throwing a hoop at each other. The point was to get the hoop to fall over your adversary's head. It is a cheerful game. Quantities of the common house fly about, and during the early part of the morning it rains in a gentle kind of way. But soon after we are afloat in our canoe, it turns into a soft white mist. We paddle still westwards, down the broad quiet waters of the Orembo. I notice great quantities of birds about here, great hornbills, vividly coloured kingfishers, and for the first time the great vulture I have often heard of, and the skin of which I will take home before I mention even its proximate spread of wing. There are also noble white cranes, and flocks of small black and white birds, new to me, with heavy razor-shaped bills, reminding one of the Devonian puffin. The hornbill is perhaps the most striking in appearance. It is the size of a small, or say a good-sized hen turkey. Gray Shirt says the flocks, which are of 8 or 10, always have the same quantity of cocks and hens, and that they live together, white man fashion, i.e., each couple keeping together. They certainly do a great deal of courting, the cock filling out his wattles on his neck like a turkey, and spreading out his tail with great pomp and ceremony, but very awkwardly. To see hornbills on a bare sand bank is a solemn sight, but when they are dodging about in the hippo grass, they sink ceremony and roll and waddle, looking, my man said, for snakes and the little sandfish which are close in under the bank, and their killing way of dropping their jaws, I should say, opening their bills, when they are alarmed, is comic. I think this has something to do with their hearing, for I often saw 2 or 3 of them in a line on a long branch, standing, stretched up to their full height, their great eyes opened wide, and all with their great beaks open, evidently listening for something. Their cry is most peculiar, and can only be mistaken for a native horn, and although there seems little variety in it to my ear, there must be more to theirs, for they will carry on long confabulations with each other across a river, and, I believe, sit up half the night and talk scandal. There were plenty of plantain eaters here, but although their screech was as appalling as I have heard in Angola, they were not regarded, by the Ajumba at any rate, as being birds of evil omen, as they are in Angola. Still, by no means all the birds here only screech and squawk. Several of them have very lovely notes. There is one who always gives a series of infinitely beautiful, soft, rich-toned whistles just before the light of the dawn shows in the sky, and one at least who has a prolonged and very lovely song. This bird, I was told in Gaboon, is called Telephonus erythropterus. I expect an ornithologist would enjoy himself here, but I cannot, and will not, collect birds. I hate to have them killed anyhow, and particularly in the barbarous way in which these natives kill them. The broad stretch of water looks like a long lake. In all directions sandbanks are showing their broad yellow backs, and there will be more showing soon, for it is not yet the height of the dry. We are perpetually grounding on those which by next month will be above water. These canoes are built, I believe, more with a view to taking sandbanks comfortably than anything else, but they are by no means yet sufficiently specialized for getting off them. Their flat bottoms enable them to glide onto the banks and sit there, without either upsetting or cutting into the sand, as a canoe with a keel would. But the trouble comes in when you are getting off the steep edge of the bank, and the usual form it takes is upsetting. So far my Ajumba friends have only tried to meet this difficulty by tying the cargo in. I try to get up the geography of this region conscientiously. Fortunately I find Gray Shirt, Singlet, and Pagan can speak trade English. None of them, however, seem to recognize a single blessed name on the chart, which is saying nothing against the chart and its makers, who probably got their names up from Mpongwes and Igalwas instead of Ajumba, as I am trying to. Geographical research in this region is fraught with difficulty, I find, owing to different tribes calling one and the same place by different names, and I am sure the Royal Geographical Society ought to insert among their hints that every traveller in this region should carefully learn every separate native word or set of words signifying "I don't know." 4 villages and 2 rivers I have come across out here solemnly set down with various forms of this statement for their native name. Really, I think the old Portuguese way of naming places after saints, etc., was wiser in the long run, and it was certainly pleasanter to the ear. My Ajumba, however, know about my Ngambi and the Venu all right, and Eliviazi Azingo, so I must try and get cross bearings from these. We have, in addition to our crew this morning, a man who wants to go and get work at John Holt's sub factory away on the Rembwe. He has been waiting a long while at Arevuma, unable to get across, I am told, because the road is now stopped between Ayzingo and the Rembwe by those fearful Fans. "How are we going to get through that way?" says I with natural feminine alarm. "We are not, sir," says Gray Shirt. This is what Lady MacDonald would term a chatty little incident, and my hair begins to rise, as I remember what I have been told about those Fans, and the indications I have already seen of its being true when on the upper Ogowe. Now here we are going to try to get through the heart of their country, far from a French station and without the French flag. Why did I not obey Mr. Hudson's orders not to go wandering about in a reckless way? Anyhow, I am in for it, and fortune favours the brave. The only question is, do I individually come under this class? I go into details. It seems Pagan thinks he can depend on the friendship of 2 Fans he once met and did business with, and who now live on an island in Lake Ncovi. Ncovi is not down on my map, and I have never heard of it before. Anyhow, thither we are bound now. Each man has brought with him his best gun loaded to the muzzle, and tied on to the baggage against which I am leaning, the muzzle sticking out each side of my head, the flintlocks covered with cases, or sheaths, made of the black-haired skins of gorillas, leopard skin, and a beautiful bright bay skin, which I do not know, which they say is bush cow, but they call half a dozen things bush cow. These guns are not the gas pipes I have seen up north, but decent rifles which have had the rifling filed out and the locks replaced by flintlocks and converted into muzzle loaders, and many of them have beautiful barrels. I find the Ajumba name for the beautiful shrub that has long bunches of red, yellow, and cream-coloured young leaves at the end of its branches is Obaa. I also learned that in their language ebony and a monkey have one name. The forest on either bank is very lovely. Some enormously high columns of green are formed by a sort of climbing plant having taken possession of lightning-struck trees, and in one place it really looks exactly as if some one had spread a great green coverlet over the forest so as to keep it dry. No high land showing in any direction. Pagan tells me the extinguisher-shaped juju, filled with medicine and made of iron, is against drowning. The red juju is for keep foot in path. Beautiful effect of a gleam of sunshine lighting up a red sandbank till it glows like the Inbelunden gold. Indeed, the effects are Turneresque to-day owing to the mist, and the sun playing in and out among it. The sandbanks now have their cliffs to the north-northwest and northwest. At 9:30 the broad river in front of us is apparently closed by sandbanks which run out from the banks thus: yellow, south bank bright red, north bank yellow. Current running strong along south bank. This bank bears testimony of this also being the case in the wet season, for a fringe of torn down trees hangs from it into the river. Pass Seke, a town on north bank, interchanging the usual observations regarding our destination. The river seems absolutely barred with sand again, but as we paddle down it, the obstructions resolve themselves into spits of sand from the north bank and the largest island in midstream, which also has a long tail or train of sandbank down river. Here we meet a picturesque series of canoes, fruit and trade laden, being poled upstream, one man with his pole over one side, the other with his pole over the other, making a St. Andrew's cross as you meet them end on. Most luxurious, charming, and pleasant trip this. The men are standing up, swinging in rhythmic motion their long rich red wood paddles in perfect time to their elaborate, melancholy minor key boat song. Nearly lost, with all hands. Sandbank palaver. Only when we were going over the end of it, the canoe slipped sideways over its edge. River deep, bottom sand and mud. This information may be interesting to the geologist, but I hope I shall not be converted by circumstances into a human sounding apparatus again today. Next time she strikes, I shall get out and shove behind. We are now skirting the real north bank, and not the bank of an island or islands as we have been for some time heretofore. Lovely stream falls into this river over cascades. The water is now rough in a small way and the width of the river great, but it soon is crowded again with wooded islands. There are patches and wreaths of a lovely vermilion flowering bush rope decorating the forest, and now and again clumps of a plant that shows a yellow and crimson spike of bloom, very strikingly beautiful. We pass a long tunnel in the bush, quite dark as you look down it, evidently the path to some native town. The south bank is covered, where the falling waters have exposed it, with hippo grass. Terrible lot of mangrove flies about, although we are more than 100 miles above the mangrove belt. River broad again, tending west-southwest, with a broad flattened island with attributive sandbanks in the middle. The fair ways along the south bank of the river. Gray Shirt tells me this river is called the Orembo Vongo, or small river, so as to distinguish it from the main stream of the Ogowe, which goes down past the south side of Lembarene Island, as well I know after that canoe affair of mine. Izingo now bears due north, and native mahogany is called Okuma. Pass a village called Welly, on north bank. It looks like some gipsy caravan stuck on poles. I expect that village has known what it means to be swamped by the rising river. It looks as if it had, very hastily in the middle of some night, taken to stilts, which I am sure, from their present rickety condition, will not last through the next wet season, and then some unfortunate spirit will get the blame of the collapse. I also learn that it is the natal spot of my friend Kabinda, the carpenter at Andande. Now, if some of these good people I know would only go and distinguish themselves, I might write a sort of county family history of these parts, but they don't, and I fancy won't. For example, the entrance, or should I say the exit, of a broadish little river is just away on the south bank. If you go up this river, it runs southeast. You get to a good-sized lake. In this lake there is an island called Andole. Then out of the other side of the lake there is another river which falls into the Ogowe main stream. But that is not the point of the story, which is that on that island of Adole, Ngota, the interpreter, first saw the light. Why he ever did there or anywhere, heaven only knows. I know I shall never want to write his biography. On the western bank end of that river going to Adole, there is an Igalwa town, notable for a large quantity of fine white ducks and a clump of Indian bamboo. My informants say no white men ever live for this place, so I suppose the ducks and bamboo have been imported by some black trader whose natal spot this is. The name of this village is Wanderegwoma. Stuck on sandbank, I flew out and shoved behind, leaving Ngota to do the balancing performances in the stern. This Orembo Vongo divides up just below here, I am told, when we have re-embarked into three streams. One goes into the main Ogowe, opposite Aishoka in Nkama country. Nkama country commences at Aishoka and goes to the sea, one into the Ngumbi and one into the Ngonghi, all in the Orungu country. Ayzingo now lies northeast, according to Gray Shirt's arm. On our river there is here another broad low island, with its gold coloured banks shining out, seemingly barring the entire channel, but there is really a canoe channel along by both banks. We turn at this point into a river on the north bank that runs north and south. The current is running very swift to the north. We run down into it, and then, it being more than time enough for chop, we push the canoe onto a sandbank in our new river, which I am told is the Karkola. I, after having had my tea, wander off, and find behind our high sandbank, which, like all the other sandbanks above water now, is getting grown over with hippo grass, a fine light green grass, the beloved food of both hippo and manatee, a forest, and entering this I notice a succession of strange mounds or heaps, made up of branches, twigs and leaves, and dead flowers. Many of these heaps are recent, while others have fallen into decay. Investigation shows they are burial places. Among the debris of an old one there are human bones, and out from one of the new ones comes a stench and a hurrying, exceedingly busy line of ants, demonstrating what is going on. I own I thought these mounds were some kind of bird's or animal's nest. They look entirely unhuman in this desolate reach of forest. Leaving these, I go down to the water edge of the sand, and find in it a quantity of pools of varying breadth and expanse, but each surrounded by a rim of dark red brown deposit, which you can lift off the sand in a skin. On the top of the water is a film of exquisite iridescent colours like those on a soap bubble, only darker and brighter. In the river alongside the sand there are thousands of those beautiful little fish with a black line each side of their tails. They are perfectly tame, and I feed them with crumbs in my hand. After making every effort to terrify the unknown object containing the food, gallant bulls, quite 2 inches long, sidling up and snapping at my fingers, they come and feed right in the palm, so that I could have caught them by the handful had I wished. There are also a lot of those weird, semi-transparent, yellow spotted little sandfish with cup-shaped pectoral fins, which I see they use to enable them to make their astoundingly long leaps. These fish are of a more nervous and distrustful disposition, and hover around my hand, but will not come into it. Indeed, I do not believe the other cheeky little fellows would allow them to. The men, having had their rest and their pipes, shout for me, and off we go again. The Karkola soon widens to about 100 feet. It is evidently very deep here. The right bank, the east, is forested, the left low and shrubbed, one patch looking as if it were being cleared for a plantation, but no village showing. A big rock shows up on the right bank, which is a change from the clay and sand, and soon the whole character of the landscape changes. We come to a sharp turn in the river, from north and south to east and west, the current very swift. The river channel dodges round against a big bank of sword grass, and then widens out to the breadth of the Thames at Putney. I am told that a river runs out of it here to the west, to Orungu country, and so I imagine this Karkola falls ultimately into the Nazareth. We skirt the eastern banks, which are covered with low grass, with a scanty lot of trees along the top. Highland shows in the distance to the south-southwest and southwest, and then we suddenly turn up into a broad river or strait, shaping our course north-northeast. On the opposite bank, on a high dwarf cliff, is a Fan town. "All Fan now," says Singlet in anything but a gratified tone of voice. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. On the way from Kangwe to Lake Ncovi. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com. Part 2 of Chapter 7. On the way from Kangwe to Lake Ncovi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Part 2 of Chapter 7. It is a strange, wild, lonely bit of the world we are now in, apparently a lake or broad, full of sandbanks, some bare and some in the course of developing into permanent islands by the growth on them of that floating coarse grass, any joint of which being torn off either by the current, a passing canoe, or hippos, floats down and grows wherever it settles. Like most things that float in these parts, it usually settles on a sandbank and then grows in much the same way as our couch grass grows on land in England, so as to form a network which catches for its adopted sandbank all sorts of floating debris, so the sandbank comes up in the world. The waters of the wet season when they rise drown off the grass, but when they fall, up it comes again from the root, and so, gradually, the sandbank becomes an island, and persuades real trees and shrubs to come and grow on it, and its future is then secured. We skirt alongside a great young island of this class, the sword grass, some 10 or 15 feet high. It has not got any trees on it yet, but by next season or so it doubtless will have. The grass is stabled down into paths by hippos, and just as I have realized who are the road makers, they appear in person. One immense fellow, hearing us, stands up and shows himself about 6 feet from us in the grass, gazes calmly, and then yawns a yawn a yard wide, and grunts his news to his companions, some of whom, there is evidently a large herd, get up and stroll towards us with all the flowing grace of pantechnicon vans in motion. We put our helm paddles hard a starboard and leave that bank. Our hasty trip across to the bank of the island on the other side being accomplished, we, in search of seclusion and in the hope that out of sight would mean out of mind to hippos, shot down a narrow channel between semi-island sandbanks, and those sandbanks, if you please, are covered with specimens, as fine a set of specimens as you could wish for, of the West African crocodile. These interesting animals are also having their siestas, lying sprawling in all directions on the sand, with their mouths wide open. One immense old lady has a family of lively young crocodiles running over her, evidently playing like a lot of kittens. The heavy musky smell they give off is most repulsive, but we do not rise up and make a row about this, because we feel hopelessly in the wrong in intruding into these family scenes uninvited, and so apologetically pole ourselves along rapidly, not even singing. The pace the canoe goes down that channel would be a wonder to Henley Regatta. When out of earshot I ask Pagan whether there are many gorillas, elephants, or bush cows around here. "Plenty too much," says he, and it occurs to me that the cornfields are growing golden green away in England, and soon there rises up in my mental vision a picture that fascinated my youth in the Fliegende Blatter, representing Friedrich Gerstacker off de Rise. That gallant man is depicted tramping on a serpent new to M. Bollinger, while he attempts to club with the butt end of his gun a most lively savage who, accompanied by a bison, is attacking him in front. A terrific and obviously enthusiastic crocodile is grabbing the tail of the explorer's coat, and the explorer says, "Hurrah! Das gibt wieder einen praktischen Artikel für die Allgemeine Zeitung." I do not know where in the world Gerstacker was at the time, but I should fancy hereabouts. My vigorous and lively conscience also reminds me that the last words a most distinguished and valued scientific friend had said to me before I left home was, "Always take measurements, Miss Kingsley, and always take them from the adult male." I know I have neglected opportunities of carrying this commission out on both those banks, but I do not feel like going back. Besides, the men would not like it, and I have mislaid my yard measure. The extent of water, dotted with sandbanks and islands in all directions, here is great, and seems to be fringed uniformly by low swampy land, beyond which to the north rounded lumps of hills show blue. On one of the islands is a little white house which I am told was once occupied by a black trader for John Holt. It looks a desolate place for any man to live in, and the way the crocodiles and hippo must have come up on the garden ground in the evening time could not have enhanced its charms to the average cautious man. My men say no man live for that place now. The factory, I believe, has been, for some trade reason, abandoned. Behind it is a great clump of dark-colored trees. The rest of the island is now covered with hippo grass, looking like beautifully kept lawn. We lie up for a short rest at another island, also a weird spot in its way, for it is covered with a grove of only one kind of tree, which has a twisted, contorted, gray-white trunk, and dull, lifeless-looking green, hard foliage. I learned that these good people, to make topographical confusion worse confounded, call a river by one name when you are going up it, and by another when you are coming down, just as if you called the Thames the London when you were going up, and the Greenwich when you were coming down. The banks all round this lake are broad, seem all light-coloured sand and clay. We pass out of it into a channel. Current flowing north. As we are entering the channel between banks of grass overgrown sand, a superb white crane is seen standing on the sand edge to the left. Gray Shirt attempts to get a shot at it, but it, alarmed at our unusual appearance, raises itself up with one of those graceful preliminary curtsies, and after one or two preliminary flaps, spreads its broad wings and sweeps away, with its long legs trailing behind it like a thing on a Japanese screen. The river into which we ran zigzags about and then take a course south-southeast. It is studded with islands slightly higher than those we have passed, and thinly clad with forest. The place seems alive with birds. Flocks of pelican and crane rise up before us out of the grass, and every now and then a crocodile slides off the bank into the water. Wonderfully like old logs they look, particularly when you see one letting himself roll and float down on the current. In spite of these interests, I began to wonder where in this lonely land we were to sleep tonight. In front of us were miles of distant mountains, but in no direction the slightest sign of human habitation. Soon we passed out of our channel into a lovely, strangely melancholy, lonely-looking lake. Lake Ncovi, my friends tell me. It is exceedingly beautiful. The rich golden sunlight of the late afternoon, soon followed by the short-lived, glorious flushes of colour of the sunset, and the afterglow, play over the scene as we paddle across the lake to the north-northeast, our canoe leaving a long trail of frosted silver behind her as she glides over the mirror-like lake, and each stroke of the paddle sending down air with it to come up again in luminous silver bubbles, not as before in swirls of sand and mud. The lake shore is, in all directions, wreathed with nobly forested hills, indigo and purple in the dying daylight. On the north-northeast and northeast these come directly down into the lake. On northwest, north, southwest, and southeast there is a band of well-forested ground, behind which they rise. In the north and northeastern part of the lake several exceedingly beautiful wooded islands show, with gray rocky beaches and dwarf cliffs. Signs of human habitation at first there were none, and in spite of its beauty there was something which I was almost going to say was repulsive. The man evidently felt the same as I did. Had any one told me that the air that lay on the lake was poison, or that in among its forests lay some path to regions of utter death, I should have said, "It looks like that." But no one said anything, and we only looked round uneasily, until the comfortable soled singlet made the unfortunate observation that he smelt blood. We all called him an utter fool to relieve our minds, and made our way towards the second island. When we got near enough to it to see details, a large village showed among the trees on its summit, and a steep dwarf cliff, overgrown with trees and creeping plants, came down to a small beach, covered with large water-washed gray stones. There was evidently some kind of a row going on in that village that took a lot of shouting too. We made straight for the beach and drove our canoe among its outlying rocks, and then each of my men stowed his paddle quickly, slung on his ammunition bag, and picked up his ready loaded gun, sliding the skin sheath off the lock. Pagan got out on to the stones alongside the canoe, just as the inhabitants became aware of our arrival, and, abandoning what I hope was a mass meeting to remonstrate with the local authorities on the insanitary state of the town, came, a brown mass of naked humanity, down the steep cliff path to attend to us, whom they evidently regarded as an imperial interest. Things did not look restful, nor these Fans personally pleasant. Every man among them, no woman showed, was armed with a gun, and they loosened their shovel-shaped knives in their sheaths as they came, evidently regarding a fight quite as imminent as we did. They drew up about 20 paces from us in silence. Pagan and Gray Shirt, who had joined him, held out their unembarrassed hands, and shouted out the name of the Fan man they had said they were friendly with, "Kiva, Kiva." The Fans stood still and talked angrily among themselves for some minutes, and then Silence said to me, "It would be bad palaver if Kiva no live for this place," in a tone that conveyed to me the idea he thought this unpleasant contingency almost a certainty. The passenger exhibited unmistakable symptoms of wishing he had come by another boat. I got up from my seat in the bottom of the canoe and leisurely strolled ashore, saying to the line of angry faces, "Mbolwani," in an unconcerned way, although I well knew it was etiquette for them to salute first. They grunted, but did not commit themselves further. A minute after, they parted to allow a fine-looking, middle-aged man, naked save for a twist of dirty cloth round his loins, and a bunch of leopard and wild cat tails hung from his shoulder by a strip of leopard skin, to come forward. Pagan went for him with a rush, as if he were going to clasp him to his ample bosom, but holding his hands just off from touching the Fan's shoulder in the usual way, while he said in Fan, "Don't you know me, my beloved Kiva? Surely you have not forgotten your old friend?" Kiva grunted feelingly and raised up his hands and held them just off touching Pagan, and we breathed again. Then Gray Shirt made a rush at the crowd and went through great demonstrations of affection with another gentleman whom he recognized as being a Fan friend of his own, and whom he had not expected to meet here. I looked round to see if there were not any Fan from the upper Ogowe whom I knew to go for, but could not see one. That I could on the strength of a previous acquaintance, and on their individual merits I did not feel inclined to do even in this fashionable imitation embrace. Indeed, I must say that never, even in a picture book, have I seen such a set of wild, wicked-looking savages as those we faced this night, and with whom it was touch and go for 20 of the longest minutes I have ever lived, whether we fought for our lives, I was going to say, but it would not have been even for that, but merely for the price of them. Peace having been proclaimed, conversation became general. Gray Shirt brought his friend up and introduced him to me, and we shook hands and smiled at each other in the conventional way. Pagan's friend, who was next introduced, was more alarming, for he held his hands for half a minute just above my elbows, without quite touching me, but he meant well, and then we all disappeared into a brown mass of humanity and a fog of noise. You would have thought from the violence and vehemence of the shouting and gesticulation that we were going to be forthwith torn to shreds, but not a single hand really touched me, and as I, Pagan, and Gray Shirt went up to the town in the midst of the throng, the crowd opened in front and closed in behind, evidently half frightened at my appearance. The row when we reached the town redoubled in volume from the fact that the ladies, the children, and the dogs joined in. Every child in the place, as soon as it saw my white face, let a howl out of it as if it had seen his satanic majesty, horns, hoofs, tail, and all, and fled into the nearest hut headlong, and I fear, from the continuance of the screams, had fits. The town was exceedingly filthy. The remains of the crocodile they had been eating the week before last, and piles of fish offal, and remains of an elephant, hippo, or manatee, I really can't say which, decomposition was too far advanced, united to form a most impressive stench. The bark huts are, as usual in a Fan town, in unbroken rows, but there are 3 or 4 streets here, not one only as in most cases. The Palaver House is in the innermost street, and there we went, and noticed that the village view was not in the direction in which we had come, but across towards the other side of the lake. I told the Ajumba to explain we wanted hospitality for the night, and wished to hire 3 carriers for to-morrow to go with us to the Rembwe. For an hour and 3/4 by my watch I stood in the suffocating, smoky, hot atmosphere, listening to, but only faintly understanding, the war of words and gesture that raged round us. At last the fact that we were to be received being settled, Gray Shirt's friend led us out of the guard house, the crowd flinching back as I came through it, to his own house on the right hand side of the street of huts. It was a very different dwelling to Gray Shirt's residence at Arevooma. I was as high as its roof ridge, and had to stoop low to get through the door hole. Inside, the hut was 14 or 15 feet square, unlit by any window. The door hole could be closed by pushing a broad piece of bark across it under 2 horizontally fixed bits of stick. The floor was sand, like the street outside, but dirtier. On it in one place was a fire, whose smoke found its way out through the roof. In one corner of the room was a rough bench of wood, which from the few filthy cloths on it and a wood pillow I saw was the bed. There was no other furniture in the hut save some boxes, which I presume held my host's earthly possessions. From the bamboo roof hung a long stick with hooks on it, the hooks made by cutting off branching twigs. This was evidently the hanging wardrobe, and on it hung some few fetish charms, and a beautiful ornament of wild cat and leopard tails, tied on to a square piece of leopard skin, in the centre of which was a little mirror, and round the mirror were sewn dozens of common shirt buttons. In among the tails hung 3 little brass bells and a brass rattle. These bells and rattles are not only for dandy, but serve to scare away snakes when the ornament is worn in the forest. A fine strip of silky-haired young gorilla skin made the band to sling the ornament from the shoulder when worn. Gorillas seem well enough known around here. One old lady in the crowd outside, I saw, had a necklace made of 16 gorilla canine teeth, slung on a pineapple fibre string. Gray Shirt explained to me that this is the best house in the village, and my host the most renowned elephant hunter in the district. We then returned to the canoe, whose occupants had been getting uneasy about the way affairs were going on top, on account of the uproar they heard and the time we had been away. We got into the canoe and took her round the little promontory at the end of the island to the other beach, which is the main beach. By arriving at the beach when we did, we took our Fan friends in the rear, and they did not see us coming in the gloaming. This was all for the best, it seems, as they said they should have fired on us before they had had time to see we were rank outsiders, on the apprehension that we were coming from one of the Fan towns we had passed, and with whom they were on bad terms regarding a lady who bolted there from her lawful lord, taking with her, cautious soul, a quantity of rubber. The only white man who had been here before in the memory of man was a French officer who paid Kiva $6 to take him somewhere, I was told, but I could not find out when or what happened to that Frenchman. It was a long time ago, Kiva said, but these folks have no definite way of expressing duration of time, nor, do I believe, any great mental idea of it, although their ideas are, as usual with West Africans, far ahead of their language. All the goods were brought up to my hut, and while Ngouta gets my tea, we started talking the carrier palaver again. The Fans received my offer, starting at $2, ahead of what M. Jacot said would be enough, with utter scorn, and every dramatic gesture of dissent. One man, pretending to catch Gray Shirt's words in his hands, flings them to the ground and stamps them under his feet. I affected an easy take it or leave it manner, and looked on. A woman came out of the crowd to me, and held out a mass of slimy gray abomination on a bit of plantain leaf. Smashed snail. I accepted it and gave her fish hooks. She was delighted, and her companions excited, so she put the hooks into her mouth for safe keeping. I hurriedly explained in my best Fan that I do not require any more snail, so another lady tried the effect of a pineapple. There might be no end to this, so I retired into trade and asked what she would sell it for. She did not want to sell it, she wanted to give it me, so I gave her fish hooks. Silence and Singlet interposed, saying the price for pineapples is 1 leaf of tobacco, but I explained I was not buying. Ngouta turned up with my tea, so I went inside and had it on the bed. The door hole was entirely filled with a mosaic of faces, but no one attempted to come in. All the time the carrier palaver went on without cessation, and I went out and offered to take Gray Shirt's and Pagan's place, knowing they must want their chop, but they refused relief, and also said I must not raise the price. I was offering too big a price now, and if I once rise the Fan will only think I will keep on rising, and so make the palaver longer to talk. How long does a palaver usually take to talk around here? I asked. The last one I talked, says Pagan, took 3 weeks, and that was only a small price palaver. Well, say I, my price is for a start tomorrow. After then I have no price. After that I go away. Another hour, however, sees the jam made, and to my surprise I find the 3 richest men in this town of Mveta have personally taken up the contract. Kiva, my host, Fika, a fine young fellow, and Wiki, another noted elephant hunter. These 3 Fans, the Forajumba, and the Igalwa Ngouta, I think will be enough. Moreover, I fancy it safer not to have an overpowering percentage of Fans in the party, as I know we shall have considerable stretches of uninhabited forest to traverse, and the Ajumba say that the Fans will kill people, i.e., the black traders who venture into their country, and cut them up into neat pieces, eat what they want at the time, and smoke the rest of the bodies for future use. Now I do not want to arrive at the Rembwe in a smoked condition, even should my fragrance be neat, and I am going in a different direction to what I said I was when leaving Kangwe, and there are so many ways of accounting for death about here, leopard, canoe capsize, elephants, etc., that even if I were traced, well, nothing could be done then anyhow, so we'll only take 3 Fans. One must diminish dead certainties to the level of sporting chances along here, or one can never get on. No one, either Ajumba or Fan, knew the exact course we were to take. The Ajumba had never been this way before, the way for black traders across being via Lake Izingo, the way Mr. Good of the American Mission once went, and the Fans said they only knew the way to a big Fan town called Efua, where no white man or black trader had yet been. There is a path from there to the Rembwe they knew, because the Efua people take their trade all to the Rembwe. They would, they said, come with me all the way if I would guarantee them safety if they found war on the road. This I agreed to do, and arranged to pay off at Hayton and Cookson's sub factory on the Rembwe, and they have look my mouth and it be sweet, so palaver don't set. Every load then, by the light of the bush lights held by the women, we arranged. I had to unpack my bottles of fishes, so as to equalize the weight of the loads. Every load is then made into a sort of cocoon with bush rope. I was left in peace at about 11:30 p.m., and clearing off the cloths from the bench threw myself down and tried to get some sleep, for we were to start, the Fan said, before dawn. Sleep impossible. Mosquitoes, lice. So at 12:40 I got up and slid aside my bark door. I found Pagan asleep under his mosquito bar outside, across the doorway, but managed to get past him without rousing him from his dreams of palaver, which he was still talking aloud, and reconnoitred the town. The inhabitants seemed to have talked themselves quite out, and were sleeping heavily. I went down then to our canoe, and found it safe, high up among the Fan canoes on the stones, and then I slid a small Fan canoe off, and taking a paddle from a cluster stuck in the sand, paddled out on to the dark lake. It was a wonderfully lovely quiet night, with no light save that from the stars. One immense planet shone preeminent in the purple sky, throwing a golden path down onto the still waters. Quantities of big fish sprung out of the water, their glistening silver white scales flashing, so that they looked like slashing swords. Some bird was making a long, low, booming sound away on the forest shore. I paddled leisurely across the lake to the shore on the right, and seeing crawling on the ground some large glowworms, drove the canoe onto the bank among some hippo grass, and got out to get them. While engaged on this hunt, I felt the earth quiver under my feet, and I heard a soft, big, soughing sound, and looking around saw I had dropped in on a hippo banquet. I made out 5 of the immense brutes round me, so I softly returned to the canoe and shoved off, stealing along the bank, paddling under water until I deemed it safe to run out across the lake from my island. I reached the other end of it, to that on which the village is situated, and finding a miniature rocky bay, with a soft patch of sand and no hippo grass, the incidents of the Fan hut suggested the advisability of a bath. Moreover, there was no china collection in that hut, and it would be a long time before I got another chance, so I go ashore again, and, carefully investigating the neighbourhood, to make certain there were no human habitation near, I then indulged in a wash in peace. Drying one's self on one's cummerbund is not pure joy, but it can be done when you put your mind to it. While I was finishing my toilette, I saw a strange thing happen. Down through the forest on the lake bank opposite came a violet ball the size of a small orange. When it reached the sand beach it hovered along it to and fro close to the ground. In a few minutes another ball of similarly coloured light came towards it from behind one of the islets, and the two wavered to and fro over the beach, sometimes circling round each other. I made off towards them in the canoe, thinking, as I still do, they were some brand new kind of luminous insect. When I got on to their beach, one of them went off into the bushes, and the other away over the water. I followed in the canoe, for the water here is very deep, and when I almost thought I had got it, it went down into the water, and I could see it glowing as it sunk, until it vanished in the depths. I made my way back hastily, fearing my absence with the canoe might give rise, if discovered, to trouble, and by 3:30 I was back in the hut safe, but not so comfortable as I had been on the lake. A little before 5 my men are stirring, and I get my tea. I do not state my escapade to them, but ask what those lights were. "Akom," said the Fan, and pointing to the shore of the lake where I had been during the night, they said, "They came there. It was an Aku, or devil bush. More than ever did I regret not having secured one of those sort of two phenomena. What a joy a real devil appropriately put up in raw alcohol would have been to my scientific friends. Wednesday, July 24th. We got away about 5:30, the Fans coming in a separate canoe. We called the next island to Mfetta to buy some more aguma. The inhabitants are very much interested in my appearance, running along the stony beach as we paddle away, and standing at the end of it until we are out of sight among the many islands at the north-east end of Lake Ncovi. The scenery is savage. There are no terrific cliffs, nor towering mountains to make it what one usually calls wild or romantic, but there is a distinction about it which is all its own. This northeast end has beautiful sand beaches on the southern side, in front of the forested bank, lying in smooth ribbons along the level shore, and in scallops round the promontories where the hills come down into the lake. The forest on these hills or mountains, for they are part of the Sierra del Cristal, is very dark in colour, and the undergrowth seems scant. We presently come to a narrow but deep channel into the lake, coming from the eastward, which we go up, winding our course with it into a valley between the hills. After going up it a little way, we find it completely fenced across with stout stakes, a space being left open in the middle, broader than the space between the other stakes, and over this is poised a spear with a bush rope attached, and weighted at the top of the haft with a great lump of rock. The whole affair is kept in position by a bush rope, so arranged, just under the level of the water, that anything passing through the opening would bring the spear down. This was a trap for hippo or manatee, nganaimanga, and similar in structure to those one sees set in the hippo grass near villages and plantations, which serve the double purpose of defending the vegetable supply and adding to the meat supply of the inhabitants. We squeeze through between the stakes so as not to let the trap off, and find our little river leads us into another lake, much smaller than Ncovi. It is studded with islands of fantastic shapes, all wooded with high trees of an equal level, and with little or no undergrowth among them, so their pale gray stems look like clusters of columns supporting a dark green ceiling. The forest comes down steep hillsides to the water edge in all directions, and a dark gloomy looking herb grows up out of black slime and water, in a bank of ribbon in front of it. There is another channel out of this lake still to the northeast. The Fans say they think it goes into the big lake far, far away, i.e. Lake Ajongo. From the look of the land, I think this river connecting Ajongo and Lake Ncovi wanders down this valley between the mountain spurs of the Sierra del Cristal, expanding into one gloomy lake after another. We run our canoe into a bank of the dank, dark-coloured water herb to the right, and disembark into a fitting introduction to the sort of country we shall have to deal with before we see the Rembwe, namely, up to our knees in black slime. End of part 2 of chapter 7, On the Way from Kangwe to Lake Ncovi. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com.
Part 1 of chapter 8, From Ncovi to Esoon, of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Part 1 of chapter 8, From Ncovi to Esoon. Concerning the way in which the voyager goes from the island of Mfetta to no one knows exactly where, in doubtful and bad company, and of what this led to, and giving also some accounts of the great forest, and of those people that live therein. I will not bore you with my diary in detail regarding our land journey, because the water-washed little volume attributive to this period is mainly full of reports of law cases, for reasons hereinafter to be stated, and at night, when passing through this bit of country, I was usually too tired to do anything more than make an entry such as 5s 4RANE ebony T 1 to 50, etc., etc., entries that require amplification to explain their significance, and I will proceed to explain. Our first day's march was a very long one. Path in the ordinary acceptance of the term there was none. Hour after hour, mile after mile, we passed on in the undergloom of the great forest. The pace made by the Fans, who are infinitely the most rapid Africans I have ever come across, severely tired the Ajumba, who are canoe men, and who had been as fresh as paint after their exceedingly long day's paddling from Arevuma to Mfeta. Ngota, the Igalwa interpreter, felt pumped, and said as much very early in the day. I regretted very much having brought him, for from a mixture of nervous exhaustion arising from our Mfeta experiences, and a touch of chill, he had almost entirely lost his voice, and I feared would fall sick. The Fans were evidently quite at home in the forest, and strode on over fallen trees and rocks with an easy, graceful stride. What saved us weaklings was the Fans' appetites. Every 2 hours they sat down, and had a snack of a pound or so of meat and aguma apiece, followed by a pipe of tobacco. We used to come up with them at these halts. Ngota and the Ajumba used to sit down and rest with them, and I also for a few minutes for rest and chat, and then I would go on alone, thus getting a good start. I got a good start, in the other meaning of the word, on the afternoon of the first day, when descending into a ravine. I saw in the bottom, wading and rolling in the mud, a herd of 5 elephants. I remembered, hastily, that your one chance when charged by several elephants is to dodge them round trees, working down wind all the time until they lose smell and sight of you, then to lie quiet for a time and go home. It was evident from the utter unconcern of these monsters that I was down wind now, so I had only to attend to dodging, and I promptly dodged around a tree and lay down. Seeing they still displayed no emotion on my account, and fascinated by the novelty of the scene, I crept forward from one tree to another until I was close enough to have hit the nearest one with a stone, and spats of mud, which they sent flying with their stamping and wallowing, came flap flap among the bushes, covering me. One big fellow had a nice pair of 40-pound or so tusks on him, singularly straight, and another had one big curved tusk, and one broken one. Some of them lay right down like pigs in the deeper part of the swamp. Some drew up trunkfuls of water, and syringed themselves and each other, and every one of them indulged in a good rub against a tree. Presently, when they had had enough of it, they all strolled off upwind through the bush in Indian file, now and then breaking off a branch, but leaving singularly little dead water for their tonnage and breadth of beam. When they had gone, I rose up, turned round to find the men, and trod on Kiva's back then and there, full and fair, and fell sideways down the steep hillside until I fetched up among some roots. It seems Kiva had come on after his meal before the others, and seeing the elephants and being a born hunter, had crawled like me down to look at them. He had not expected to find me there, he said. I do not believe he gave a thought of any sort to me in the presence of these fascinating creatures, and so he got himself trodden on. I suggested to him we should pile the baggage and go and have an elephant hunt. He shook his head reluctantly, saying "Kor, kor," like a depressed rook, and explained we were not strong enough. There were only 3 Fans, the Ajumba and Ngota did not count, and moreover that we had not brought sufficient ammunition, owing to the baggage having to be carried, and the ammunition that we had must be saved for other game than elephant, for we might meet war before we met the Rembwe river. We had by now joined the rest of the party, and were all soon squattering about on our own account in the elephant bath. It was shocking bad going, like a ploughed field exaggerated by a terrific nightmare. It pretty nearly pulled all the legs off me, and to this hour I cannot tell you if it is best to put your foot into a footmark, a young pond, I mean, about the size of the bottom of a Madeira work armchair, or whether you should poise yourself on the rim of the same and stride forward to its other bank, boldly and hopefully. The footmarks and the places where the elephants had been rolling were by now filled with water, and the mud underneath was in places hard and slippery. In spite of my determination to preserve an awesome and unmoved calm while among these dangerous savages, I had to give way and laugh explosively to see the portly, powerful pagan suddenly convert himself into a quadruped, while Gray Shirt poised himself on one heel and waved his other leg in the air to advertise to the assembled nations that he was about to sit down, was irresistible. No one made such palaver about taking a seat as Gray Shirt. I did it repeatedly without any fuss to speak of. That lordly elephant hunter, the great Wiki, would, I fancy, have strode over safely, and with dignity, but the man who was in front of him spun round on his own axis and flung his arms around the Fan, and they went to earth together. The heavy load on Wiki's back drove them into the mud like a pile driver. However, we got through in time, and after I had got up the other side of the ravine, I saw the Fan let the Ajumba go on, and were busy searching themselves for something. I followed the Ajumba, and before I joined them felt a fearful, pricking irritation. Investigation of the affected part showed a tick of terrific size, with its head embedded in the flesh. Pursuing this interesting subject, I found 3 more, and had awfully hard work to get them off, and painful too, for they give one not only a feeling of irritation at their holding on place, but a streak of rheumatic feeling pain up from it. On completing operations I went on and came upon the Ajumba in a state more approved of by Praxiteles than by the general public nowadays. They had found out about elephant ticks, so I went on and got an excellent start for the next stage. By this time, shortly after noon on the first day, we had struck into a mountainous and rocky country, and also struck a track you had to keep your eye on, or you lost it in a minute, but still a guide as to direction. The forest trees here were mainly ebony and great hardwood trees, with no palms, save my old enemy, the climbing palm, calamus, as usual, going on its long excursions up one tree and down another, bursting into a plume of fronds, and in the middle of each plume one long spike sticking straight up, which was an unopened frond, whenever it got a gleam of sunshine, running along the ground over anything it meets, rock or fallen timber, all alike, its long, dark-coloured, rope-like stem simply furred with thorns. Immense must be the length of some of these climbing plants. One tree I noticed that day that had hanging from its summit, a good 150 feet above us, a long, straight, rope-like palm stem. The character of the whole forest was very interesting. Sometimes for hours we passed among thousands upon thousands of grey-white columns of uniform height, about 100 to 150 feet. At the top of these the boughs branched out and interlaced among each other, forming a canopy or ceiling which dimmed the light even of the equatorial sun to such an extent that no undergrowth could thrive in the gloom. The statement of the struggle for existence was published here in plain figures, but it was not, as in our climate, a struggle against climate mainly, but an internecine war from overpopulation. Now and again we passed among vast stems of buttressed trees, sometimes enormous in girth, and from their faraway summits hung great bush ropes, some as straight as plumb lines, others coiled round and intertwined among each other, until one could fancy one was looking on some mighty battle between armies of gigantic serpents that had been arrested at its height by some magic spell. All these bush ropes were as bare of foliage as a ship's wire rigging, but a good many had thorns. I was very curious as to how they got up straight, and investigation showed me that many of them were carried up with a growing tree. The only true climbers were the calamus and the rubber vine, Landolphia, both of which employ hook tackle. Some stretches of this forest were made up of thin, spindly stemmed trees of great height, and among these stretches I always noticed the ruins of some forest giant, whose death by lightning or by his superior height having given the demoniac tornado wind an extra grip on him, had allowed sunlight to penetrate the lower regions of the forest, and then evidently the seedlings and saplings, who had for years been living a half-starved life for light, shot up. They seemed to know that their one chance lay in getting with the greatest rapidity to the level of the top of the forest. No time to grow fat in the stem, no time to send out side branches or any of those vanities. Up, up to the light level, and he among them who reached it first won in this game of life or death, for when he gets there he spreads out his crown of upper branches and shuts off the life-giving sunshine from his competitors, who pale off and die, or remain dragging on an attenuated existence, waiting for another chance, and waiting sometimes for centuries. There must be tens of thousands of seeds which perish before they get their chance, but the way the seeds of the hard-wood African trees are packed, as it were in cases specially made durable, is very wonderful. Indeed, the ways of Providence here are wonderful in their strange dual intention to preserve and to destroy, but on the whole, as Peer Gynt truly observes, in Gotte Worth nein das it ernickt. We saw this influence of light on a large scale as soon as we reached the open hills and mountains of the Sierra del Cristal, and had to pass over those fearful avalanche-like timber falls on their steep sides. The worst of these lay between Efoua and Igaja, where we struck a part of the range that was exposed to the south-east. These falls had evidently arisen from the tornadoes which from time to time have hurled down the gigantic trees, whose hold on the superficial soil over the sheets of hard bedrock was insufficient, in spite of all the anchors they had out in the shape of roots and buttresses, and all their rigging in the shape of bush ropes. Down they had come, crushing and dragging down with them those near them or bound to them by the great tough climbers. Getting over these falls was perilous, not to say scratchy work. One or another member of our party always went through, and precious uncomfortable going it was, I found, when I tried it in one above Egaja. 10 or 12 feet of crashing, creaking timber, and then flump onto a lot of rotten wet debris, with more snakes and centipedes among it than you had any immediate use for, even though you were a collector. But there you had to stay, while Wiki, who was a most critical connoisseur, selected from the surrounding forest a bush rope that he regarded as the correct remedy for the case, and then up you were hauled through the sticks you had turned the wrong way on your down journey. The Duke had a bad fall, going 20 feet or so before he found the rubbish heap, while Fika, who went through with a heavy load on his back, took us on one occasion half an hour to recover, and when we had just got him to the top, and able to cling on to the upper sticks, Wiki, who had been superintending operations, slipped backwards and went through on his own account. The bush rope we had been hauling on was too worn with the load to use again, and we just hauled Wiki out with the first one we could drag down and cut, and Wiki, when he came up, said we were reckless and knew nothing of bush ropes, which shows how ungrateful an African can be. It makes the perspiration run down my nose whenever I think of it. The sun was out that day, we were nearly situated on the equator, and the air was semi-solid, with the stinking exhalations from the swamps with which the mountain chain is fringed and intersected, and we were hot enough without these things because of the violent exertion of getting these 12 to 13 stone gentlemen up among us again, and the fine varied exercise of getting over the fall on our own account. When we got into the cool forest beyond, it was delightful, particularly if it happened to be one of those lovely stretches of forest, gloomy down below, but giving hints that far away above us was a world of bloom and scent and beauty, which we saw as much of as earthworms in a flower bed. Here and there the ground was strewn with great cast blossoms, thick wax-like, glorious cups of orange and crimson and pure white, each one of which was in itself a handful, and which told us that some of the trees around us were showing a glory of colour to heaven alone. Sprinkled among them were bunches of pure stephanotis-like flowers, which said that the gaunt bush ropes were rubber vines that had burst into flower when they had seen the sun. These flowers we came across in nearly every type of forest all the way, for rubber abounds here. I will weary you no longer now with the different kinds of forest, and only tell you I have left you off several. The natives have separate names for 7 different kinds, and these might, I think, be easily run up to 9. A certain sort of friendship soon arose between the Fans and me. We each recognized that we belonged to that same section of the human race with whom it is better to drink than to fight. We knew we would each have killed the other if sufficient inducement were offered, and so we took a certain amount of care that the inducement should not arise. Gray Shirt and Pagan also, their trade friends, the Fans treated with an independent sort of courtesy, but Silence, Singlet, the Passenger, and above all Ngouta, they openly did not care a row of pins for. And I have small doubt that had it not been for us other 3 they would have killed and eaten these very amiable gentlemen with as much compunction as an English sportsman would kill as many rabbits. They on their part hated the Fan, and never lost an opportunity of telling me these Fan be bad men too much. I must not forget to mention the other member of our party, a Fan gentleman with the manners of a duke and the habits of a dustbin. He came with us quite uninvited by me, and never asked for any pay. I think he only wanted to see the fun, and drop in for a fight if there was one going on, and to pick up the pieces generally. He was evidently a man of some importance from the way the others treated him, and moreover he had a splendid gun, with a gorilla skin sheath for its lock, and ornamented all over its stock with brass nails. His costume consisted of a small piece of dirty rag round his loins, and whenever we were going through dense undergrowth or wading a swamp, he wore that filament tucked up scandalously short. Whenever we were sitting down in the forest having one of our nondescript meals, he always sat next to me and appropriated the tin. Then he would fill his pipe, and turning to me with the easy grace of aristocracy, would say what may be translated as, "My dear Princess, could you favour me with a lucifer?" I used to say, "My dear Duke, charmed, I'm sure," and give him one ready lit. I dared not trust him with the box whole, having a personal conviction that he would have kept it. I asked him what he would do suppose I was not there with a box of lucifers, and he produced a bush cow's horn with a neat wood lid tied on with tie-tie, and from out of it he produced a flint and steel and demonstrated. The first day in the forest we came across a snake, a beauty, with a new red, brown, and yellow patterned velvety skin, about 3 feet 6 inches long, and as thick as a man's thigh. Ngota met it, hanging from a bough, and shot backwards like a lobster. Ngota having among his many weaknesses a rooted horror of snakes. This snake the Ogowe natives all hold in great aversion. For the bite of other sorts of snakes they profess to have remedies, but for this they have none. If, however, a native is stung by one, he usually conceals the fact that it was this particular kind, and tries to get any chance the native doctor's medicine may give. The Duke stepped forward, and with one blow flattened its head against the tree with his gun butt, and then folded the snake up and got as much of it as possible into his bag, while the rest hung dangling out. Ngota, not being able to keep ahead of the Duke, his Grace's pace being stiff, went to the extreme rear of the party, so that other people might be killed first if the snake returned to life, as he surmised it would. He fell into other dangers from this caution, but I cannot chronicle Ngota's afflictions in full without running this book into an old-fashioned folio size. We had the snake for supper, that is to say, the Fan and I. The others would not touch it, although a good snake, properly cooked, is one of the best meats one gets out here, far and away better than the African fowl. The Fans also did their best to educate me in every way. They told me their names for things, while I told them mine. I found several European words already slightly altered in use among them, such as a muck, a mug, a lass, a glass, a tumbler. I do not know whether their ami, a person addressed or spoken of, is French or not. It may come from anwi, mpongwe for yea, you. They use it as a rule in addressing a person after the phrase they always open up conversation with, azuna, listen, or I am speaking. They also showed me many things. How to light a fire from the pith of a certain tree, which was useful to me in after life, but they rather overdid this branch of instruction one way and another. For example, Wiki had, as above indicated, a mania for bush ropes and a marvellous eye and knowledge of them. He would pick out from among the thousands surrounding us now one of such peculiar suppleness that you could wind it round anything, like a strip of cloth, and as strong withal as a hawser, or again another which has a certain stiffness, combined with a slight elastic spring, excellent for hauling, with the ease and accuracy of a lady who picks out the particular twisted strand of embroidery silk from a multicoloured tangled ball. He would go into the bush after them while other people were resting, and particularly after the sort which, when split, is bright yellow and very supple and excellent to tie round loads. On one occasion, between Egaja and Esoon, he came back from one of these quests, and wanted me to come and see something very quietly. I went, and we crept down into a rocky ravine, on the other side of which lay one of the outermost Egaja plantations. When we got to the edge of the cleared ground, we lay down, and wormed our way with elaborate caution among a patch of cocoa, Wiki first, I following in his trail. After about 50 yards of this, Wiki sank flat, and I saw before me, some 30 yards off, busily employed in pulling down plantains and other depredations, 5 gorillas, 1 old male, 1 young male, and 3 females. One of these had clinging to her a young fellow, with beautiful wavy black hair with just a kink in it. The big male was crouching on his haunches, with his long arms hanging down on either side, with the backs of his hands on the ground, the palms upwards. The elder lady was tearing to pieces and eating a pineapple, while the others were at the plantains destroying more than they ate. They kept up a sort of a whinnying, chattering noise, quite different from the sound I have heard gorillas give when enraged, or from the one you can hear them giving when they are what the natives call dancing at night. I noticed that their reach of arm was immense, and that when they went from one tree to another they squattered across the open ground in a most inelegant style, dragging their long arms with the knuckles downwards. I should think the big male and female were over 6 feet each. The others would be from 4 to 5. I put out my hand and laid it on Wiki's gun to prevent him from firing, and he, thinking I was going to fire, gripped my wrist. I watched the gorillas with great interest for a few seconds, until I heard Wiki make a peculiar small sound, and looking at him saw his face was working in an awful way as he clutched his throat with his hand violently. Heavens! Think I, this gentleman's going to have a fit. It's lost. We are entirely this time. He rolled his head to and fro, and then buried his face into a heap of dried rubbish at the foot of a plantain stem, clasped his hands over it, and gave an explosive sneeze. The gorillas let go all, raised themselves up for a second, gave a quaint sound between a bark and a howl, and then the ladies and the young gentlemen started home. The old male rose to his full height. It struck me at the time this was a matter of 10 feet at least, but for scientific purposes allowance must be made for a lady's emotions, and looked straight towards us, or rather towards where that sound came from. Wiki went off into a paroxysm of falsetto sneezes, the like of which I have never heard, nor evidently had the gorilla, who doubtless thinking as one of his black correlatives would have thought, that the phenomenon favoured Duppy, went off after his family with a celerity that was amazing the moment he touched the forest, and disappeared as they had, swinging himself along through it from bough to bough, in a way that convinced me that, given the necessity of getting about in tropical forests, man has made a mistake in getting his arms shortened. I have seen many wild animals in their native wilds, but never have I seen anything to equal gorillas going through bush. It is a graceful, powerful, superbly perfect hand trapeze performance. After this sporting adventure we returned, as I usually return from a sporting adventure, without measurements or the body. Our first day's march, though the longest, was the easiest, though providentially I did not know this at the time. From my Woermann road walks I judge it was well 25 miles. It was easiest, however, from its lying for the greater part of the way through the gloomy type of forest. All day long we never saw the sky once. The earlier part of the day we were steadily going uphill, here and there making a small descent, and then up again, until we came on to what was apparently a long ridge, for on either side of us we could look down into deep, dark, ravine-like valleys. Twice or thrice we descended into these to cross them, finding at their bottom a small or large swamp, with a river running through its midst. Those rivers all went to Lake Ayzingo. We had to hurry, because Kiva, who was the only one among us who had been to Efoua, said that unless we did we should not reach Efoua that night. I said, why not stay for bush? Not having contracted any love for a night in a Fan town by the experience of Mfetta. Moreover, the Fans were not sure that after all the whole party of us might not spend the evening at Efoua, when we did get there, simmering in its cooking pots. Ngota, I may remark, had no doubt on the subject at all, and regretted having left Mrs. N. keenly, and the Andande store sincerely. But these Fans are a fine sporting tribe, and allowed they would risk it. Besides, they were almost certain they had friends at Efoua, and in addition they showed me trees scratched in a way that was magnification of the condition of my own cat's pet table leg at home, demonstrating leopards in the vicinity. I kept going, as it was my only chance, because I found I stiffened if I sat down, and they always carefully told me the direction to go in when they sat down. With their superior pace they soon caught me up, and then passed me, leaving me and Ngota, and sometimes Singlet and Pagan behind, we in our turn overtaking them, with this difference that they were sitting down when we did so. About 5 o'clock I was off ahead and noticed a path which I had been told I should meet with, and when met with I must follow. The path was slightly indistinct, but by keeping my eye on it I could see it. Presently I came to a place where it went out, but appeared again on the other side of a clump of underbush fairly distinctly. I made a short cut for it, and the next news was I was in a heap, on a lot of spikes, some 15 feet or so below ground level, at the bottom of a bag shaped game pit. It is at these times you realise the blessing of a good thick skirt. Had I paid heed to the advice of many people in England who ought to have known better, and did not do it themselves, and adopted masculine garments, I should have been spiked to the bone and done for. Whereas, save for a good many bruises, here I was with the fullness of my skirt tucked under me, sitting on 9 ebony spikes, some 12 inches long, in comparative comfort, howling lustily to be hauled out. The Duke came along first and looked down at me. I said, "Get a bush rope and haul me out." He grunted and sat down on a log. The passenger came next, and he looked down. "You kill?" says he. "Not much," says I. "Get a bush rope and haul me out." "No fit," says he, and sat down on the log. Presently, however, Kiva and Wiki came up, and Wiki went and selected the one and only bush rope suitable to haul an English lady, of my exact complexion, age, and size, out of that one particular pit. They seemed rare round there from the time he took, and I was just casting about in my mind as to what method would be best to employ in getting up the smooth yellow sandy clay incurved walls, when he arrived with it, and I was out in a twinkling, and very much ashamed of myself, until Silence, who was then leading, disappeared through the path before us with a despairing yell. Each man then pulled the skin cover of his gunlock, carefully looked to see if things there were all right, and ready, loosened his knife in its snakeskin sheath, and then we set about hauling poor Silence out, binding him up where necessary with cool green leaves, for he, not having a skirt, had got a good deal frayed at the edges on those spikes. Then we closed up, for the Fans said these pits were symptomatic of the immediate neighbourhood of Efoua. We sounded our ground as we went into a thick plantain patch, through which we could see a great clearing in the forest and the low huts of a big town. We charged into it, going right through the guard house gateway at one end in single file, as its narrowness obliged us, and into the street shaped town, and formed ourselves into as imposing a looking party as possible in the centre of the street. The Efouerians regarded us with much amazement, and the women and children cleared off into the huts, and took stock of us through the door holes. There were but few men in the town, the majority, we subsequently learnt, being away after elephants, but there were quite sufficient left to make a crowd in a ring round us. Fortunately, Wiki and Kiva's friends were present, and as a result of the confabulation, one of the chiefs had his house cleared out for me. It consisted of 2 apartments, almost bare of everything save a pile of boxes, and a small fire on the floor, some little bags hanging from the roof poles, and a general supply of insects. The inner room contained nothing save a hard plank, raised on 4 short pegs from the earth floor. End of Part 1 of Chapter 8. From Ncovi to Esoon. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com. Part 2 of Chapter 8. From Ncovi to Esoon. Of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Part 2 of Chapter 8. From Ncovi to Esoon. I shook hands with and thanked the chief, and directed that all the loads should be placed inside the huts. I must admit my good friend was a villainous-looking savage, but he behaved most hospitably and kindly. From what I had heard of the Fan, I deemed it advisable not to make any present to him at once, but to base my claim on him on the right of an amicable stranger to hospitality. When I had seen all the baggage stowed, I went outside and sat at the doorway on a rather rickety, mushroom-shaped stool, in the cool evening air, waiting for my tea, which I wanted bitterly. Pagan came up as usual for tobacco to buy chop with, and after giving it to him, I and the two chiefs, with Gray Shirt acting as interpreter, had a long chat. Of course the first question was, why was I there? I told them I was on my way to the factory of H and C on the Rembwe. They said they had heard of Ugumu, i.e. Messrs. Hatton and Cookson, but they did not trade direct with them, passing their trade into towns nearer to the Rembwe, which were swindling bad towns, they said, and they got the idea stuck in their heads that I was a trader, a sort of bagman for the firm, and Gray Shirt could not get this idea out, so off one of their majesties went and returned with 25 balls of rubber, which I bought to promote good feeling, subsequently dashing them to Wiki, who passed them in at Ndorko when we got there. I also bought some elephant hair necklaces from one of the chief's wives, by exchanging my red silk tie with her for them, and one or two other things. I saw fish hooks would not be of much value, because Efoua was not near a big water of any sort, so I held fish hooks, and traded handkerchiefs and knives. One old chief was exceedingly keen to do business, and I bought a meat spoon, a plantain spoon, and a gravy spoon off him, and then he brought me a lot of rubbish I did not want, and I said so, and announced I had finished trade for that night. However, the old gentleman was not to be put off, and after an unsuccessful attempt to sell me his cooking pots, which were roughly made out of clay, he made energetic signs to me that if I would wait he had got something that he would dispose of, which Gray Shirt said was good too much. Off he went across the street and disappeared into his hut, where he evidently had a thorough hunt for the precious article. One box after another was brought out to the light of a bush torch held by one of his wives, and there was a great confabulation between him and his family of the "I'm sure you had it last, you must have moved it, never touched the thing" sort. At last it was found, and he brought it across the street to me most carefully. It was a bundle of bark cloth tied round something most carefully with tie-tie. This being removed, disclosed a layer of rag, which was unwound from round a central article. Whatever can this be? Thinks I. Some rare and valuable object, doubtless. Let's hope connected with fetish worship, and I anxiously watched its unpacking. In the end, however, it disclosed, to my disgust and rage, an old shilling razor. The way the old chief held it out, and the amount of dollars he asked for it, was enough to make anyone believe that I was in such urgent need of the thing, that I was at his mercy regarding price. I waved it off with a haughty scorn, and then, feeling smitten by the expression of agonized bewilderment on his face, I dashed him a belt that delighted him, and went inside and had tea to soothe my outraged feelings. The chiefs made furious raids on the mob of spectators who pressed round the door, and stood with their eyes glued to every crack in the bark of which the hut was made.
The next door neighbours on either side might have amassed a comfortable competence for their old age by letting out seats for the circus. Every hole in the side walls had a human eye in it, and I heard new holes being bored in all directions, so I deeply fear the chief, my host, must have found his palace sadly draughty. I felt perfectly safe and content, however, although Ngota suggested the charming idea that "P'raps them feta fan don sawi." As soon as all my men had come in and established themselves in the inner room for the night, I curled up among the boxes, with my head on the tobacco sack, and dozed. After about half an hour I heard a row in the street, and looking out, for I recognised his Grace's voice taking a solo part followed by choruses, I found him in legal difficulties about a murder case. An alibi was proved for the time being, that is to say, the prosecution could not bring up witnesses because of the elephant hunt, and I went in for another doze, and the town at last grew quiet. Waking up again, I noticed the smell in the hut was violent, from being shut up, I suppose, and it had an unmistakably organic origin. Knocking the ash end off the smouldering bushlight that lay burning on the floor, I investigated, and tracked it to those bags, so I took down the biggest one, and carefully noted exactly how the tie-tie had been put round its mouth, for these things are important and often mean a lot. I then shook its contents out in my hat, for fear of losing anything of value. They were a human hand, 3 big toes, 4 eyes, 2 ears, and other portions of the human frame. The hand was fresh, the others only so-so, and shriveled. Replacing them, I tied the bag up and hung it up again. I subsequently learnt that although the Fans will eat their fellow friendly tribesfolk, yet they like to keep a little something belonging to them as a memento. This touching trait in their character I learned from Wiki, and though it's to their credit under the circumstances, still it's an unpleasant practice when they hang the remains in the bedroom you occupy, particularly if the bereavement in your host's family has been recent. I did not venture to prowl round Efuha, but slid the bark door aside and looked out to get a breath of fresh air. It was a perfect night, and no mosquitoes. The town, walled in on every side by the great cliff of high black forest, looked very wild as it showed in the starlight, its low savage-built bark huts in 2 hard rows, closed at either side by a guard-house. In both guard-houses there was a fire burning, and in their flickering glow showed the forms of sleeping men. Nothing was moving save the goats, which are always brought into the special house for them in the middle of the town, to keep them from the leopards, which roam from dusk to dawn. Dawn found us stirring, I getting my tea and the rest of the party their chop, and binding up anew the loads with Wiki's fresh supple bush ropes. Kiva amused me much. During our march his costume was exceeding scant, but when we reached the towns he took from his bag garments, and attired himself so resplendently that I feared the charm of his appearance would lead me into one of those dreadful wife palavers which experience had taught me of old to dread, and in the morning time he always devoted some time to repacking. I gave a big dash to both chiefs, and they came out with us, most civilly, to the end of their first plantations, and then we took farewell of each other, with many expressions of hope on both sides that we should meet again, and many warnings from them about the dissolute and depraved character of the other towns we should pass through before we reached the Rembwe. Our second day's march was infinitely worse than the first, for it lay along a series of abruptly shaped hills, with deep ravines between them. Each ravine had its swamp, and each swamp its river. This bit of country must be absolutely impassable for any human being, black or white, except during the dry season. There were representatives of the 3 chief forms of the West African bog. The large, deep swamps were best to deal with, because they make a break in the forest, and the sun can come down on their surface and bake a crust over which you can go if you go quickly.
From experience in Devonian bogs, I knew pace was our best chance, and I fancy I earned one of my nicknames among the Fans on these. The Fans went across all right with a rapid striding glide, but the other men erred from excess of caution, and while hesitating as to where was the next safe place to plant their feet, the place that they were standing on went in with a glug. Moreover, they would keep together, which was more than the crust would stand. The portly pagan and the passenger gave us a fine job in one bog, by sinking in close together. Some of us slashed off boughs of trees and tore off handfuls of hard canna leaves, while others threw them round the sinking victims to form a sort of raft, and then with the aid of bush rope, of course, they were hauled out. The worst sort of swamp, and the most frequent hereabouts, is the deep narrow one that has no crust on, because it is too much shaded by the forest. The slopes of the ravines, too, are usually covered with an undergrowth of shenja, beautiful beyond description, but right bad to go through. I soon learnt to dread seeing the man in front going downhill, or to find myself doing so, for it meant that within the next half hour we should be battling through a patch of senja. I believe there are few effects that can compare with the beauty of them, with the golden sunlight coming down through the upper forest's branches onto their exquisitely shaped, hard, dark green leaves, making them look as if they were sprinkled with golden sequins. Their long green stalks, which support the leaves and bear little bunches of crimson berries, take every graceful curve imaginable, and the whole affair is free from insects, and when you have said this, you have said all there is to say in favour of shenja, for those long green stalks of theirs are as tough as twisted wire, and the graceful curves go to the making of a net, which rises round you shoulder high, and the hard green leaves, when lying on the ground, are fearfully slippery. It is not nice going down through them, particularly when nature is so arranged that the edge of the bank you are descending is a rock wall 10 or 12 feet high, with a swamp of unknown depth at its foot. This arrangement was very frequent on the second and third day's marches, and into these swamps the shenja seem to want to send you head first and get you suffocated. It is still less pleasant, however, going up the other side of the ravine when you have got through your swamp. You have to fight your way upwards among rough rocks, through this hard, tough network of stems, and it took it out of all of us except the Fans. These narrow shaded swamps gave us a world of trouble and took up a good deal of time. Sometimes the leader of the party would make 3 or 4 attempts before he found a ford, going on until the black, batter-like ooze came up round his neck, and then turning back and trying in another place, while the rest of the party sat upon the bank until the ford was found, feeling it was unnecessary to throw away human life, and that the more men there were paddling about in that swamp, the more chance there was that a hole in the bottom of it would be found. And when a hole is found, the discoverer is liable to leave his bones in it. If I happened to be in front, the duty of finding the ford fell on me, for none of us after leaving Efoua knew the swamps personally. I was too frightened of the Fan, and too nervous and uncertain of the stuff my other men were made of, to dare show the white feather at anything that turned up. The Fan took my conduct as a matter of course, never having travelled with white men before, or learnt the way some of them require carrying over swamps and rivers and so on. I dare say I might have taken things easier, but I was like the immortal Schmelzel during that omnibus journey he made on his way to Flats in the thunderstorm, afraid to be afraid. I am very certain I should have fared very differently had I entered a region occupied by a powerful and ferocious tribe like the Fan, from some districts on the west coast, where the inhabitants are used to find the white man incapable of personal exertion, requiring to be carried in a hammock, or wheeled in a go-cart or a bath chair about the streets of their coast towns, depending for the defence of their settlement on a body of black soldiers. This is not so in Congo Francais, and I had behind me the prestige of a set of white men to whom for the native to say, "You shall not do such and such a thing, you shall not go to such and such a place," would mean that those things would be done. I soon found the name of Hatton and Cookson's agent general for this district. Mr. Hudson was one to conjure with among the trading tribes, and the Ajumba, moreover, although their knowledge of white men had been small, yet those they had been accustomed to see were fine specimens. Mr. Fildes, Mr. Cockshut, M. Jacot, Dr. Pelagier, Pierre Lejeune, M. Cacon, Mr. Whittaker, and that vivacious French official were not men any man, black or white, would willingly ruffle, and in addition there was the memory among the black traders of "that white man Mac Taggart," whom an enterprising trading tribe near Fernand Vaz had had the hardihood to tackle, shooting him and then towing him behind a canoe and slashing him all over with their knives, the while yet he survived, and tackled them again in a way that must almost pathetically have astonished those simple savages, after the real good work they had put in to the killing of him. Of course it was hard to live up to these ideals, and I do not pretend to have succeeded, or rather that I should have succeeded had the real strain been put on me. But to return to that gorilla land forest. All the rivers we crossed on the first, second, and third day, I was told went into one or other of the branches of the Ogowe, showing that the long slope of land between the Ogowe and the Rembwe is towards the Ogowe. The stone of which the mountains were composed was that same hard black rock that I had found on the Sierra del Cristal by the Ogowe rapids, only hereabouts there was not amongst it those great masses of white quartz which are so prominent a feature from Talaguga upwards in the Ogowe valley. Neither were the mountains anything like so high, but they had the same abruptness of shape. They look like very old parts of the same range, worn down to stumps by the disintegrating forces of the torrential rain and sun, and the dense forest growing on them. Frost, of course, they had not been subject to, but rocks, I noticed, were often being somewhat similarly split by rootlets having got into some tiny crevice, and by gradual growth enlarged it to a crack. Of our troubles among the timber falls on these mountains I have already spoken, and these were at their worst between Efoua and Egaja. I had suffered a good deal from thirst that day, unboiled water being my ibet, and we were all very nearly tired out with the athletic sports since leaving Efoua. One thing only we knew about Egaja for sure, and that was that not one of us had a friend there, and that it was a town of extra evil repute, so we were not feeling very cheerful when towards evening time we struck its outermost plantations, their immediate vicinity being announced to us by Silence, treading full and fair on to a sharp ebony spike driven into the narrow path, and hurting himself. Fortunately, after we passed this first plantation, we came upon a camp of rubber collectors, 4 young men. I got one of them to carry Silence's load and show us the way into the town, when on we went into more plantations. There is nothing more tiresome than finding your path going into a plantation, because it fades out in the cleared ground, or starts playing games with a lot of other little paths that are running about amongst the crops, and no West African path goes straight into a stream or a plantation, and straight out the other side, so you have a nice time picking it up again. We were spared a good deal of fine varied walking by our new friend the rubber collector, for I noticed he led us out by a path nearly at right angles to the one by which we had entered. He then pitched into a pit which was half full of thorns, and which he observed he did not know was there, demonstrating that an African guide can speak the truth. When he had got out, he handed back Silence's load and got a dash of tobacco for his help. He left us to devote the rest of his evening by his forest fire to unthorning himself, while we proceeded to wade a swift, deepish river that crossed the path he told us led to Egaja, and then went across another bit of forest and downhill again. "Oh, bless those swamps," thought I, "here's another." But no, not this time. Across the bottom of the steep ravine, from one side to another, lay an enormous tree as a bridge, about 15 feet above a river, which rushed beneath it, over a boulder encumbered bed. I took in the situation at a glance, and then and there I would have changed that bridge for any swamp I have ever seen, yea, even for a certain bush rope bridge in which I once wound myself up like a buzzing fly in a spider's web. I was fearfully tired, and my legs shivered under me after the falls and emotions of the previous part of the day, and my boots were slippery with water soaking. The Fans went into the river, and half swam, half waded across. All the Ajumba, save Pagan, followed, and Ngouta got across with their assistance. Pagan thought he would try the bridge, and I thought I would watch how the thing worked. He got about 3 yards along it and then slipped, but caught the tree with his hands as he fell, and hauled himself back to my side again, then he went down the bank and through the water. This was not calculated to improve one's nerve. I knew by now I had got to go by the bridge, for I saw I was not strong enough in my tired state to fight the water. If only the wretched thing had had its bark on, it would have been better, but it was bare, bald and round, and a slip meant death on the rocks below. I rushed it and reached the other side in safety, whereby poor Pagan got chaffed about his failure by the others, who said they had gone through the water just to wash their feet. The other side, when we got there, did not seem much worth reaching, being a swampy fringe at the bottom of a steep hillside, and after a few yards the path turned into a stream or backwater of the river. It was hedged with thickly pleached bushes, and covered with liquid water on the top of semi-liquid mud. Now and again, for a change, you had a foot of water on top of fearfully slippery, harder mud, and then we light-heartedly took headers into the bush, sideways, or sat down, and when it was not proceeding on the evil tenor of its way, like this, it had holes in it; in fact, I fancy the bottom of the holes were the true level, for it came near being as full of holes as a fishing net, and it was very quaint to see the man in front, who had been paddling along knee-deep before, now plopped down with the water round his shoulders, and getting out of these slippery pockets, which were sometimes a tight fit, was difficult. However, that is the path you have got to go by if you are not wise enough to stop at home, the little bay of shrub overgrown swamp fringing the river on one side and on the other running up to the mountain side. At last we came to a sandy bank, and on that bank stood Egaja, the town with an evil name even among the Fan, but where we had got to stay, fair or foul. We went into it through its palaver house, and soon had the usual row. I had detected signs of trouble among my men during the whole day. The Ajumba were tired and dissatisfied with the Fans. The Fans were in high feather, openly insolent to Ngouta, and anxious for me to stay in this delightful locality, and go hunting with them and divers other choice spirits, which they assured me we could easily get to join us at Efoua. I kept peace as well as I could, explaining to the Fans I had not enough money with me now, because I had not, when starting, expected such magnificent opportunities to be placed at my disposal, and promising to come back next year, a promise I hoped to keep, and then we would go and have a grand time of it. This state of a party was a dangerous one in which to enter a strange Fan town, where our security lay in our being united. When the first burst of Egaja conversation began to boil down into something reasonable, I found that a villainous-looking scoundrel, smeared with soot and draped in a fragment of genuine antique cloth, was a head chief in mourning. He placed a house at my disposal, quite a mansion, for it had no less than 4 apartments. The first one was almost entirely occupied by a bedstead frame that was being made up inside on account of the small size of the door. This had to be removed before we could get in with the baggage at all. While this removal was being effected with as much damage to the house and the article as if it were a quarter-day affair in England, the other chief arrived. He had been sent for, being away down the river fishing when we arrived. I saw at once he was a very superior man to any of the chiefs I had yet met with. It was not his attire, remarkable though that was for the district, for it consisted of a gentleman's black frock coat, such as is given in the ivory bundle, a bright blue felt sombrero hat, an ample cloth of Boma check, but his face and general bearing were distinctive, and very powerful and intelligent, and I knew that Egaja, for good or bad, owed its name to this man, and not to the mere sensual, brutal-looking one. He was exceedingly courteous, ordering his people to bring me a stool and one for himself, and then a fly-whisk to battle with the evening cloud of sand-flies. I got Pagan to come and act as interpreter, while the rest were stowing the baggage, etc. After compliments, "Tell the chief," I said, "that I hear this town of his is Thief Town." "Better not, sir," says Pagan. "Go on," said I, "or I'll tell him myself." So Pagan did. It was a sad blow to the chief. "Thief Town! This highly respectable town of Egaja, a town whose moral conduct in all matters schedule was an example to all towns, called a thief town! Oh, what a wicked world!" I said it was, but I would reserve my opinion as to whether Egaja was a part of the wicked world or a star-like exception, until I had experienced it myself. We then discoursed on many matters, and I got a great deal of interesting fetish information out of the chief, which was valuable to me, because the whole of this district had not been in contact with white culture, and altogether I and the chief became great friends. Just when I was going in to have my much desired tea, he brought me his mother, an old lady evidently very bright and able, but poor woman, with the most disgusting hand and arm I have ever seen. I am ashamed to say I came very near being sympathetically sick, in the African manner on the spot. I felt I could not attend to it and have my tea afterwards, so I directed one of the canoe-shaped little tubs used for beating up the manioc in, to be brought and filled with hot water, and then putting into it a heavy dose of Condy's fluid, I made her sit down and lay the whole arm in it, and went and had my tea. As soon as I had done I went outside, and getting some of the many surrounding ladies to hold bush lights, I examined the case. The whole hand was a mass of yellow pus, streaked with sanies; large ulcers were burrowing into the forearm, while in the armpit was a big abscess. I opened the abscess at once, and then the old lady frightened me nearly out of my wits by gently subsiding. I thought dying, but I soon found out merely going to sleep. I then washed the abscess well out, and having got a lot of baked plantains, I made a big poultice of them mixed with boiling water and more condy in the tub, and laid her arm right in this, and propping her up all round and covering her over with cloths I requisitioned from her son, I left her to have her nap while I went into the history of the case, which was that some of 48 hours ago she had been wading along the bank catching crawfish, and had been stung by a fish like a snake. So I presume the ulcers were an old standing palaver. The hand had been a good deal torn by the creature, and the pain and swelling had been so great she had not had a minute's sleep since. As soon as the poultice got chilled, I took her arm out and cleaned it again, and wound it round with dressing, and had her ladyship carried bodily, still asleep, into her hut, and after rousing her up, giving her a dose of that fine preparation, Pil Crotonis cum hydrargi, saw her tucked up on her own plank bedstead for the night, sound asleep again. The chief was very anxious to have some pills too, so I gave him some, with firm injunctions only to take one at the first time. I knew that that one would teach him not to take more than one for ever after, better than I could do if I talked from June to January. Then all the afflicted of Egaja turned up and wanted medical advice. There was evidently a good stiff epidemic of the yaws about. Lots of cases of dumb with the various symptoms, Ulcers, of course, galore. A man with a bit of a broken spearhead in an abscess in the thigh, one which I believe a professional enthusiast would call a lovely case of filaria, the entire white of one eye being full of the active little worms, and a ridge of surplus population migrating across the bridge of the nose into the other eye, under the skin, looking like the bridge of a pair of spectacles. It was past 11 before I had anything like done, and my men had long been sound asleep, but the chief had conscientiously sat up and seen the thing through. He then went and fetched some rolls of bark cloth to put on my plank, and I gave him a handsome cloth I happened to have with me, a couple of knives, and some heads of tobacco, and wished him good night, blockading my bark door, and picking my way over my sleeping Ajumba into an inner apartment, which I also blockaded, hoping I had done with Egaja for some hours. No such thing. At 1:45 the whole town was roused by the frantic yells of a woman. I judged there was one of my beauties of Fans mixed up in it, and there was, and after paying damages, got back again by 2:30 a.m., and off to sleep again instantly. At 4 sharp, whole town of Egaja plunged into emotion and worse shindy. I suggested to the Ajumba they should go out, but no, they didn't carry a row of pins if one of our Fans did get killed, so I went, recognizing Kiva's voice in high expostulation. Kiva, it seems a long time ago, had a transaction in Ray, a tooth of ivory with a man who unfortunately happened to be in this town tonight, and Kiva owed the said man a coat. Kiva, it seems, has been spending the whole evening demonstrating to his creditor that, had he only known they were to meet, he would have brought the coat with him, a particularly beautiful coat, and the reason he has not paid it before is that he has mislaid the creditor's address. The creditor says he has called repeatedly at Kiva's village, that notorious Mfeta, and Kiva has never been at home, and moreover that Kiva's wife, one of them, stole a yellow dog of great value from his, the creditor's, canoe. Kiva says women will be women, and he had gone off to sleep thinking the affair had blown over, and the bill renewed for the time being. The creditor had not gone to sleep, but sat up thinking the affair over and remembered many cases, all cited in full of how Kiva had failed to meet his debts, also Kiva's brother on the mother's side and uncle ditto, and so has decided to foreclose forthwith on the debtor's estate, and as the estate is represented by and consists of Kiva's person, to take and seize upon it and eat it. It is always highly interesting to observe the germ of any of our own institutions existing in the culture of a lower race. Nevertheless, it is trying to be hauled out of one's sleep in the middle of the night and plunged into this study. Evidently this was a trace of an early form of the bankruptcy court, the court which clears a man of his debt, being here represented by the knife and the cooking pot. The whitewashing, as I believe it is termed with us, also shows, only it is not the debtor who is whitewashed, but the creditors doing themselves over with white clay to celebrate the removal of their enemy from his sphere of meretricious activity. This inversion may arise from the fact that whitewashing a creditor who was about to be cooked would be unwise, as the stuff would boil off the bits and spoil the gravy. There is always some fragment of sound sense underlying African institutions. Kiva was, when I got out, tied up, talking 19 to the dozen, and so was everyone else, and a lady was working up white clay in a pot. I dare say I ought to have rushed at him and cut his bonds and killed people in a general way with a revolver, and then flown with my band to the bush, only my band evidently had no flying in them, being tucked up in the hut pretending to be asleep, and uninterested in the affair, and although I could have abandoned the band without a pang just then, I could not so light-heartedly fly alone with Kiva to the bush and leave my fishes. So I shouted "Azuna" to the bankruptcy court, and got a Fan who spoke trade English to come and interpret for me, and from him I learnt the above stated outline for the proceedings up to the time. Regarding the original iniquity of Kiva, my other Fans held the opinion that the old Scotch lady had, regarding certain passages in the history of the early Jews, that it was a long time ago, and aiblins it was no true. Fortunately for the reader, it is impossible for me to give in full detail the proceeding of the court. I do not think if the whole of Mr. Pitman's school of shorthand had been there to take them down, the thing could possibly have been done in word writing. If the late Richard Wagner, however, had been present, he could have scored the performance for a full orchestra, and with all its weird grunts and roars, and pistol-like finger clicks, and its elongated words and thigh slaps, it would have been a masterpiece. I got my friend the chief on my side, but he explained he had no jurisdiction, as neither of the men belonged to his town, and I explained to him that as the proceedings were taking place in his town, he had a right of jurisdiction ipso facto. The Fan could not translate this phrase, so we gave it the chief raw, and he seemed to relish it, and he and I then cut into the affair together. I looking at him with admiration and approval when he was saying his say, and after his Azuna had produced a patch of silence he could move his tongue in, and he similarly regarding me during my speech for the defence. We neither, I expect, understood each other, and we had trouble with our client, who would keep pleading not guilty, which was absurd. Anyhow, it produced our effect, my success arising from my concluding my speech with the announcement that I would give the creditor a book on Hatton and Cookson for the coat, and I would deduct it from Kiva's pay. "But," said the court, "we look your mouth, and it be sweet mouth, but with Hatton and Cookson we can have no trade." This was a blow to me. Hatton and Cookson was my big juju, and it was to their sub-factory on the Rembwe that I was bound. On inquiry, I elicited another cheerful little fact, which was they could not deal with Hatton and Cookson because there was blood war on the path that way. The court said they would take a book on Holty, but with Holty, i.e. Mr. John Holt, I had no deposit of money, and I did not feel justified in issuing checks on him, knowing also he could not feel amiable towards wandering scientists after what he had recently gone through with one. Not that I doubt for one minute but that his representatives would have honoured my book, for the generosity and helpfulness of West African traders is unbounded and long-suffering. But I did not like to encroach on it, all the more so from a feeling that I might never get through to refund the money. So at last I paid the equivalent value of the coat out of my own trade stuff, and the affair was regarded by all parties as satisfactorily closed by the time the grey dawn was coming up over the forest wall. I went in again and slept in snatches until I got my tea about 7, and then turned out to hurry my band out of Igaja. This I did not succeed in doing until past 10. One row succeeded another with my men, but I was determined to get them out of that town as quickly as possible, for I had heard so much from perfectly reliable and experienced people regarding the treacherousness of the Fan. I feared too that more cases still would be brought up against Kiva from the resume of his criminal career I had had last night, and I knew it was very doubtful whether my other 3 Fans were any better than he. There was his Grace's little murder affair, only languishing for want of evidence owing to the witnesses for the prosecution being out elephant hunting not very far away, and Wiki was pleading an alibi, and a twin brother in a bad wife palaver in this town. I really hope, for the sake of Fan morals at large, that I did engage the 3 worst villains in Mfeta, and that Mfeta is the worst town in all Fan land, inconvenient as this arrangement was to me personally. Anyhow, I felt sure my Pappenheimers would take a lot of beating for good solid crime, among any tribe anywhere. Moreover, the Ajumba wanted meat, and the Fans, they said, offered them human. I saw no human meat at Edgaja, but the Ajumbas seem to think the Fans eat nothing else, which is a silly prejudice of theirs, because the Fans do. I think this case the Ajumba thought a lot of smoked flesh offered was human. It may have been, it was in neat pieces, and again, as the captain of the late S.S. Sparrow would say, it mayn't. But the Ajumba have a horror of cannibalism, and I honestly believe never practice it, even for fetish affairs, which is a rare thing in a West African tribe where sacrificial and ceremonial cannibalism is nearly universal. Anyhow, the Ajumba loudly declared the Fans were bad men too much, which was impolitic under existing circumstances, and inexcusable because it by no means arose from a courageous defiance of them, but the West African. Well, he is a devil and an ostrich and an orphan child in one. The chief was very anxious for me to stay and rest, but as his mother was doing wonderfully well, and the other women seemed quite to understand my directions regarding her, I did not feel inclined to risk it. The old lady's farewell of me was peculiar. She took my hand in her too, turned it palm upwards and spat on it. I do not know whether this is a constant form of greeting among the Fan. I fancy not. Dr. Nassau, who explained it to me when I saw him again at Baraka, said the spitting was merely an accidental by-product of the performance, which consisted in blowing a blessing, and as I happened on this custom twice afterwards, I feel sure from observation he is right. The two chiefs saw us courteously out of the town as far as where the river crosses the outgoing path again, and the blue-hatted one gave me some charms to keep my foot in path, and the mourning chief lent us his son to see us through the lines of fortification of the plantation. I gave them an equal dash, and in answer to their question as to whether I had found Egaja a thief town, I said that to call Egaja a thief town was rank perjury, for I had not lost a thing while in it, and we parted with mutual expression of esteem, and hopes for another meeting at an early date. The defences of the fine series of plantations of Egaja on this side were most intricate, to judge from the zigzag course our guide led us through them. He explained they had to be, because of the character of the towns towards the Rembwe. After listening to this young man, I really began to doubt that the cities of the plain had really been destroyed, and wondered whether some future revision committee will not put transported for destroyed. This young man certainly hit off the character of Sodom and Gomorrah to the life, in describing the towns towards the Rembwe, though he had never heard of Sodom and Gomorrah named. He assured me I should see the difference between them and Egaja the Good, and I thanked him and gave him his dash when we parted, but told him as a friend I feared some alteration must take place, and some time elapse before he saw a regular rush of pilgrim worshippers of virtue coming into even Egaja the Good, though it stood just as good a chance and better than most towns I had seen in Africa. We went on into the gloom of the great forest again, that forest that seemed to me without end, wherein in a lazy, hazy-minded sort of way I expected to wander through by day and drop in at night to a noisy savage town for the rest of my days. We climbed up one hill, skirted its summit, went through our athletic sports over sundry timber falls, and struck down into the ravine as usual. But at the bottom of that ravine, which was exceeding steep, ran a little river free from swamp. As I was wading it, I noticed it had a peculiarity that distinguished it from all the other rivers we had come through, and then and there I sat down on a boulder in its midst and hauled out my compass. Yes, by Allah! It's going northwest and bound as we are for Rembwe River. I went out the other side of that river with a lighter heart than I went in, and shouted the news to the boys, and they yelled and sang as we went on our way. All along this bit of country we had seen quantities of rubber vines, and between Egaja and Esoon we came across quantities of rubber being collected. Evidently there was a big camp of rubber hunters out in the district, very busy. Wiki and Kiva did their best to teach me the trade. Along each side of the path we frequently saw a ring of stout bush rope, raised from the earth on pegs about a foot to 18 inches. On the ground in the middle stood a calabash, into which the ends of the pieces of rubber vine were placed, the other ends being supported by the bush rope ring. Round the outside of some of these rings was a slow fire, which just singes the tops of the bits of rubber vine as they project over the collar or ring, and causes the milky juice to run out of the lower end into the calabash, giving out as it does so a strong ammoniacal smell. When the fire was alighted there would be a group of rubber collectors sitting around it, watching the cooking operations, removing those pieces that had run dry and placing others from a pile at their side in position. On either side of the path we continually passed pieces of rubber vine cut into lengths of some 2 feet or so, and on the top one or two leaves plaited together, or a piece of bush rope tied into a knot which indicated whose property the pile was. The method of collection employed by the Fan is exceedingly wasteful, because this fool of a vegetable, Landolphia florida ovariensis, does not know how to send up suckers from its root, but insists on starting elaborately from seeds only. I do not, however, see any reasonable hope of getting them to adopt more economical methods. The attempt made by the English houses, when the rubber trade was opened up in 1883 on the Gold Coast, to get the more tractable natives there to collect by incisions only, has failed. For in the early days a man could get a load of rubber almost at his own door on the Gold Coast, and now he has to go 15 days' journey inland for it. When a Fan town has exhausted the rubber in its vicinity, it migrates, bag and baggage, to a new part of the forest. The young unmarried men are the usual rubber hunters. Parties of them go out into the forest, wandering about in it and camping under shelters of boughs by night, for a month and more at a time during the dry seasons, until they have got a sufficient quantity together. Then they return to their town, and it is manipulated by the women, and finally sold, either to the white trader in districts where he is within reach, or to the M'pongwe trader, who travels round buying it and the collected ivory and ebony, like a Norfolk higgler. In districts like these I was in, remote from the M'pongwe trader, the Fans carry the rubber to the town nearest to them that is in contact with the black trader, and sell it to the inhabitants, who in their turn resell it to their next town, until it reaches him. This passing down of the rubber and ivory gives rise, between the various towns, to a series of commercial complications, which rank with woman palaver for the production of rows, it being the sweet habit of these Fans to require a life for a life, and to regard one life as good as another. Also, rubber trade and wife palaver sweetly intertwine, for a man on the kill in Ray, a wife palaver knows his best chance of getting the life from the village he has a grudge against lies in catching one of that village's men when he may be out alone rubber hunting. So he does this thing, and then the men from the victim's village go and lay for a rubber hunter from the killer's village. And then, of course, the men from the killer's village go and lay for rubber hunters from victim number one's village, and thus the blood feud rolls down the vaulted chambers of the ages, so that you, dropping in on affairs, cannot see one end or the other of it, and frequently the people concerned have quite forgotten what the killing was started for. Not that this discourages them in the least. Really, if Dr. Nassau is right, and these Fans are descendants of Adam and Eve, I expect the Cain and Abel killing palaver is still kept going among them. Wiki, being great on bush rope, gave me much information regarding rubber, showing me the various other vines besides the true rubber vine, whose juice, mingled with the true sap by the collector when in the forest, adds to the weight, a matter of importance because rubber is bought by weight. The other adulteration gets done by the ladies in the villages, when the collected sap is handed over to them to prepare for the markets. This preparation consists of boiling it in water slightly, and adding a little salt, which causes the gummy part to separate and go to the bottom of the pot, where it looks like a thick cream. The water is carefully poured off this deposit, which is then taken out and moulded, usually in the hands, but I have seen it run into moulds made of small calabashes, with a stick or piece of iron passing through, so that when the rubber is set this can be withdrawn. A hole being thus left, the balls can be threaded on to a stick, usually 5 on one stick for convenience of transport. It is during the moulding process that most of the adulteration gets in. Down by the side of many of the streams there is a white, chalky looking clay which is brought up into the villages, powdered up and then hung up over the fire in a basket to attain a uniform smuttiness. It is then worked into the rubber when it is being made up into balls. Then a good chunk of cocoa (Arum esculentium, cocoa is better than yam, I may remark, because it is heavier), also smoked approximately the right colour, is often placed in the centre of the rubber ball. In fact, anything is put there that is hopefully regarded as likely to deceive the white trader. So great is the adulteration that most of the traders have to cut each ball open. Even the Kenzimbo rubber, which is put up in clusters of bits shaped like little thimbles formed by rolling pinches of rubber between the thumb and finger, and which one would think difficult to put anything inside of, has to be cut, because the simple children of nature who collect it and bring it to that swindling white trader struck upon the ingenious notion that little pieces of wood shaped like the thimbles and coated by a dip in rubber were excellent additions to a cluster. The pure rubber when it is made looks like putty, and has the same dusky white colour, but owing to the balls being kept in the huts in baskets in the smoke, and in wickerwork cages in the muddy pools to soak up as much water as possible before going into the hands of the traders, they get almost inky in colour. End of Part 2 of Chapter 8. From Ncovi to Esoon. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com. Chapter 9. From Esoon to Ajongo of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 9. From Esoon to Ajongo. In which the voyager sets forth the beauties of the way from Esoon to Ndorko, and gives some account of the local swamps. Our next halting place was Esoon, which received us with the usual row, but kindly enough, and endeared itself to me by knowing the Rembwe, and not just waving the arm in the air in any direction, and saying, "Far, far, plenty bad people live for that side," as the other towns had done. Of course they stuck to the bad people part of the legend, but I was getting quite callous as to the moral character of new acquaintances, feeling sure that for good solid murderous rascality several of my old Fan acquaintances, and even my own party, would take a lot of beating, and yet, one and all, they had behaved well to me. Esoon gave me to understand that of all the Sodoms and Gomorrahs that town of Egaja was an easy first, and it would hardly believe we had come that way. Still, Egaja had dealt with us well. However, I took less interest, except of course as a friend, in some details regarding the criminal career of Chief Blue Hat of Egaja, in the opinion of Esoon, regarding the country we had survived, than in the information it had to impart regarding the country we had got to survive on our way to the big river, which now no longer meant the Ogowe, but the Rembwe. I meant to reach one of Hatton and Cookson's sub-factories there, but, strictly between ourselves, I knew no more at what town that factory was than a kindergarten board school child does. I did not mention this fact, and a casual observer might have thought that I had spent my youth in that factory, when I directed my inquiries to the finding out the very shortest route to it. Esoon shook its head. Yes, it was close, but it was impossible to reach Oguma's factory. Why? There was blood war in the path. I said it was no war of mine. But Esoon said such was the appalling depravity of the next town on the road, that its inhabitants lay in wait at day, with loaded guns, and shot on sight any one coming up the Esoon road, and that at night they tied strings with bells on across the road and shot on hearing them. No one had been killed since the first party of Esoonians were fired on at long range, because no one had gone that way. But the next door town had been heard by people who had been out in the bush at night, blazing down the road when the bells were tinkled by wild animals. Clearly that road was not yet really healthy. The Duke, who, as I have said before, was a fine courageous fellow, ready to engage in any undertaking, suggested I should go up the road, alone, by myself, first, a mile ahead of the party, and the next town, perhaps, might not shoot at sight if they happened to notice I was something queer, and I might explain things, and then the rest of the party would follow. "There's nothing like dash and courage, my dear Duke," I said, "even if one display it by deputy, so this plan does you great credit. But as my knowledge of this charming language of yours is but small, I fear I might create a wrong impression in that town, and it might think I had kindly brought them a present of 8 edible heathens, you and the remainder of my followers, you understand." My men saw this was a real danger, and this was the only way I saw of excusing myself. It is at such a moment as this that the giant's robe gets, so to speak, between your legs, and threatens to trip you up. Going up a forbidden road and exposing yourself as a pot shot to ambushed natives would be jam and fritters to Mr. MacTaggart, for example, but I am not up to that form yet. So I determined to leave that road severely alone, and circumnavigate the next town by a road that leaves Esoon, going west-northwest, which struck the Rembwe by Ndorko, I was told, and then follow up the bank of the river until I picked up the sub factory. Subsequent experience did not make one feel inclined to take out a patent for this plan, but at the time, in Esoon, it looked nice enough. Some few of the more highly cultured inhabitants here could speak trade English a little, and had been to the Rembwe, and were quite intelligent about the whole affair. They had seen white men. A village they formerly occupied nearer the Rembwe had been burnt by them, on account of a something that had occurred to a Catholic priest who visited it. They were, of course, none of them personally mixed up in this sad affair, so could give no details of what had befallen the priest. They knew also the Move, which was a great bond of union between us. "Was I a wife of them Move white men?" they inquired, "or them other white men?" I civilly said them Move men were my tribe, and they ought to have known it by the look of me. They discussed my points of resemblance to the Move white man, and I am ashamed to say I could not forbear from smiling, as I distinctly recognized my friends from the very racy description of their personal appearance and tricks of manner given by a lively Esoonian belle who had certainly met them. So content and happy did I become under these soothing influences, that I actually took off my boots, a thing I had quite got out of the habit of doing, and had them dried. I wanted to have them rubbed with palm oil, but I found to my surprise that there was no palm oil to be had, the tree being absent or scarce in this region, so I had to content myself with having them rubbed with a piece of animal fat instead. I chaperoned my men, while among the ladies of Esoon, a forward set of minxes, with a vigilance of a dragon, and decreed, like the Mikado of Japan, that whosoever leered or winked, unless connubially linked, should forthwith be beheaded, have their pay chopped, I mean, and as they were beginning to smell their pay, they were careful, and we got through Esoon without one of them going into jail. No mean performance, when you remember that every man had a past, to put it mildly. Esoon is not situated like the other towns, with a swamp and the forest close round it, but it is built on the side of a fairly cleared ravine among its plantain groves.
When you are on the southern side of the ravine, you can see Esoon looking as if it were hung on the hillside before you. You then go through a plantation down into the little river and up into the town, one long, broad, clean kept street. Leaving Esoon, you go on up the hill through another plantation to the summit. Immediately after leaving the town, we struck westwards, and when we got to the top of the next hill, we had a view that showed us we were dealing with another type of country. The hills to the westward are lower, and the valleys between them broader and less heavily forested, or rather, I should say, forested with smaller sorts of timber. All our paths took us during the early part of the day up and down hills, through swamps and little rivers, all flowing Rembwe wards. About the middle of the afternoon, when we had got up to the top of a high hill, after having had a terrible time on a timber fall of the first magnitude, into which 4 of us had fallen, I, of course, for one, I saw a sight that made my heart stand still. Stretching away to the west and north, winding in and out among the feet of the now isolated mound-like mountains, was that never to be mistaken black-green forest swamp of mangrove, doubtless the fringe of the river Rembwe, which evidently comes much further inland than the mangrove belt on the Ogowe. This is reasonable, and as it should be, though it surprised me at the time, for the great arm of the sea, which is called the Gaboon, is really a fjord, just like Bonny and Opobo rivers, with several rivers falling into it at its head, and this fjord brings the sea water further inland. In addition to this, the 2 rivers, the Como, Nkama, and Rembwe, that fall into this Gaboon, with several smaller rivers, both bring down an inferior quantity of fresh water, and that at nothing like the tearing, tide-beating back pace of the Ogowe. As my brother would say, it's perfectly simple if you think about it, but thinking is not my strong point. Anyhow, I was glad to see the mangrove belt, all the gladder because I did not then know how far it was inland from the sea, and also because I was fool enough to think that a long line I could see, running east and west to the north of where I stood, was the line of the Rembwe river, which it was not, as we soon found out. Cheered by this pleasing prospect, we marched on, forgetful of our scratches, down the side of the hill and down the foot slope of it, until we struck the edge of the swamp. We skirted this for some mile or so, going northeast. Then we struck into the swamp to reach what we had regarded as the Rembwe river. We found ourselves at the edge of that open line we had seen from the mountain. Not standing, because you don't so much as try to stand on mangrove roots unless you are a born fool, and then you don't stand long, but clinging, like so many monkeys, to the net of aerial roots which surrounded us, looking blankly at a lake of ink-black slime. It was half a mile across, and some miles long. We could not see either the west or east termination of it, for it lay like a rotten serpent, twisted among the mangroves. It never entered into our heads to try to cross it, for when a swamp is too deep for mangroves to grow in it, "No bottom lib for them damn thing," as a Kruboy once said to me, anent a small specimen of this sort of ornament to a landscape. But we just looked round to see which direction we had better take. Then I observed that the roots, aerial and otherwise, were coated in mud and had no leaves on them, for a foot above our heads. Next I noticed that the surface of the mud before us had a sort of quiver running through it, and here and there it exhibited swellings on its surface which rose in one place and fell in another. No need for an old coaster like me to look at that sort of thing twice to know what it meant, and feeling it was a situation more suited to Mr. Stanley than myself, I attempted to emulate his methods and addressed my men. "Boys," said I, "this beastly hole is tidal and the tide is coming in.
As it took us 2 hours to get to this sainted swamp, it's time we started out, one time and the nearest way. It is to be hoped the practice we have acquired in mangrove roots in coming will enable us to get up sufficient pace to get out onto dry land before we are all drowned." The boys took the hint. Fortunately one of the Ajumbas had been down in Ogowe. It was Gray Shirt who "sabed them tide palaver." The rest of them and the Fans did not know what tide meant, but Gray Shirt hustled them along, and I followed, deeply regretting that my ancestors had parted prematurely with prehensile tails, for 4 limbs, particularly when 2 of them are done up in boots, and are not sufficient to enable one to get through a mangrove swamp network of slimy roots rising out of the water, and swinging lines of aerial ones coming down to the water, a la mangrove, with anything approaching safety. Added to these joys were any quantity of mangrove flies, a broiling hot sun, and an atmosphere 3/4 solid stench from the putrefying ooze all around us. For an hour and a half thought I, why did I come to Africa? Or why, having come, did I not know when I was well off and stay in glass? Before these problems were settled in my mind, we were close to the true land again, with the water under us licking lazily among the roots and over our feet. We did not make any fuss about it, but we meant to stick to dry land for some time, and so now took to the side of a hill that seemed like a great bubble coming out of the swamp, and bore steadily east until we found a path. This path, according to the nature of paths in this country, promptly took us into another swamp, but of a different kind to our last, a knee-deep affair, full of beautiful palms and strange water plants, the names whereof I know not. There was just one part where that abomination, pandanus, had to be got through, but as swamps go, it was not at all bad. I ought to mention that there were leeches in it, lest I may be thought too enthusiastic over its charms. But the great point was that the mountains we got to on the other side of it were a good solid ridge, running, it is true, east and west, while we wanted to go north. Still on we went, waiting for developments, and watching the great line of mangrove swamp spreading along below us to the left hand, seeing many of the lines in its dark face, which betokened more of those awesome slime lagoons that we had seen enough of at close quarters. About 4 o'clock we struck some more plantations, and passing through these, came to a path running north-east, down which we went. I must say the forest scenery here was superbly lovely. Along this mountain-side cliff to the mangrove swamp the sun could reach the soil, owing to the steepness and abruptness and the changes of curves of the ground, while the soft steamy air which came up off the swamp swathed everything, and although unpleasantly strong in smell to us, was yet evidently highly agreeable to the vegetation. Lovely wine palms and raffia palms, looking as if they had been grown under glass, so deliciously green and profuse was their feather-like foliage, intermingled with giant redwoods, and lovely dark glossy green lianes, blooming in wreaths and festoons of white and mauve flowers, which gave a glorious wealth of beauty and colour to the scene. Even the monotony of the mangrove belt alongside gave an additional charm to it, like the frame round a picture. As we passed on, the ridge turned north, and the mangrove line narrowed between the hills. Our path now ran east, and more in the middle of the forest, and the cool shade was charming after the heat we had had earlier in the day. We crossed a lovely little stream, coming down the hillside in a cascade, and then our path plunged into a beautiful valley. We had glimpses through the trees of an amphitheatre of blue mist veiled mountains, coming down in a crescent before us, and on all sides save due west where the mangrove swamp came in. Never shall I forget the exceeding beauty of that valley, the foliage of the trees round us, the delicate wreaths and festoons of climbing plants, the graceful delicate plumes of the palm trees, interlacing among each other,
and showing through all a background of soft, pale, purple blue mountains and forest not really far away, as the practised eye knew, but only made to look so by the mist, which has this trick of giving suggestion of immense space, without destroying the beauty of detail. Those African misty forests have the same marvellous distinctive quality that Turner gives one in his greatest pictures. I am no artist, so I do not know exactly what it is, but I see it is there. I luxuriated in the exquisite beauty of that valley, little thinking or knowing what there was in it besides beauty, as Allah in mercy hid the book of fate. On we went among the ferns and flowers until we met a swamp, a different kind of swamp to those we had heretofore met, save the little one last mentioned. This one was much larger, and a gem of beauty, but we had to cross it. It was completely furnished with characteristic flora. Fortunately, when we got to its edge, we saw a woman crossing before us, but unfortunately she did not take a fancy to our appearance, and instead of staying and having a chat about the state of the roads and the shortest way to Ndorko, she bolted away across the swamp. I noticed she carefully took a course, not the shortest, although that course immersed her to her armpits. In we went after her, and when things were getting unpleasantly deep, and feeling highly uncertain underfoot, we found there was a great log of a tree under the water which, as we had seen the ladies care at this point, we deemed it advisable to walk on. All of us, save one, need I say that one was myself, effected this with safety. As for me, when I was at the beginning of the submerged bridge, and busily laying about in my mind for a definite opinion as to whether it was better to walk on a slippery tree trunk bridge you could see, or on one you could not, I was hurled off by that inexorable fate that demands of me a personal acquaintance with fluvial and paludial ground deposits, whereupon I took a header, and am thereby able to inform the world that there is between 15 and 20 feet of water each side of that log. I conscientiously went in on one side and came up on the other. The log, I conjecture, is odum or ebony, and it is some 50 feet long. Anyhow, it is some sort of wood that won't float. Gray Shirt says it is a bridge across an under swamp river. Having survived this and reached the opposite bank, we shortly fell in with a party of men and women who were taking, they said, a parcel of rubber to Holty's. They told us Ndorko was quite close, and that the plantations we saw before us were its outermost ones, but spoke of a swamp, a bad swamp. We knew it, we said, in the foolishness of our hearts, thinking they meant the one we had just forded, and leaving them resting, passed on our way. Half a mile further on we were wiser and sadder, for then we stood on the rim of one of the biggest swamps I have ever seen south of the rivers. It stretched away in all directions, a great sheet of filthy water, out of which sprang gorgeous marsh plants in islands, great banks of screw pine, and coppices of wine palm, with their lovely fronds reflected back by the still, mirror-like water, so that the reflection was as vivid as the reality, and above all remarkable was a plant, new and strange to me, whose pale green stem came up out of the water, and then spread out in a flattened surface, thin and in a peculiarly graceful curve. This flattened surface had growing out from its leaves the size, shape, and colour of lily of the valley leaves. Until I saw this thing I had held the wine palm to be the queen of grace in the vegetable kingdom, but this new beauty quite surpassed her. Our path went straight into this swamp over the black rocks forming its rim, in an imperative no alternative, come along this way style. Singlet, who was leading, carrying a good load of bottled fish and a gorilla specimen, went at it like a man, and disappeared before the eyes of us close following him, then and there down through the water. He came up, thanks be, but his load is down there now, worse luck.
Then I said we must get the rubber carriers who were coming this way to show us the ford. So we sat down on the bank, a tired, disconsolate, dilapidated looking row, until they arrived. When they came up they did not plunge in forthwith, but leisurely set about making a most nerve shaking set of preparations, taking off their clothes and forming them into bundles, which to my horror they put on the tops of their heads. The women carried the rubber on their backs still, but rubber is none the worse for being under water. The men went in first, each holding his gun high above his head. They skirted the bank before they struck out into the swamp, and were followed by the women and by our party, and soon we were all up to our chins. We were 2 hours and a quarter passing that swamp. I was 1 hour and 3/4, but I made good weather of it, closely following the rubber carriers and only going in right over head and all twice. Other members of my band were less fortunate. One and all we got horribly infested with leeches, having a frill of them round our necks like astrachan collars, and our hands covered with them when we came out. We had to pass across the first bit of open country I had seen for a long time, a real patch of grass on the top of a low ridge, which is fringed with swamp on all sides save the one we made our way to, the eastern. Shortly after passing through another plantation we saw brown huts, and in a few minutes were standing in the middle of a ramshackle village, at the end of which, through a high stockade, with its gateway smeared with blood which hung in gouts, we saw our much longed for Rembwe River. I made for it, taking small notice of the hubbub our arrival occasioned, and passed through the gateway, setting its guarding bell ringing violently. I stood on the steep, black, mud slime bank, surrounded by a noisy crowd. It is a big river, but nothing to the Ogowe, either in breadth or beauty. What beauty it has is of the Niger Delta type, black, mud-laden water, with a mangrove swamp fringe to it in all directions. I soon turned back into the village and asked for Ugumu's factory. "This is it," said an exceedingly dirty, good-looking, civil-spoken man in perfect English, though as pure-blooded an African as ever walked. "This is it, sir," and he pointed to one of the huts on the right-hand side, indistinguishable in squalor from the rest. "Where's the agent?" said I. "I'm the agent," he answered. "You could have knocked me down with a feather." "Where's John Holt's factory?" said I. "You have passed it. It is up on the hill." This showed Messrs. Holt's local factory to be no bigger than Ugumu's. At this point a big, scraggy, very black man, with an irregularly formed face the size of a tea tray, and looking generally as if he had come out of a pantomime on the Arabian Nights, dashed through the crowd shouting, "I'm for Holty, I'm for Holty. This is my trade, you go away," says agent number 1. Fearing my 2 agents would fight and damage each other, so that neither would be any good for me, I firmly said, "Have you got any rum?" Agent number 1 looked crestfallen, Holty's triumphant. "Rum for sure," says he. So I gave him a 5-franc piece, which he regarded with great pleasure, and putting it in his mouth, he legged it like a lamplighter away to his store on the hill. "Have you any tobacco?" said I to agent number 1. He brightened. "Plenty tobacco, plenty cloth," said he, so I told him to give me out 20 heads. I gave my men 2 heads apiece. I told them rum was coming, and ordered them to take the loads on to Hatton and Cookson's agent's hut, and then to go and buy chop and make themselves comfortable. They highly approved of this plan, and grunted assent ecstatically. And just as the loads were stowed, Holty's anatomy hove in sight with a bottle of rum under each arm, and one in each hand, while behind him came an acolyte, a fat small boy, panting and puffing and doing his level best to keep up with his long-legged flying master. I gave my men some and put the rest in with my goods, and explained that I belonged to Hatton and Cookson's, it's the proper thing to belong to somebody, and that therefore I must take up my quarters at their store. But Holty's energetic agent hung about me like a vulture, in hopes of getting more 5 franc piece pickings. I sent Ngota off to get me some tea, and had the hut cleared of an excited audience, and shut myself in with Hatton and Cookson's agent, and asked him seriously and anxiously if there was not a big factory of the firm's on the river, because it was self-evident he had not got anything like enough stuff to pay off my men with, and my agreement was to pay off on the Rembwe, hence my horror at the smallness of the firm's Ndorko store. Besides, I said, Mr. Glass (I knew the head Rembwe agent of Hatton and Cookson was a Mr. Glass), you have only got cloth and tobacco, and I have promised the Fans to pay off in whatever they choose, and I know for sure they want powder. I am not Mr. Glass, said my friend. He is up at Ajongo. I only do small trade for him here. Joy. But where's Ajongo? To make a long story short, I found Ajongo was an hour's paddle up the Rembwe, and the place we ought to have come out at. There was a botheration again about sending up a message because of a war palaver, but I got a pencil note with my letter of introduction from Mr. Cockshot to Sanga Glass, at last delivered to that gentleman, and down he came in a state of considerable astonishment, not unmixed with alarm, for no white man of any kind had been across from the Ogowe for years, and none had ever come out at Ndorko. Mr. Glass I found an exceedingly neat, well-educated M'pongwe gentleman, in irreproachable English garments, and with irreproachable but slightly floreate English language. We started talking trade with my band in the middle of the street, making a patch of uproar in the moonlit surrounding silence. As soon as we thought we had got one gentleman's mind settled as to what goods he would take his pay in, and were proceeding to investigate another gentleman's little fancies, gentleman number one's mind came all to pieces again, and he wanted to room his bundle, i.e. change articles in it for other articles of an equivalent value, if it must be, but of a higher, if possible. Oh, ye shopkeepers in England, who grumble at your lady customers, just you come out here and try to serve and satisfy a set of Fans. Mr. Glass was evidently an expert at the affair, but it was past 11 p.m. before we got the orders written out and getting my baggage into some canoes that Mr. Glass had brought down from Ajongo, for Ndorko only had a few very wretched ones. I started off up river with him, and all the Ajumba and Kiva the Fan who had been promised a safe conduct. He came to see the bundles, for his fellow Fans were made up satisfactorily. The canoes being small, there was quite a procession of them. Mr. Glass and I shared one, which was paddled by 2 small boys. How we ever got up the Rembwe that night I do not know, for although neither of us were fat, the canoe was a one-man canoe, and the water lapped over the edge in an alarming way. Had any of us sneezed, or had it been daylight, when 2 or 3 mangrove flies would have joined the party, we must have foundered, but all went well, and on arriving at Ajongo, Mr. Glass most kindly opened his store, and by the light of lamps and lanterns we picked out the goods from his varied and ample supply, and handed them over to the Ajumba and Kiva, and all save 3 of the Ajumba were satisfied. The 3, Gray Shirt, Silence, and Pagan, quietly explained to me that they found the Rembwe price so little better than the Lembarene price that they would rather get their pay off Mr. Cockshut than risk taking it back through the Fan country, so I gave them books on him. I gave all my remaining trade goods and the rest of the rum to the Fans as a dash, and they were more than satisfied. I must say they never clamoured for dash for top. The passenger we had brought through with us, who had really made himself very helpful, was quite surprised at getting a bundle of goods from me. My only anxiety was as to whether Fika would get his share all right, but I expect he did, for the Ajumbas are very honest men, and they were going back with my Fan friends. I found out, by the by, the reason of Fika's shyness in coming through to the Rembwe. It was a big wife palaver.
I had a touching farewell with the Fans, and so in peace, good feeling, and prosperity, I parted company for the second time with the terrible M'pongwe, whom I hope to meet with again, for with all their many faults and failings they are real men. I am faint-hearted enough to hope that our next journey together may not be over a country that seems to me to have been laid down as an obstacle race track for Mr. G. F. Watts's Titans, and to have fallen into shocking bad repair. End of Chapter 9. From Esoon to Ajongo. Read by Kehinde of Biotrek.com. Chapter 10. Bush Trade and Fan Customs of Travels in West Africa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Travels in West Africa by Mary H. Kingsley. Chapter 10. Bush Trade and Fan Customs. Wherein the Voyager, having fallen among the black traders, discourses on these men and their manner of life, and the difficulties and dangers attending the barter they carry on with the bush savages, and on some of the reasons that makes this barter so beloved and followed by both the black trader and the savage. To which is added an account of the manner of life of the Fan tribe, the strange form of coinage used by these people, their manner of hunting the elephant, working in iron, and such like things. I spent a few lazy, pleasant days at Ajongo, Mr. Glass doing all he could to make me comfortable, though he had a nasty touch of fever on him just then. His efforts were ably seconded by his good lady, an exceedingly comely Gaboon woman, with pretty manners and an excellent gift in cookery. The third member of the staff was the storekeeper, a clever fellow. I fancy a Loango from his clean-cut features and spare make, but his tribe I know not for a surety. One of these black trader factories is an exceedingly interesting place to stay at, for in these factories you are right down on the bedrock of the trade. On the coast, for the greater part, the white traders are dealing with black traders, middlemen, who have procured their trade stuff from the bush natives, who collect and prepare it. Here in the black trader factory you see the first stage of the export part of the trade, namely the barter of the collected trade stuff between the collector and the middleman. I will not go into details regarding it. What I saw merely confirmed my opinion that the native is not cheated, no, not even by a fellow African trader, and I will merely here pause to sing a paean to a very unpopular class, the black middleman, as he exists on the southwest coast. It is impossible to realise the gloom of the lives of these men in bush factories unless you have lived in one. It is no use saying they know nothing better and so don't feel it, for they do know several things better, being very sociable men, fully appreciative of the joys of a coast town, and their aim, object, and end in life is, in almost every case, to get together a fortune that will enable them to live in one, give a dance twice a week, card parties most nights, and dress themselves up, so that their fellow coast townsmen may hate them, and their townswomen love them. From their own accounts of the dreadful state of trade, and the awful and unparalleled series of losses they have had, from the upsetting of canoes, the raids and robberies made on them and their goods by those awful bush savages, you would, if you were of a trustful disposition, regard the black trader with an admiring awe as the man who has at last solved the great commercial problem of how to keep a shop and live by the loss.
nay, not only live, but build for himself an equivalent to a palatial residence, and keep up not only it, but half a dozen wives, with a fine taste for dress every one of them. I am not of a trustful disposition, and I accept those losses with a heavy discount, and know most of the rest of them have come out of my friend the white trader's pockets. Still I can never feel the righteous indignation that I ought to feel when I see the black trader down in a seaport town with his Nancy, etc., as Sir W. H. S. Gilbert classically says, because I remember those bush factories. Mr. Glass, however, was not a trader who made a fortune by losing those of other people, for he had been many years in the employ of the firm. He had risen certainly to the high post and position of charge of the Rembwe, but he was not down giddy flying at Gaboon. His accounts of his experiences when he had been many years ago away up the still known Nguni River, in a factory in touch with the lively Bakele, then in a factory among Fans and Igalwa on the Ogowe, and now among Fans and Skekaini on the Rembwe, were fascinating, and told vividly of the joys of first starting a factory in a wild district. The way in which your customers for the first month or so enjoyed themselves by trying to frighten you, the trader, out of your wits and goods, and into giving them fancy prices for things you were trading in, and for things of no earthly use to you or any one else. The trader's existence during this period is marked by every unpleasantness save dullness, from that he is spared by the presence of a mob of noisy, dangerous, thieving savages all over his place all day, invading his cook house to put some nastiness into his food as a trade charm, helping themselves to portable property at large, and making themselves at home to the extent of sitting on his dining table. At night those customers proceed to sleep all over the premises, with a view to being on hand to start shopping in the morning. Woe betide the trader if he gives in to this, and tolerates the invasion, for there is no chance of that house ever being his own again, and in addition to the local flies, etc., on the tablecloth, he will always have several big black gentlemen to share his meals. If he raises prices to tide over some extra row, he is a lost man, for the Africans can understand prices going up, but never prices coming down, and time being no object, they will hold back their trade. Then the district is ruined, and the trader along with it, for he cannot raise the price he gets for the things he buys. What that trader has got to do is to be a devil man. They always kindly said they recognized me as one, which is a great compliment. He must betray no weakness, but a character which I should describe as a compound of the best parts of those of Cardinal Richelieu, Brutus, Julius Caesar, Prince Metternich, and Mezzofanti, the latter to carry on the native language part of the business, and he must cast those customers out, not only from his house but from his yard, and adhere to the no admittance except on business principle. This causes a good deal of unpleasantness, and the trader's nights are now cheered by lively war dances outside his stockade, the accompanying songs advertising that the customers are coming over the stockade to raid the store, and cut up the trader into bits like a fish. Sometimes they do come, and then finish, but usually they don't, and gradually settle down, and respect the trader greatly as a devil man, and do business on sound lines during the day. Over the stockade at night, by ones and twos, stealing, they will come to the end of the chapter. Moonlight nights are fairly restful for the bush trader, but when it is inky black, or pouring with rain, he has got to be very much out and about, and particularly vigilant has he got to be on tornado nights, a most uncomfortable sort of weather to attend to business in, I assure you. The factory at Ajongo was typical. The house is a fine specimen of the Igalwa style of architecture, mounted on poles above the ground, the space under the house being used as a store for rubber in barrels and ebony in billets, thereby enabling the trader to hover over these precious possessions, sleeping and waking like a sitting hen over her eggs. Near to the house are the sleeping places for the beach hands and the cook house. In front, in a position commanded by the eye from the verandah and well withdrawn from the stockade, are great piles of billets of red bar wood. The whole of the clean sandy yard containing these things and divers others is surrounded by a stout stockade, its main face to the river frontage, the water at high tide lapping its base, and at low tide exposing in front of it a shore of black slime. Although I cite this factory as a typical factory of a black trader, it is a specimen of the highest class, for, being in connection with Messrs. Hatton and Cookson, it is well kept up and stocked. Firms differ much in this particular. Messrs. Hatton and Cookson, like Messrs. Miller Brothers in the Bights, take every care that lies in their power of the people who serve them, down to the Kruboys working on their beaches, giving ample and good rations and providing good houses. But this is not so with all firms on the coast. I have seen factories belonging to the Swedish houses, beside which this factory at Ajongo is a palace, although those factories are white man factories, and the unfortunate white men in them are expected by these firms to live on native chop, an expectation the agents by no means realise, for they usually die. Black hands, however, do not suffer much at the hands of such firms, for the Swedish agents are a quiet, gentlemanly set of men, in the best sense of that much misused term, and they do not employ on their beaches such a staff of black helpers as the English houses, so the 2 or 3 Kruboys on a starvation beach can fairly well fend for themselves, for there is always an adjacent village, and in that village there are always chickens, and on the shore crabs, and in the river fish, and for the rest of his diet the Kruboy flirts with the local ladies. Although, as I have laid down, the bush factory at its best is a place, as Mr. Tracy Tupman would say, more fitted for a wounded heart than for one still able to feast on social joys, it is a luxurious situation for a black trader compared to the other form of trading it deals with, that of travelling among the native villages in the bush. This has 100 times the danger and 1,000 times the discomfort, and is a thoroughly unhealthy pursuit. The journeys these bush traders make are often remarkable, and they deserve great credit for the courage and enterprise they display. Certainly they run less risk of death from fever than a white man would, but on the other hand their colour gives them no protection, and their chance of getting murdered is distinctly greater. The white governmental powers cannot revenge their death in the way they would the death of a white man, for these murders usually take place away in some forest region, in a district no white man has ever penetrated. You will naturally ask how it is that so many of these men do survive to lead a life of sin, as a missionary described to me their coast town life to be. This question struck me as requiring explanation. The result of my investigations and the answers I have received from the men themselves show that there is a reason why the natives do not succumb every time to the temptation to kill the trader and take his goods, and this is twofold. Firstly, all trade in West Africa follows definite routes, even in the wildest parts of it, and so a village far away in the forest, but on the trade route, knows that as a general rule twice a year a trader will appear to purchase its rubber and ivory. If he does not appear somewhere about the expected time, that village gets uneasy. The ladies are impatient for their new clothes, the gentlemen half wild for want of tobacco, and things coming to a crisis, they make inquiries for the trader down the road, one village to another, and then if it is found that a village has killed the trader and stolen all his goods, there is naturally a big palaver, and things are made extremely hot, even for equatorial Africa, for that village, by the tobaccoless husbands of the clothesless wives. Herein lies the trader's chief safety, the village not being an atom afraid or disinclined to kill him, but afraid of their neighbouring villages and disinclined to be killed by them. But the trader is not yet safe. There is still a hole in his armour, and this is only to be stopped up in one way, namely, by wives, for you see, although the village cannot kill him, and take all his goods, they can still let him die safely of a disease and take part of them, passing on sufficient stuff to the other villages to keep them quiet. Now the most prevalent disease in the African bush comes out of the cooking pot, and so to make what goes into the cooking pot, which is the important point, for earthen pots do not in themselves breed poison, safe and wholesome, you have got to have some one who is devoted to your health to attend to the cooking affairs, and who can do this like a wife. So you have a wife, one in each village up the whole of your route. I know myself one gentleman whose wives stretch over 300 miles of country, with a good wife base in a coast town as well. This system of judiciously conducted alliances gives the black trader a security nothing else can, because naturally he marries into influential families at each village, and all his wife's relations on the mother's side regard him as one of themselves, and look after him and his interests. That security can lie in women, especially so many women, the so-called civilized man may ironically doubt, but the security is there, and there only, and on a sound basis, for remember the position of a travelling trader's wife in a village is a position that gives the lady prestige. The discreet husband showing little favours to her family and friends, if she asks for them when he is with her, and then she has not got the bother of having a man always about the house, and liable to get all sorts of silly notions into his head if she speaks to another gentleman, and then go and impart these notions to her with a cutlass or a kasengo, as the more domestic husband, I am assured by black ladies, is prone to. You may now, I fear, be falling into the other adjacent error, from the wonder why any black trader survives, namely into the wonder why any black trader gets killed, with all these safeguards and wives. But there is yet another danger, which no quantity of wives nor local jealousies avail to guard him through. This danger arises from the nomadic habits of the bush tribes, notably the Fan. For when a village has made up its mind to change its district, either from having made the district too hot to hold it, with quarrels with neighbouring villages, or because it has exhausted the trade stuff, i.e. rubber and ivory in reach of its present situation, or because some other village has raided it, and taken away all the stuff it was saving to sell to the black trader, it resolves to give itself a final treat in the old home, and make a commercial coup at one fell swoop. Then when the black trader turns up with his boxes of goods, it kills him, has some for supper, smokes the rest and takes it and the goods and departs to found new homes in another district. The bush trade I have above sketched is the bush trade with the Fans. In those districts on the southern banks of the Ogowe, the main features of the trade and the trader's life are the same, but the details are more intricate, for the Igalwa trader from Lembarene, Fernan Vaz or Njole, deals with another set of trading tribes, not first hand with the collectors. The Fan villages on the trade routes may, however, be regarded as trade depots, for to them filters the trade stuff of the more remote villages, so the difference is really merely technical, and in all villages alike the same sort of thing occurs. The Igalwa or Mpongwe trader arrives with the goods he has received from the white trader, and there are great rejoicing and much uproar as his chests and bundles and demijohns are brought up from the canoe, and presently, after a great deal of talk, the goods are opened. The chiefs of the village have their pick, and divide this among the principal men of the village, who pay for it in part with their store of collected rubber or ivory, and take the rest on trust, promising to collect enough rubber to pay the balance on the next visit of the trader. Thereby the trader has a quantity of debts outstanding in each village, liable to be bad debts, and herein lies his chief loss. Each chief takes a certain understood value in goods as a commission for himself, nyeno, giving the trader as a consideration for this an understood bond to assist him in getting in the trust granted to his village. This nyeno he utilizes in buying trade stuff from villages not on the trade route. Among the Fans, the men who have got the goods stand by with these to trade for rubber with the general public and bachelors of the village in a way I will presently explain. In tribes like Ajumbas, Aduma, etc., the men having the goods travel off, as traders, among their various bush tribes, similarly paying their nyeno, and so by the time the goods reach the final producing men, only a small portion of them is left, but their price has necessarily risen. Still it is quite absurd for a casual white traveller who may have dropped in on the terminus of a trade route to cry out regarding the small value the collector, who is often erroneously described as the producer, gets for his stuff compared to the price it fetches in Europe. For before it even reaches the factory of the coast settlement, that stuff has got to keep a whole series of traders. It appears at first bad that this should be the case, but the case it is along the west coast of the continent save in the districts commanded by the Royal Niger Company, who with courage and enterprise have pushed far inland and got in touch with the great interior trade routes, a performance which has raised in the breasts of the coast trader tribes who have been supplanted a keen animosity, which like most animosity in Africa is not regardful of truth. The tribes that have had the trade of the Bight of Biafra passing through their hands have been accustomed, according to the German government who are also pressing inland, to make 75% profit on it, and they resent being deprived of this. A good deal is to be said in favour of their views, among other things, that the greater part of the seaboard districts of West Africa, I may say every part from Sierra Leone to Cameroon, is structurally incapable of being self-supporting under existing conditions. Below Cameroon, on my beloved southwest coast, which is infinitely richer than the Bight of Benin, rich producing districts come down to the sea in most places until you reach the Congo, but here again the middleman is of great use to the interior tribes, and if they do have to pay him 75%, serve them right. They should not go making wife palaver and blood palaver all over the place to such an extent that the inhabitants of no village, unless they go en masse, dare take a 10-mile walk, save at the risk of their lives, in any direction, so no palaver live. We will now enter into the reason that induces the bushman to collect stuff to sell among the Fans, which is the expensiveness of the ladies in the tribe. A bush Fan is bound to marry into his tribe, because over a great part of the territory occupied by them there is no other tribe handy to marry into, and a Fan residing in villages in touch with other tribes has but little chance of getting a cheaper lady. For there is, in the Congo Francais and the country adjacent to the north of it, Bahatanga, a regular style of aristocracy, which may be summarized firstly thus: all the other tribes look down on the Fans, and the Fans look down on all the other tribes. This aristocracy has subdivisions. The Mpongwe of Gaboon are the upper circle tribe. Next come the Benga of Corisco, then the Bapuka, then the Banaka. This system of aristocracy is kept up by the ladies. Thus, a Mbongwe lady would not think of marrying into one of the lower tribes, so she is restricted, with many inner restrictions, to her own tribe. A Benga lady would marry a Mbongwe or a Benga, but not a Banaka or Papuka, and so on with the others, but not one of them would marry a Fan. As for the men, well, of course they would marry any lady of any tribe if she had a pretty face, or a good trading connection, if they were allowed to. That's just man's way. To the southeast the Fans are in touch with the Bakele, a tribe that has much in common with the Fan, but who differ from them in getting on in a very friendly way with the little dwarf people, the Matimbas, or Watwa, or Akoa, people the Fans cannot abide. With these Bakele the Fan can intermarry, but there is not much advantage in so doing, as the price is equally high, but still marry he must. A young Fan man has to fend for himself, and has a scratchy kind of life of it, aided only by his mother, until, if he be an enterprising youth, he is able to steal a runaway wife from a neighbouring village, or, if he is a quiet and steady young man, until he has amassed sufficient money to buy a wife. This he does by collecting ebony and rubber and selling it to the men who have been allotted goods by the chief of the village, from the consignment brought up by the black trader. He supports himself meanwhile by, if the situation of his village permits, fishing and selling the fish, and hunting and killing game in the forest. He keeps steadily at it in his way, reserving his roisterings until he is settled in life. A truly careful young man does not go and buy a baby girl cheap, as soon as he has got a little money together, but works and saves on until he has got enough to buy a good, tough widow lady, who, although personally unattractive, is deeply versed in the lore of trade, and who knows exactly how much rubbish you can incorporate in a ball of India rubber without the white trader or the black bush factory trader instantly detecting it. When the Fan young man has married his wife in a legitimate way on the cash system, he takes her round to his relations and shows her off, and they make little presents to help the pair set up housekeeping. But the young man cannot yet settle down, for his wife will not allow him to. She is not going to slave herself to death doing all the work of the house, etc., and so he goes on collecting, and she preparing trade stuff, and he grows rich enough to buy other wives, some of them young children, others widows, no longer necessarily old. But it is not until he is well on in life that he gets sufficient wives, 6 or 7. For it takes a good time to get enough rubber to buy a lady, and he does not get a grip on the ivory trade until he has got a certain position in the village, and plantations of his own which the elephants can be discovered raiding, in which case a percentage of the ivory taken from the herd is allotted to him. Now and again he may come across a dead elephant, but that is of the nature of a windfall, and on rubber and ebony he has to depend during his early days. These he changes with the rich men of his village for a very peculiar and interesting form of coinage, bikei, little iron imitation axe heads, which are tied up in bundles called ntet, 10 going to 1 bundle, for with bikei must the price of a wife be paid. You do not find bikei close down to Libreville, among the Fans who are there in a semi-civilized state, or more properly speaking in a state of disintegrating culture. You must go for bush. I thought I saw in bikei a certain resemblance in underlying idea with the early Greek coins I have seen at Cambridge, made like the 4 parts of cattle, and I have little doubt that the articles of barter among the Fans before the introduction of the rubber, ebony, and ivory trades, which in their districts are comparatively recent, were iron implements. For the Fans are good workers in iron, and it would be in consonance with well known instances among other savage races in the matter of stone implements, that these things, important of old, should survive, and be employed in the matter of such an old and important affair as marriage. They thus become juju, and indeed all West African legitimate marriage, although appearing to the casual observer a mere matter of barter, is never solely such, but always has juju in it. We may as well here follow out the whole of the domestic life of the Fan, now we have got him married. His difficulty does not only consist in getting enough bikei together, but in getting a lady he can marry. No amount of bikei can justify a man in marrying his first cousin or his aunt, and as relationship among the Fans is recognised with both his father and his mother, not as among the Igalwa, with the latter's blood relations only, there are an awful quantity of aunts and cousins about from whom he is debarred. But when he has surmounted his many difficulties and dodged his relations and married, he is seemingly a better husband than the man of a more cultured tribe. He will turn a hand to anything that does not necessitate his putting down his gun outside his village gateway. He will help chop firewood, or goat's chop, or he will carry the baby with pleasure, while his good lady does these things, and in bush villages he always escorts her so as to be on hand in case of leopards or other local unpleasantness. When inside the village he will lay down his gun within handy reach, and build the house, tease out fibre to make game nets with, and plait baskets or make pottery with the ladies, cheerily chatting the while. Fan pottery, although rough and sun-baked, is artistic in form and ornamented, for the Fan ornaments all his work. The articles made in it consist of cooking pots, palm wine bottles, water bottles and pipes, but not all water bottles nor all pipes are made of pottery. I wish they were, particularly the former, for they are occasionally made of beautifully plaited fibre coated with a layer of a certain gum with a vile taste, which it imparts to the water in the vessel. They say it does not do this if the vessel is soaked for 2 days in water, but it does, and I should think contaminates the stream it was soaked in into the bargain. The pipes are sometimes made of iron very neatly. I should imagine they smoked hot, but of this I have no knowledge. One of my Ajumba friends got himself one of these pipes when we were in Efoua, and that pipe was, on and off, a curse to the party. Its owner soon learned not to hold it by the bowl, but by the wooden stem, when smoking it. The other lessons it had to teach he learnt more slowly. He tucked it, when he had done smoking, into the fold in his cloth, until he had 3 serious conflagrations raging around his middle. And to the end of the chapter, after having his last pipe at night with it, he would lay it on the ground before it was cool. He learnt to lay it out of reach of his own cloth, but his fellow Ajumbas and he himself persisted in always throwing a leg onto it shortly after, and there was another row. The Fan basket work is strongly made, but very inferior to the Fjort basket work. Their nets are, however, the finest I have ever seen. These are made mainly for catching small game, such as the beautiful little gazelles, Ncheri, with dark grey skins on the upper part of the body, white underneath, and satin-like in sleekness all over. Their form is very dainty, the little legs being no thicker than a man's finger, the neck long, and the head ornamented with little pointed horns and broad round ears. The nets are tied on to trees in 2 long lines, which converge to an acute angle, the bottom part of the net lying on the ground. Then a party of men and women, accompanied by their trained dogs, which have bells hung around their necks, beat the surrounding bushes, and the frightened small game rush into the nets and become entangled. The fibre from which these nets are made has a long staple, and is exceedingly strong. I once saw a small bush cow caught in a set of them, and unable to break through, and once a leopard. He, however, took his section of the net away with him, and a good deal of vegetation and sticks to boot. In addition to nets, this fibre is made into bags for carrying things in while in the bush, and into the water bottles already mentioned. The iron work of the Fans deserves especial notice for its excellence. The anvil is a big piece of iron which is embedded firmly in the ground. Its upper surface is flat and pointed at both ends. The hammers are solid cones of iron, the upper part of the cones prolonged so as to give a good grip, and the blows are given directly downwards, like the blows of a pestle. The bellows are of the usual African type, cut out of one piece of solid but soft wood. At the upper end of these bellows there are 2 chambers hollowed out in the wood, and then covered with the skin of some animal, from which the hair has been removed. This is bound firmly round the rim of each chamber with tie, and the bag of it at the top is gathered up and bound to a small piece of stick to give a convenient hand-hold. The straight cylinder terminating in the nozzle has 2 channels burnt in it, which communicate with each of the chambers respectively, and half-way up the cylinder there are burnt from the outside into the air passages 3 series of holes, 1 series on the upper surface and a series at each side. This ingenious arrangement gives a constant current of air up from the nozzle when the bellows are worked by a man sitting behind them, and rapidly and alternately pulling up the skin cover over one chamber while depressing the other. In order to make the affair firm it is lashed to pieces of stick stuck in the ground in a suitable way, so as to keep the bellows at an angle, with the nozzle directed towards the fire. As wooden bellows like this, if stuck into the fire, would soon be aflame, the nozzle is put into a cylinder made of clay. This cylinder is made sufficiently large at the end, into which the nozzle of the bellows goes, for the air to have full play round the latter. The Fan bellows only differ from those of the other iron working West Coast tribes in having the channels from the two chambers in one piece of wood all the way. His forge is the same as the other forges, a round cavity scooped in the ground. His fuel also is charcoal. His other smith's tool consists of a pointed piece of iron with which he works out the patterns he puts at the handle end of his swords, etc. I must now speak briefly on the most important article with which the Fan deals, namely ivory. His methods of collecting this are several, and many a wild story the handles of your table knives could tell you, if their ivory has passed through Fan hands. For ivory is everywhere an evil thing before which the quest for gold sinks into a parlour game, and when its charms seize such a tribe as the Fans, conclusions pass their careers. A very common way of collecting a tooth is to kill the person who owns one. Therefore, in order to prevent this catastrophe happening to you yourself when you have one, it is held advisable, unless you are a powerful person in your own village, to bury or sink the said tooth and say nothing about it until the trader comes into your district, or you get a chance of smuggling it quietly down to him. Some of these private ivories are kept for years and years before they reach the trader's hands, and quite a third of the ivory you see coming on board a vessel to go to Europe is dark from this keeping, some teeth a lovely brown like a well-coloured meerschaum, others quite black and gnawed by that strange little creature, much heard of and abused, yet little known in ivory ports, the ivory rat. Ivory, however, that is obtained by murder is private ivory. The public ivory trade among the Fans is carried on in a way more in accordance with European ideas of a legitimate trade. The greater part of this ivory is obtained from dead elephants. There are in this region certain places where the elephants are said to go to die. A locality in one district pointed out to me as such a place was a great swamp in the forests. A swamp that evidently was deep in the middle, for from out its dark waters no swamp plant or tree grew, and evidently its shores sloped suddenly, for the band of swamp plants round its edge was narrow. It is just possible that during the rainy season, when most of the surrounding country would be under water, elephants might stray into this natural trap and get drowned, and on the drying up of the waters be discovered, and the fact being known, be regularly sought for by the natives cognizant of this. I inquired carefully whether these places where the elephants came to die always had water in them, but they said no, and in one district spoke of a valley or round shaped depression in among the mountains. But natives were naturally disinclined to take a stranger to these ivory mines, and a white person who has caught, as any one who has been in touch must catch, ivory fever, is naturally equally disinclined to give localities. A certain percentage of ivory collected by the Fans is from live elephants, but I am bound to admit that their method of hunting elephants is disgracefully unsportsmanlike. A herd of elephants is discovered by robber hunters or by depredations on plantations, and the whole village, men, women, children, babies, and dogs, turn out into the forest and stalk the monsters into a suitable ravine, taking care not to scare them. When they have gradually edged the elephants on into a suitable place, they fell trees and wreath them very roughly together with bush rope, all round an immense enclosure, still taking care not to scare the elephants into a rush. This fence is quite inadequate to stop any elephant in itself, but it is made effective by being smeared with certain things, the smell whereof the elephants detest so much that when they wander up to it they turn back disgusted. I need hardly remark that this preparation is made by the witch doctors and its constituents, a secret of theirs, and I was only able to find out some of them. Then poisoned plantains are placed within the enclosure, and the elephants eat these and grow drowsier and drowsier. If the water supply within the enclosure is a pool, it is poisoned, but if it is a running stream this cannot be done. During this time the crowd of men and women spend their days round the enclosure, ready to turn back any elephant who may attempt to break out, going to and fro to the village for their food. Their nights they spend in little bough shelters by the enclosure, watching more vigilantly than by day, as the elephants are more active at night, it being their usual feeding time. During the whole time the witch doctor is hard at work making incantations and charms, with a view to finding out the proper time to attack the elephants. In my opinion, his decision fundamentally depends on his knowledge of the state of poisoning the animals are in, but his version is that he gets his information from the forest spirits. When, however, he has settled the day, the best hunters steal into the enclosure and take up safe positions in trees, and the outer crowd set light to the ready built fires, and make the greatest uproar possible, and fire upon the staggering, terrified elephants as they attempt to break out. The hunters in the trees fire down on them as they rush past, the fatal point at the back of the skull being well exposed to them. When the animals are nearly exhausted, those men who do not possess guns dash into the enclosure, and the men who do reload and join them, and the work is then completed. One elephant hunt I chanced upon at the final stage had taken 2 months' preparation, and although the plan sounds safe enough, there is really a good deal of danger left in it with all the drugging and ju ju. There were 8 elephants killed that day, but 3 burst through everything, sending energetic spectators flying and squashing 2 men and a baby as flat as botanical specimens. The subsequent proceedings were impressive. The whole of the people gorged themselves on the meat for days, and great chunks of it were smoked over the fires in all directions. A certain portion of the flesh of the hind leg was taken by the witch doctor for ju ju, and was supposed to be put away by him, with certain suitable incantations, in the recesses of the forest. His idea being apparently either to give rise to more elephants, or to induce the forest spirits to bring more elephants into the district. Dr. Nassau tells me that the manner in which the ivory gained by one of these hunts is divided is as follows. The witch doctor, the chiefs, and the family on whose ground the enclosure is built, and especially the household whose women first discovered the animals, decide in council as to the division of the tusks and the share of the flesh to be given to the crowd of outsiders. The next day the tusks are removed and each family represented in the assemblage cuts up and distributes the flesh. In the hunt I saw finished, the elephants had not been discovered, as in the case Dr. Nassau above speaks of, in a plantation by women, but by a party of rubber hunters in the forest some 4 or 5 miles from any village, and the ivory that would have been allotted to the plantation holder in the former case, went in this case to the young rubber hunters. Such are the pursuits, sports, and pastimes of my friends the Fans. I have been considerably chaffed, both by whites and blacks, about my partiality for this tribe, but as I like Africans in my way, not a la Sierra Leone, and these Africans have more of the qualities I like than any other tribe I have met, it is but natural that I should prefer them. They are brave, and so you can respect them, which is an essential element in a friendly feeling. They are on the whole a fine race, particularly those in the mountain districts of the Sierra del Cristal, where one continually sees magnificent specimens of human beings, both male and female. Their colour is light bronze. Many of the men have beards, and albinos are rare among them. The average height in the mountain districts is 5 feet 6 to 5 feet 8. The difference in stature between men and women not being great. Their countenances are very bright and expressive, and if once you have been among them you can never mistake a Fan. But it is in their mental characteristics that their difference from the lethargic, dying out coast tribes is most marked. The Fan is full of fire, temper, intelligence, and go, very teachable, rather difficult to manage, quick to take offence, and utterly indifferent to human life. I ought to say that other people who should know him better than I, say he is a treacherous, thievish, murderous cannibal. I never found him treacherous, but then I never trusted him, remembering one of the aphorisms of my great teacher, Captain Bowler of Bonny. It's not safe to go among bush tribes, but if you are such a fool as to go, you needn't go and be a bigger fool still. You've done enough. And Captain Bowler's other great aphorism was, "Never be afraid of a black man." "What if I can't help it?" said I. "Don't show it," said he. To these precepts I humbly add another, never lose your head. My most favourite form of literature, I may remark, is accounts of mountaineering exploits, though I have never seen a glacier or a permanent snow mountain in my life. I do not care a row of pins how badly they may be written, and what form of bubble puppy grammar and composition is employed, as long as the writer will walk along the edge of a precipice, with a sheer fall of thousands of feet on one side, and a sheer wall on the other, or better still, crawl up an arete, with a precipice on either. Nothing on earth would persuade me to do either of these things myself, but they remind me of bits of country I have been through where you walk along a narrow line of security, with gulfs of murder looming on each side, and where in exactly the same way you are as safe as if you were in your easy chair at home, as long as you get sufficient holding ground, not on rock in the bush village inhabited by murderous cannibals, but on ideas in those men's and women's minds, and these ideas, which I think I may say you will always find, give you safety. It is not advisable to play with them, or to attempt to eradicate them, because you regard them as superstitious, and never, never shoot too soon. I have never had to shoot, and hope never to have to, because in such a situation one white alone with no troops to back him means a clean finish. But this would not discourage me if I had to start, only it makes me more inclined to walk around the obstacle than to become a mere blood splotch against it, if this can be done without losing your self-respect, which is the mainspring of your power in West Africa. As for flourishing about a revolver and threatening to fire, I hold it utter idiocy. I have never tried it, however, so I speak from prejudice which arises from the feeling that there is something cowardly in it. Always have your revolver ready loaded in good order, and have your hand on it when things are getting warm, and in addition have an exceedingly good bowie knife, not a hinge knife, because with a hinge knife you have got to get it open. Hard work in a country where all things go rusty in the joints, and hinge knives are liable to close on your own fingers. The best form of knife is the bowie, with a shallow half moon cut out of the back at the point end, and this depression sharpened to a cutting edge. A knife is essential, because after wading neck deep in a swamp, your revolver is neither use nor ornament until you have had time to clean it. But the chances are you may go across Africa, or live years in it, and require neither. It is just the case of the gentleman who asked if one required a revolver in Carolina, and was answered, "You may be here 1 year, and you may be here 2, and never want it, but when you do want it, you'll want it very bad." The cannibalism of the Fans, although a prevalent habit, is no danger, I think, to white people, except as regards the bother it gives one in preventing one's black companions from getting eaten. The Fan is not a cannibal from sacrificial motives like the Negro. He does it in his common sense way. Man's flesh, he says, is good to eat, very good, and he wishes you would try it. Oh dear no, he never eats it himself, but the next door town does. He is always very much abused for eating his relations, but he really does not do this. He will eat his next door neighbour's relations, and sell his own deceased to his next door neighbour in return, but he does not buy slaves and fatten them up for his table, as some of the Middle Congo tribes I know of do. He has no slaves, no prisoners of war, no cemeteries, so you must draw your own conclusions. No, my friend, I will not tell you any cannibal stories. I have heard how good M. du Chaillu fared after telling you some beauties, and now you come away from the Fan village,
and down the Rembwe River.
End of chapter 10.
Bush Trade and Fan Customs. Read by Kehinde of bahatrek.com.